16. Nina spent a restless night dreaming of imprisoned kings and black carriages drawn by dragons and girls who cut off their fingers for love. Finally, she gave up trying to sleep and turned on the bedside lamp. Rubbing her eyes, she pulled out a pad of paper and a pen. The fairy tale was changing. Or maybe changing wasn't the right word. They'd gotten to a place in the story that was new to Nina. She'd never heard this part of the peasant girl and the prince before. She was sure of it. And it was so detailed. Not like a fairy tale at all. But what did it all mean? She wrote, Fontanka Bridge, real. She tapped her pen against the pad and went through the story point by point. Cigarettes, since when did fairy tale mothers smoke? And why hadn't the mom smoked in the earlier segments? Galina something. For the life of her, she couldn't remember the ballerina's last name, but it had been Russian. On that, Nina went down to her dad's office and booted up the computer. The dial-up connection took forever to engage, but when the internet came up, she ran searches on every word she could think of. She was so caught up in gathering information that when Meredith touched her shoulder, she actually jumped. "You look like you haven't slept," Meredith said. Nina pushed back from her chair and looked up. "It's the fairy tale. Last night was all new, right? We've never heard that part before." "It was new," Meredith said. "Did you notice the changes? Vera's mother is smoking cigarettes and wearing sagging stockings, and Vera is pregnant before she gets married. When did you ever hear shit like that in a fairy tale before? And listen to this. Galina Ilanova was a great Russian ballerina who danced at the Mariinsky Theater in Leningrad until 1944, and after that, she was at the Bolshoi in Moscow. And check out this picture. The theater has a lyre and crown on its cupola." Meredith leaned closer. "That's exactly how Mom described it." Nina hit a few keys and a picture of the summer garden came up. Real. In St. Petersburg, which used to be Leningrad. And Petrograd before that. These Russians changed the names of everything with every leader. Notice the marble statues and the lime trees? And here's the bronze horseman. It's a famous statue in the park. Not a winged horse, but a man on horseback. Meredith frowned. "I found a letter in Dad's files. From a professor in Alaska. He was asking Mom about Leningrad." "Really?" Nina scooted closer to the computer, her fingers flying on the keyboard as she pulled up the biography on Galina Ilanova again. She was most famous in Leningrad in the 30s. If we knew how old Mom was, it would help. If we knew how old Mom was, it would help. She typed in Leningrad 1930. On screen, a list of links finally came up. One of them Great Terror caught Nina's attention and she clicked on it. "Listen to this," she said when the website appeared. The 30s were characterized by the Great Purge of the Communist Party, in which Stalin's secret police arrested peasants, perceived political radicals, ethnic minorities, and artists. It was a time of widespread police surveillance, middle-of-the-night arrests, secretive trials, years of imprisonment, and executions. "Black vans," Meredith said, leaning over Nina's shoulder to read the rest. "The secret police came to get people in black vans." "The Black Knight is Stalin," Nina said. "It's a story within a story." She pushed back from the computer. She and Meredith looked at each other, and in that look, Nina felt the first true connection of their lives. "Some of it is real," Nina said quietly, feeling a shiver move through her. "And have you noticed that she hasn't been crazy or confused lately?" Meredith said. "Not since she started the fairy tale." "Do you think Dad knew it would help her?" "I don't know," Meredith said. "I don't know what any of it means." "I don't know either, but we're going to find out." At work, Meredith had trouble concentrating on the details of her job. She didn't think anyone noticed, but while she was in meetings or listening to someone talk on the phone or reading some report, she found her attention wandering back to Mom and the fairy tale. By the end of the day, she was as obsessed as her sister. After work, she drove straight home to feed the dogs and then went to Belai Nochi and into her father's office. Kneeling on the thick carpet in front of the boxes, she found the one marked files, MISC 19701980, and opened the flaps. This was going to be her starting place. Nina might be a whiz at investigative research, but Meredith knew where to look in the house. If there was one letter about Mom's past, there might be others. Or maybe there were other documents, hidden in mislabeled files, or photographs thrown in with other memorabilia. She found the file marked Vepet Poba and pulled it out. Rereading the letter from Professor Adamovich, she walked over to the computer and sat down. The only link that came up directed her to the University of Alaska website. She picked up the phone and called. It took several attempts, but finally she was routed to the Russian Studies department and a woman with a heavy accent answered. "May I help you?" "I hope so," Meredith said. "I'm trying to find Professor Vasily Adamovich." "Oh my," the woman said. "There is a name I have not heard in a long time." Dr. Adamovich retired about 12 years ago. He has had several most worthy successors, however, and I would be most happy to connect you to someone else. I really need Dr. Adamovich. I have some questions about one of his research studies. Oh, well, I guess I cannot help you then. How can I get in touch with the professor directly? I'm afraid I do not have an answer for you on that. Thank you, Meredith said, disappointed. She hung up the phone and went to the study window. From here, she could see the corner of the winter garden. On this warm evening, the bench was empty, but as Meredith stood there, Mom crossed the yard, draped in a big blanket, its plaid tail dragging in the grass behind her. In the garden, she touched each of the copper columns, then sat down and pulled her knitting out of her bag. From this angle, Meredith could see the way Mom's chin was tucked into her body, the way her shoulders were rounded. Whatever strength it took for her mother to stand so straight and tall around her children, she had none of it out there. It looked like she was talking to herself or to the flowers or... to Dad. Had she always sat out there alone, talking, or was that new, yet another byproduct of a lost love? She out there again? Nina asked, coming into the office. Her hair was damp and she was wearing a big terry cloth robe and a pair of sheepskin slippers. Of course. Meredith reached down for the letter and handed it to Nina. I called the university. The professor is retired, and the woman I spoke to didn't know much else. Nina read the letter. So, we know for sure that Mom has a connection to Leningrad, and the fairy tale takes place there, and at least some of it is probably real. So, I'm going to ask the obvious question. Is she Vera? There was the $64,000 question. If Mom is Vera, she got pregnant at 17. So she had a miscarriage or... We have a sibling somewhere. Meredith stared out the window at the woman who was always so alone. Could she really have other children, and probably grandchildren, out there somewhere? Could she have walked away from them and never gone back? No. Not even Anya Whitson was that heartless. Meredith had had 2 late-term miscarriages in the years after her girls were born. She'd had a terrible time dealing with the losses. She'd seen a counselor for a short time and talked to Jeff until it was obvious that it wounded him too much to keep listening. In the end, she'd had no Onino friend or family member in whom she could confide. The few times she had mentioned it, people immediately wanted her to see someone, not understanding that all she'd really wanted to do was remember her boys. The one person in whom she'd never confided was her mother. Certainly no woman who'd been through the loss of a child, either in the womb or in the world, could see another woman's similar suffering and say nothing. I don't believe that, she said finally. And Vera obviously sees color. As a kid, Meredith had looked up Mom's birth defect in the encyclopedia. Achromatopsia, it was called, and one thing was certain, her mother had never seen a lavender sky. Maybe Mom is Olga. Or maybe Vera is Mom's mom. It's unlikely, but since we don't know how old she is, anything is possible. That would be just like Mom, to tell us her story in a way we don't ever get to know her. How will we know? Keep her talking. I'm going to go through this house from stem to stern. If there's anything to find, I'll find it. Thanks, Mir, Nina said. It feels good to be together on this. During dinner that night, Nina concentrated on acting normal. She drank her vodka and ate her meal and made her pretense at conversation, but all the while she was watching Mom closely, thinking, "Who are you?" It took an act of will not to voice the question out loud. As a journalist, she knew that timing was everything, and you never asked a question until you had a pretty damn good idea of the answer. She could tell that Meredith was fighting the same battle. So when Mom stood up after the meal and said, "I am too tired for storytelling tonight," Nina was almost relieved. She helped her sister with the dishes. Okay, Meredith did most of the work. Then she kissed her goodbye and went into Dad's study, where she got on the internet. She ran searches on everything she could find about Leningrad in the 20s and 30s. She found a lot of information, but no real answers. Finally, at almost 2 in the morning, she pushed back from the computer in disgust. She had pages and pages of anecdotal information, but no facts other than what she'd known already. The story was taking place in Leningrad under Stalin. She tapped her pen on the table and talked out loud, going through what she knew. Again, as she went through it all, she glanced at her notes. The envelope from the professor stuck out from underneath her pad. She picked up the letter and read it again, studying it word by word. Leningrad. Participation. Study. Understand. Her mother knew something, had seen or experienced something important enough to have been the subject of a professorial research project. But what? The Great Terror? Stalin's repression? Or maybe she'd been a prima ballerina. Stop it, Nina said aloud, turning her attention to the dusty green file folder marked Bepa Poba. Then she stared at the letter. What did you want to know from her, Vasily Adamovich? That was when she saw it, when she said his name out loud. Nina sat upright. It was in his signature. When he signed his name, Vasily, the first letter looked like AB. Nina's heart was pounding as she reached for the file. Was there a space after the A? Could it be a first and last name? She broke the word at the second capital letter and was left with Vipa. Vipa. She ran an internet search for the Russian alphabet and compared the letters. Vipa was Vera. Vera. Then she translated the rest of the letters. Etbaba. Petrovna. A little more research, and she understood Russian names. First was the given name, then the patronymic, male or female identification of the father, and then the surname. So this file contained 2 of 3 names. Ovna was the suffix for a daughter. Vera Petrovna meant Vera, Peter's daughter. Nina sat back in her chair, feeling the adrenaline rush that always came with nailing a key part of a story. Vera was a real person. Real enough to put her name on a file, and important enough to keep that file for 20 years. It wasn't a complete answer. It didn't answer the big question about Mom's identity, and unfortunately, without a surname, she couldn't locate anything more online. The research study could be about Vera, and Mom could have known her or something about her. Or, of course, she could be Vera. Or Olga. Those answers Nina would have to find somewhere else. This Vasily Adamovich Vasily, Adam's son, knew the connection between Mom and Vera, and that connection was important enough to include in a research study. And with that, Nina came up with a plan. 17. At 5:47, Meredith went for her run. The dogs raced along with her, eagerly vying for attention. By 7 o'clock, she was out in the orchard and walking the rows with her foreman, checking on the new fruit's early progress, noting frost damage, and assessing the workers' careful hand wrapping of the apples, and by 10 she was at her desk, reading crop projections. But all she could really think about was the fairy tale. I'm just going to ask it, is she Vera? The idea of that was like a budding apple. It flowered, grew, and gained mass. It seemed impossible that something you'd heard all your life and deemed irrelevant could actually be of value. It was like finding out that the painting above your fireplace was an early Van Gogh. But it was true. She'd heard the words for years and simply accepted them at face value, never questioning, never looking deeper. Maybe all kids did that with family stories. The more you heard something, the less you questioned the veracity of it. She put aside the crop reports and turned to her computer. For the next hour, she ran random searches. Leningrad, Stalin, Vera, Olga. If she had been looking for Russian mail-order brides, the names would have been pay dirt. Fontanka Bridge, Great Terror, Bronze Horseman statue. Nothing of real value came up, just more and more evidence that the backdrop of the fairy tale was largely real. She found a long list of Vasily Adamovich's published works. He'd written about almost every facet of Russian and Soviet life, from the earliest days of the Bolshevik Revolution, through the murder of the Romanovs and the rise of Stalin and the terrors of his regime, to Hitler's attack during World War II, to the tragedy at Chernobyl. Whatever had happened to Russians in the 20th century, he'd studied it. That's a lot of help, Meredith murmured, tapping her pen. When she added retirement to the search, she came up with an unexpected link to a newspaper article. Dr. Vasily Adamovich, a former professor of Russian studies at the University of Alaska in Anchorage, suffered a stroke yesterday at his home in Juneau. Dr. Adamovich is well known in academic circles for his prolific publishing schedule, but friends say he is a master gardener and can tell a mean ghost story. He retired from teaching in 1989 and volunteered frequently at his neighborhood library. He is recovering at a local hospital. Meredith picked up the phone and dialed information. The operator had no listing for a Vasily Adamovich in Juneau. Disappointed, Meredith asked for the library's number instead. There are several listings, ma'am. Give me all of them, Meredith answered, making note of each branch's phone number. On the fourth call, she got lucky. Hello, she said. I'm trying to find a Dr. Vasily Adamovich. Oh, Vazhia, the woman answered. No one has called for him in a while, I'm sad to say. This is the library where he volunteered? 2 days a week for years. The high school kids loved him. I'm trying to reach him. Last I heard he was in a nursing home. Do you know which one? No. I'm sorry. I don't but. Are you a friend of Vazhia's? My mother is. She hasn't spoken to him in a long time, though. You do know about the stroke? Yes. I heard he was in pretty bad shape. He has difficulty speaking. Okay, well, thank you for your help. Meredith hung up the phone. Almost simultaneously, Daisy walked into her office. There's a problem down in the warehouse. Nothing urgent, but Hector wants you to stop by sometime today if you can. If you're too busy, I'm sure I can solve it for you. Yeah, Meredith said, staring down at her notes. Why don't you do that? And then I'll go to Tahiti. Okay. On the company credit card. Thanks, Daisy. Daisy crossed the room in a burst of energy and sat down in the chair opposite Meredith's desk. That's it, she said, crossing her arms. Start talking. Meredith looked up. Honestly, she was surprised. What had Daisy been saying? What? I just told you I was going to Tahiti on the company dime. Meredith laughed. So you're saying I wasn't listening? What's going on? Meredith considered that Daisy had been around the Whitsons for as long as anyone could remember. When did you meet my mom? Daisy's overplucked eyebrows lifted in surprise. Well, let's see. I guess I was about 10. Maybe a little younger. It was all the buzz. I remember that. 'Cause your daddy was datin' Sally Herman when he went off to war, and when he came home, he was married. So he barely knew her. I don't know about that. He was in love with her, though. My mom said she'd never seen a man so in love. She took care of Anya. Who did? My mom. For most of that first year. Meredith frowned. What do you mean? She was sick. You knew that, right? I think she was in bed for a year or so, and then one day she just got better. My mom thought they'd be friends, but you know Anya. It was stunning news, really. Stunning. She didn't remember her mother ever having so much as a cough. Sick how? What was wrong with her? What caused a woman to spend a year in bed? And what made her suddenly get better? I don't know. Mom never said much about it, really. Thanks, Daisy. She watched Daisy leave the office and close the door behind her. For the next few hours, Meredith managed to get a little bit of work done, but mostly she was thinking about her mother. At 5 o'clock, She gave up the pretense and left the office, saying, "Daisy, will you run the warehouse check for me? If there's a real problem, I'll be on my cell. Otherwise, I'm gone for the day." "You bet, Meredith." 10 minutes later, when she walked into her mother's house, the smell of baking bread greeted her. She found her mother in the kitchen, draped in her big, baggy white apron, her hands sticky white with flour. As she had always done, she was making enough bread for an army. The freezer in the garage was full of it. "Hey, Mom. You're here early. Business was slow, so I thought I'd come here and do some more packing for you. When I get it all organized, you and I should probably go through the giveaway piles. If you wish. Do you care what I keep and what I get rid of?" No. Meredith didn't even know what to say to that. How could nothing be of importance to her mom? "Where's Nina? She said something about errands and left an hour ago. She took her camera, so. Who knows when she'll be back?" "Right." Mom turned back to her dough. Meredith stood there a minute longer, then took off her jacket and hung it on the hook by the door. She started to go down the hall toward Dad's office, but as she approached the open door, she paused. The last time she'd packed up Mom's things, she hadn't looked for anything, hadn't gone through pockets or felt back in the drawers. Glancing back at the kitchen, seeing Mom still kneading dough, she eased toward the stairs and went up to the master bedroom. In the long, wide closet, her mother's black and gray clothing lined the right wall. Almost everything was either soft merino wool or brushed cotton. Turtlenecks and cardigans and long skirts and flowy pants. There was nothing trendy or showy or expensive here. Clothes to hide in. The thought came out of nowhere, surprising her. It was the sort of thing she would have noticed before if she'd ever really looked. This telling of the fairy tale was changing their perceptions of everything, of each other most of all. With that thought came another. What was it about the plan, about the fairy tale that had upset Mom so much all those years ago? Before, Meredith had always assumed that her mother's Christmas play anger had been directed at Meredith, that in choosing to do the fairy tale as a Christmas play, Meredith had done something wrong. But what if it hadn't been about Meredith and Nina at all? What if it had been a reaction to seeing the words acted out? She went deeper into the closet and stood in front of her mother's chest of drawers. There was something in here that would reveal her mother. There had to be. What woman didn't have some memento hidden far from prying eyes? She closed the door until there was only the slimmest view of the room, and then she returned to the chest, opening the top drawer. Underwear lay neatly folded in 3 piles: white, gray, black. Socks were organized in similarly colored balls. Several bras filled out the corner. She let her fingers trail beneath it all, feeling the smooth wood of the drawer's bottom. Guilt made her grimace, but she continued through the second and third drawers, with their neatly folded sweaters and t-shirts. Kneeling, she opened the bottom drawer. Inside, she found pajamas, nightgowns, and an out-of-date bathing suit. Nothing hidden. Nothing more personal than undergarments. Disappointed and vaguely embarrassed, she closed the drawer. With a sigh, she got back to her feet and stood there looking at the clothes. It was all perfectly organized. Everything with a place and in it. The only thing that didn't fit was a sapphire blue wool coat hanging at the very back of the closet. Meredith remembered the coat. She'd seen her mother wear it on Cedo, a performance of the Nutcracker, when she and Nina were little girls. Dad had insisted, had twirled Mom around and kissed her and said, "Come on, Anya. Just this once." Dad had insisted, had twirled Mom around and kissed her and said, "Come on, Anya, just this once." She reached back for it, pulled it out. The coat was a bright blue cashmere in a classic 40s style, with broad shoulders, a fitted waist, and wide, cuffed sleeves. Intricately carved lucite buttons ran from throat to waist. Meredith put it on. The silk lining was deliciously soft. Surprisingly, it fit pretty well. Wearing it made her imagine her mother as young instead of old, as a smiling girl who would love the feel of cashmere. But she hadn't loved it, had rarely worn it. Neither, Though, had she thrown it away, and for a woman who kept so few mementos, it was an odd thing to have saved. Unless she hadn't wanted to hurt Dad's feelings. It must have been expensive. She put her hands in the pockets and twirled to look at herself in the full-length mirror behind the door. That was when she felt it, something hidden, sewn into the lining behind the pocket. She felt for the fraying edge of the secret compartment and worked it for a few seconds, finally extracting a tattered, creased black and white photograph of 2 children. Meredith stared down at it. The image was slightly blurry and the paper was so creased and veined it was hard to see clearly, but it was 2 children, about 3 or 4 years of age, holding hands. At first she thought it was her and Nina, but then she noticed the old-fashioned, heavy coats and boots the kids were wearing. She turned the picture over and found a word written on the back. In Russian. Meredith. She flushed guiltily before she realized it was Nina, thundering up the stairs like an elephant. Meredith opened the closet door. I'm in here, Nina. Dressed in khaki pants and a matching t-shirt with hiking boots, Nina looked ready to go on a safari. There you are. Look. Meredith grabbed her arm and pulled her into the closet. Is Mom still in the kitchen? Baking enough bread for a third-world country? Yes. Why? Look what I found, Meredith said, holding out the picture. You went snooping? Good girl. I wouldn't have thought you had it in you. Just look. Nina took the photograph and stared down at it for a long time and then turned it over. After a quick glimpse at the word, she turned it over again. Vera and Olga? Meredith's heart actually skipped a beat. You think? I can't tell if they're boys or girls. But this one kinda looks like Mom, don't you think? Honestly? I don't know. What should we do with it? Nina thought about that. Leave it here for now. We'll bring it with us. Sooner or later, we'll ask Mom. She'll know I went through her stuff. No. She'll know I did. I'm a journalist, remember? Snooping is my job description. And I found out from Daisy that Mom was sick when she married Dad. They thought she'd die. Mom? Sick? She never even gets a cold. I know. Weird, huh? Now I'm certain about my plan, Nina said. What plan? I'll tell you at dinner. Mom needs to hear this too. Come on, let's go. Nina waited with obvious impatience while Meredith returned the photograph to its hiding place and hung the coat back up. Together, they went downstairs. Their mother was seated at the kitchen table. On the counter, there were dozens of loaves of bread and several bags from the local Chinese restaurant. Nina carried the Chinese food to the table, positioning the white cartons around the vodka bottle and shot glasses. Can I have wine instead? Meredith said. Sure, Nina said absently, pouring 2 shots instead of 3. You seem buoyant, Mom said. Like a Pekingese when the mailman comes, Meredith added when her sister sat down across from her. I have a surprise, Nina said, lifting her shot glass. Cheers. What is it? Meredith asked. First we talk, Nina said, reaching for the beef with broccoli, serving up a portion on her plate. Let's see. My favorite thing to do is travel. I love passion in all of its guises. And my boyfriend wants me to settle down. Meredith was shocked by that last bit. It was so intimate. To her surprise, she decided to match it. I love to shop for beautiful things. I used to dream of opening a string of Balai Nochi gift stores and... My husband left me. Mom looked up sharply but said nothing. I don't know what's going to happen, Meredith said at last. I think maybe love can just dissolve. No, it does not, her mother said. So how do? You hang on, her mother said. Until your hands are bleeding, and still you do not let go. Is that how you and Dad stayed happy for so long? Nina asked. Mom reached for the chow mein serving spoon. Of course that is what I am speaking of. Your turn, Nina said to Mom. Meredith could have kicked her sister. For once they were actually talking and Nina turned it right back to the game. Mom stared down at her food. My favorite thing to do is cook. I love the feel of a fire on a cold night. And, she paused. Meredith found herself leaning forward. And, I am afraid of many things. She picked up her fork and began to eat. Meredith sat back in amazement. It was impossible to imagine her mother afraid of anything, and yet she'd revealed it, so it must be true. She wanted to ask, "What frightens you?" But she didn't have the courage. "It's time for my surprise," Nina said, smiling. "We're going to Alaska." Meredith frowned. "We who?" "You, me, and Mom." She reached down and produced 3 tickets. On a cruise ship. Meredith was too stunned to say anything. She knew she should argue, say she had to work, that the dogs couldn't be left alone anything, but the truth was that she wanted to go. She wanted to get away from the orchard and the office and the talk she had to have with Jeff. Daisy could run the warehouse. Mom looked up slowly. Her face was pale, her blue eyes seemed to burn through the pallor. "You're taking me to Alaska? Why?" "You said it was your dream," Nina said simply. Meredith could have kissed her. There was such a gentleness in her sister's voice. "And you said it, too, Mir." But, Mom said, shaking her head. "We need this," Nina said. "The 3 of us. We need to be together, and I want Mom to see Alaska." "In exchange for the rest of the story," Mom said. An awkward pause fell over the table. "Yes, we want to hear the whole. We want to hear the whole fairy tale, Mom, but this is separate. I saw your face when you said you'd always dreamed of going to Alaska. You have dreamed of this trip. Let Meredith and me take you." Mom got up and went to the French doors in the dining room. There, she stared out at the winter garden, which was now in full vibrant bloom. "When do we leave?" The next morning, Nina stood at the fence line, with her camera in her hands, watching workers stream onto the property. Women headed toward the shed, where they would pack apples from cold storage for shipment around the world. In a few months, Nina knew, they'd be busy sorting the harvest by quality. All up and down the rows, workers in faded jeans, most with jet-black hair, climbed up and down ladders beneath the branches, carefully hand-wrapping the fledgling apples to protect them from bugs and the elements. She was just about to go back into the house when a dirty blue car pulled in front of the garage and parked. The driver's door opened. All Nina saw was a shock of gray-threaded black hair, and she started to run for him. "Danny," she cried, throwing herself into his arms so hard he stumbled backward and hit the car, but still he held on to her. "You're not an easy woman to track down, Nina Whitson." Smiling, she took him by the hand. "You did okay. Here, let me show you around the place." With an unexpected pride, she showed him around the orchard her father had loved. Now and then she shared memories from her past. Mostly she told him about the story her mother was telling. Finally, she said, "Why are you here?" He smiled down at her. "First things first, love. Where's your bedroom?" "On the 2nd floor. "Damn," he said. "You're going to make me work for it." "I'll make it worth your time." "Promise," she said, kissing his ear. He carried her up the stairs and into her girlhood room. "A cheerleader, eh?" he said, glancing at the dusty red and white pom-pom lying in the corner. "How come I never knew that?" She started unbuttoning his shirt. Her hands were frantic as she undressed him. Anticipation of his touch was an exquisite torture, and when they were both naked and in bed, he began caressing her with an ardor that matched her own. She was on fire for him. There was no other way to put it. And when she came, it was so intense it felt as if she were breaking apart. Afterward, he rolled over onto one elbow and looked down at her. His face was deeply tanned and lined, the creases at his eyes like tiny white knife marks. His hair had taken flight during their lovemaking, turned into dozens of curly black wings. He was smiling, but there was something pinched in it, and the look in his eyes was almost sad. "You asked why I was here. Give a girl a chance to breathe, won't you?" "You're breathing," he said quietly. With those 2 words and the look in his eyes, she knew it all. "Okay," she said, and this time she had to force herself to look at him. "Why are you here?" "I was in Atlanta." From there, this was nothing. "Atlanta," she said, but she knew what was in Atlanta. Every journalist did. CNN. "They've offered me my own show. In-Depth World Stories." He smiled. "I'm tired, Neens. I've been gallivantin' 4 decades now, and my bum leg hurts all the time, and I'm tired of trying to keep up with the 20-year-olds. Mostly though. I'm tired of being alone so much. I wouldn't mind the globetrottin' if I had a place to come home to." "Congratulations," she said woodenly. "Marry me," he said, and the earnestness in his blue eyes made her want to cry. She thought, absurdly, I should have taken more pictures of him. "If I said yes," she said, touching his face, feeling the unfamiliar smoothness of his cheek, "would you forget CNN and stay in Africa with me? Or maybe go to the Middle East or Malaysia? Could I say on Friday, I need good Thai food, and we'd hop on a plane? We've done all that, love. And what would I do in Atlanta? Learn to make the perfect peach pie and welcome you home with a glass of scotch? Come on, Neens. I know who you are. Do you?" Nina felt as if she were falling suddenly. Her stomach ached, her eyes stung. How could she say yes? How could she say yes? How could she say no? She loved this man. Of that she was sure. But the rest of it? Settling down? A house in the city or a place in the suburbs? A permanent address? How could she handle that? The only life she'd ever wanted was the one she now had. She simply couldn't plant roots that was for men like her father and women like her sister, who liked the ground to be level where they stood. And if Danny really loved Nina, he'd know that. "Just come back to Atlanta with me for the weekend. We'll talk to people, see what's available for you. You're a world-famous photojournalist, for fuck's sake. They'd be crawling all over themselves to give you a job. Come on, love, give us a chance. I'm going to Alaska with Mom and Meredith. I'll have you back in time. I swear it. But... The fairy tale. The fairy tale. I have more research to do. I can't just leave the story. Maybe in 2 weeks when we're done. Maybe in 2 weeks when we're done." Danny pulled away from her. "There will always be another story to follow, won't there, Neens? That's not fair. This is my family history, the promise I made to my dad. You can't ask me to give that up." "Is that what I asked?" "You know what I mean. 'Cause I thought I proposed marriage and didn't get an answer. Give me more time." He leaned down and kissed her. This time it was slow and soft and sad. And when he took her in his arms and made love to her again, she learned something new, something she hadn't known before. Sex could mean many things. One of them was goodbye. Meredith hadn't been on a vacation without Jeff and the girls in years. As she packed and repacked her suitcase, she found her enthusiasm for the trip growing by leaps and bounds. She had always wanted to go to Alaska. So why had she never gone? The question, when it occurred to her, made her pause in her packing. She stared down at the open suitcase on her bed, but instead of seeing the neatly folded white sweater, she saw the blank landscape of her own life. By and large, she'd been the one who planned family vacations, and she'd always let someone else choose the destination. Jillian had wanted to see the Grand Canyon, so they'd gone camping in the summer. Maddie had always been the tiki girl, and 2 family vacations in Hawaii had cemented that nickname. And Jeff loved to ski, so they went to Sun Valley every year. But never had they headed north to Alaska. Why was that? Why had Meredith been so ready to bypass her own happiness? She'd thought there would be time to unwind those choices, that if she put her children first for 19 years, she could then shift course and be the one who mattered. As easy as changing lanes while driving. But it hadn't been like that, not for her anyway. She'd lost too much of herself in parenthood to simply go back to who she'd been before. As she looked around her room, there were mementos everywhere, bits and pieces of the life she'd lived, photographs of the family, art projects the girls had made over the years, souvenirs she and Jeff had bought together. There, right by the bed, was a photograph she'd looked at every day of her life and yet not really seen in years. In it, she and Jeff were young kids, really a pair of newlyweds with a bald, bright-eyed little girl cradled between them. Jeff's hair was long and wheat blonde, blown by the wind across his sunburned cheeks. And the smile on his face was breathtaking in its honesty. "She's us," he'd said to Meredith on that day, all those years ago, when they'd held their daughter, Jillian, between them. "The best of us." And suddenly the thought of losing him was more than she could bear. She grabbed her car keys and drove to his office, but once there, when she looked up at him, she realized she was equally afraid of losing herself. "I wanted to remind you that we're leaving tomorrow," she said after what had to be the longest silence in the world. "I know that. You're staying at the house, right? The girls are going to be calling you every day, I think. They're sure you can't live without me. You think they're wrong?" He was close, so close she could have touched him with only the slightest EFF ort. She longed suddenly to do it, but she held back. "Are they? When you come home, we'll talk." What if slipped out of her mouth before she realized even that she was going to speak. "What if what? What if I still don't know what to say?" she finally said. "After 20 years? It went by fast. It's one question, Mir. Are you in love with me? One question. How could the whole of an adult life funnel down to that?" As the silence expanded, he reached for a framed picture on his desk. "This is for you," he said. She looked down at it, feeling the start of tears. It was their wedding picture. He'd kept it on his desk all these years. "You don't want it on your desk anymore? That's not why I'm giving it to you." He touched her cheek with a gentleness that somehow communicated more than 20 years of being together, of knowing each other, of passion and love and the disappointments that came with both, and she knew he'd given her the picture so that she'd remember them. She looked up at him. "I never told you I wanted to go to Alaska. I think there were a lot of things I didn't say." She could tell by the way he was looking at her that he understood, and all at once she was reminded of how well he knew her. He'd been at her side through graduation and childbirth and her father's death. He'd been the primary witness to most of her life. When had she stopped talking to him about her dreams? And why? "I wish you had told me." "Yeah, me too. Words matter, I guess," he said finally. "Maybe your dad knew that all along." Meredith nodded. How was it that her whole life could be distilled down to that simple truth? Words mattered. Her life had been defined by things said and unsaid, and now her marriage was being undermined by silence. "She's not who we thought she was, Jeff. My mom, I mean. Sometimes when she's telling us the story, it's like. I don't know. She melts into this other woman. I'm almost afraid of finding out the truth, but I can't stop. I need to know who she is. Maybe then I'll know who I am." He nodded and came closer. Leaning down, he kissed her cheek. "Safe travels, Mir. I hope you find what you're looking for." 18. It was one of those rare crystal blue days in downtown Seattle when Mount Rainier dominated the city's skyline. The waterfront was empty this early in the season. Soon, though, the souvenir shops and seafood restaurants along the street would be wall-to-wall tourists. But now the city belonged to locals. Meredith stared up at the giant cruise ship docked at Pier 66. Dozens of passengers milled around the terminal and lined up for departure. "You guys ready?" Nina asked, flinging her backpack over one shoulder. "I don't know how you can travel so light," Meredith said, lugging her suitcase behind her as they made their way to the bellmen waiting by the exit doors. They handed off their luggage and headed for the gangplank. As they reached it, Mom stopped suddenly. Meredith almost ran into her. "Mom? Are you okay?" Mom tightened the black, high-collared wool coat around her and stared up at the ship. "Mom?" Meredith said again. Nina touched Mom's shoulder. "You crossed the Atlantic by boat, didn't you?" she said gently. "With your father," Mom said. "I don't remember much of it except this. Boarding. Leaving. You were sick, Meredith said. Mom looked surprised. Yes. Why? Nina asked. What was wrong with you? Not now, Nina. Mom repositioned her purse strap over her shoulder. Well, let us go find our rooms. At the top of the gangplank, a uniformed man looked at their documents and led them to their side-by-side cabins. You have places at the early seating for dinner. Here's your table number. Your luggage will be brought to the cabin. We're serving cocktails on the bow as we pull out of port. Cocktails? Nina said. We're in. Let's go, ladies. I will meet you there, Mom said. I need a moment to get organized. Okay, Nina said, but don't wait too long. We need to celebrate. Meredith followed Nina through the glittering burgundy and blue interior to the jutting rounded bow of the ship. There were hundreds of people on deck, gathered around the swimming pool and along the railing. Black and white uniformed waiters carried bright, umbrella-clad drinks on sparkling silver trays. Over in an area by a food stand, a mariachi band was playing. Meredith leaned against the railing and sipped her drink. Are you ever going to tell me about him? Who? Danny. Oh! He was totally hot, by the way, and he flew all the way out to see you. Why didn't he stick around? Behind them, the ship's horn honked. People all around them clapped and cheered as the giant ship pulled away from the dock. Mom was nowhere to be seen. Big surprise. He wants me to move to Atlanta and settle down. You don't sound very happy about that. Settle down. Me? I don't just love my career, I live for it. And really, marriage isn't my thing. Why can't we just say we'll keep loving each other and travel until we need wheelchairs? Even a month ago, Meredith would have given Nina platitudes, told her that love was the only thing that mattered in life and that Nina was getting to an age where she should start a family, but she had learned a thing or two in the months since Dad's death. Every choice changed the road you were on, and it was too easy to end up going in the wrong direction. Sometimes, settling down was just plain settling. I admire that about you, Neens. You have a passion and you follow it. You don't bend for other people. Is love enough? What if I love him but I can't settle down? What if I never want the white picket fence and a bunch of children running around? It's all about choices, Neens. No one can tell you what's right for you. If you had it to do over again, would you still choose Jeff, even with all that's happened? Meredith had never considered that question, but the answer came effortlessly. Somehow it was easier to admit out here, with nothing but strangers and water around them. I'd marry him again. Nina put an arm around her. Yeah, she said, but you still think you don't know what you want. I hate you, Meredith said. Nina squeezed her shoulder. No, you don't. You love me. Meredith smiled. I guess I do. The hostess led them to a table by a massive window. Through the glass was miles of empty ocean, the waves tipped in light from a fading sun. As they took their seats, Mom smiled at the hostess and thanked her. Meredith was so surprised by the warmth in Mom's smile that she actually paused. For years, she'd taken care of her mother, fitting that chore into all the others on her busy schedule. Because of that, she'd rarely really looked at Mom. She'd moved past and around her on the way to Dad. Even in the past months, when so often it had been just the two of them, there were few moments of honest connection. She'd known her mother as distant and icy, and that was how she'd seen her. But the woman who'd just smiled was someone else entirely. Secrets within secrets. Was that what they'd discover on this trip? That their mother was like one of her precious Russian nesting dolls, and if that were true, would they ever really see the one hidden deep inside? Handing them menus, the hostess said, "Enjoy your meal," and left. When their waiter showed up a few minutes later, none of them had spoken. We all need drinks, Nina said. Vodka. Russian. Your very best. No way, Meredith said. I am not drinking vodka straight shots on my vacation. She smiled at the waiter. I'll have a strawberry daiquiri, please. Nina smiled. Okay. I'll have a straight shot of vodka and a margarita on the rocks. Lots of salt. The vodka and a glass of wine, Mom said. And the AA. Meeting has come to order, Meredith said. Amazingly, Mom smiled. To us, Nina said when the drinks arrived. To Meredith, Nina, and Anya Whitson. Together for maybe the first time. Mom flinched, and Meredith noticed that she didn't look at them, not even when they touched their glasses together. Meredith found herself watching Mom closely. She noticed a tiny frown gather at the edges of her mouth when she looked out at the vast blue sea. Only when night fell did she seem to lose that tension in her face. She followed the conversation, added her 3 new answers to the pot. She drank a second glass of wine, but seemed to grow more agitated than relaxed from the alcohol, and when she finished dessert, she stood up almost immediately. "I am going back to my room," she said. "Will you join me?" Nina was on her feet in an instant, but Meredith was slower to respond. "Are you sure, Mom? Maybe you should rest tonight. Tomorrow is okay for the story." "Thank you," her mother said. "But no. Come." She turned crisply on her heel and walked away. Meredith and Nina had to rush along behind her through the busy passageways. They went into their own room and changed into sweats. Meredith had just finished brushing her teeth when Nina came up alongside her, touching her shoulder. "I'm going to show her the picture and ask who the children are." "I don't think it's a good idea." "That's because you're a nice girl who follows the rules and tries to be polite." She grinned. "I'm the other sister. You can say you knew nothing about it. Will you trust me on this?" "Sure," Meredith finally said. They left their stateroom and went next door. Mom opened the door and led them into her spacious suite. As expected, the cabin was as neat as a pin. No clothes lay about. No personal items were anywhere. The only unexpected find was a pot of tea and 3 cups on the coffee table. Mom poured herself a cup of tea and then went to a club chair positioned in the corner of the room. She sat down and put a blanket over her lap. Meredith sat in the love seat opposite her. "Before you turn out the lights," Nina said, "I have something to show you, Mom." Mom looked up. "Yes." Nina moved closer. In what felt to Meredith like slow motion, Nina pulled the photograph out of her pocket and handed it to Mom. Mom drew in a sharp breath. What little color her face held drained away. "You went through my things? We know the fairy tale takes place in Leningrad and that some of it is real." "Who is Vera, Mom?" Nina asked. "And who are these children?" Mom shook her head. "Do not ask me." "We're your daughters," Meredith said gently, trying to soften the questions her sister had asked. "We just want to know you." "It was what Dad wanted, too," Nina said. Mom stared down at the photograph, which vibrated in her shaking hand. The room went so still they could hear the waves hitting the boat far below. "You are right. This is no fairy tale. But if you want to hear the rest of it, you will allow me to tell the story in the only way I can." "But who?" "No questions, Nina. Just listen." Mom might have looked pale and tired, but her voice was pure steel. Nina sat down by Meredith, holding her hand. Okay then." Mom leaned back in the seat. Her finger moved over the photo, feeling its slick surface. For once, the lights were on as she started to speak. Vera fell in love with Sasha on that day in the summer garden, and for her, this is a decision that will never change. Even though her mother disagrees, is afraid of Sasha's love of poetry, Vera is young and passionately in love with her husband, and when their first child is born, it seems like a miracle. Anastasia, they name her, and she is the light of Vera's life. When Leo is born the next year, Vera cannot imagine that it is possible to be happier, even though it is a bad time in the Soviet Union. The world knows this. They know of Stalin's evil. People are disappearing and dying. No one knows this better than Vera and Olga, who still cannot safely say their father's name. But in June of 1941, it is impossible to worry, or so it seems to Vera as she kneels in the rich black earth and tends her garden. Here, on the outskirts of the city, she and Sasha have a small plot of land where they grow vegetables to carry them through the long white Leningrad winter. Vera still works in the library, while Sasha studies at university, learning only what Stalin allows. They become good Soviets, or at least quiet ones, for the black vans are everywhere these days. Sasha is only a year away from finishing his degree, and he hopes to find a teaching position at one of the universities. Mama, look. Leo calls out to her, holding up a tiny orange carrot, more root still than vegetable. Vera knows she should chastise him, but his smile is so infectious that she is lost. At 4, he has his father's golden curls and easy laugh. Put the carrot back, Leo. It still needs time to grow. I told him not to pull it up, says 5-year-old Anya, who is as serious as her brother is joyous. And you were right, Vera says, struggling not to smile. Though she is only 22 years old, the children have turned her into an adult. It is only when she and Sasha are alone that they are really still young. When Vera finishes with her garden, she gathers up her children, takes one in each hand, and begins the long walk back to their apartment. It is late afternoon by the time they return to Leningrad, and the streets are crowded with people running and shouting. At first, Vera thinks it is just the Belai Nochi that has energized everyone, but as she reaches the Fontanka Bridge, she begins to hear snippets of conversation, the start of a dozen arguments, a buzz of anxiety. She hears a squawking sound coming through a speaker and the word attention thrown like a knife into wood. Clutching her children's hands, she wades into the crowd just as the announcement begins. Citizens of the Soviet Union. Citizens of the Soviet Union. At 4 a.m. Without declaration of war. Without declaration of war. German troops have attacked our country. German troops have attacked our country. The announcement goes on, telling them to be good Soviets, to enlist in the Red Army, to resist the enemy, but Vera cannot listen to any more. All she can think is that she must get home. The children are crying long before Vera gets back to the apartment near the Moika embankment. She hardly hears them. Though she is a mother, holding her own baby's hands, she is a daughter, too, and a wife, and it is her mother and husband whom she wants to see now. She takes her children up the dirty staircase, down hallways that are frighteningly quiet. In their own apartment, no lights are on, so it takes her eyes a moment to adjust. Mama and Olga, still dressed in their work clothes, are at one of the windows, taping newsprint over the glass. At Vera's return, her mother stumbles back from the window she's been covering, saying, "Thank God," and takes Vera in her arms. "We have things to do quickly," Mama says, and Olga finishes the window and comes over. Vera can see that Olga has been crying, her freckled cheeks are tracked in tears, and her strawberry blonde hair is a mess. Olga has a nervous habit of pulling at her own hair when she is afraid. "Vera," Mama says briskly, "you take Olga and go to the store. Buy whatever you can that will last. Buckwheat, honey, sugar, lard. Anything. I will run to the bank and get out all our money." Then she kneels in front of Leo and Anya. "You will stay here alone and wait for us to return." Anya immediately whines. "I want to go with you, Baba." Mama touches Anya's cheek. Things are different now, even for children. She gets to her feet and grabs her purse from the other room, checking to make sure that her blue passbook is there. The three of them leave the apartment, closing the door behind them, hearing the lock click into place. From the other side, there is crying almost immediately. Vera looks at her mother. "I cannot just leave them here locked in. From now on, you will do many unimaginable things," her mother says tiredly. "Now let us go before it is too late." Outside, the sky is a beautiful cloudless blue, and the lilacs that grow beneath the first-floor windows scent the air. It seems impossible that war hangs over Leningrad on a day like this. It seems impossible that war hangs over Leningrad on a day like this. Until they turn the corner and come to the bank, where people are jammed together in a crowd at the closed door, waving their passbooks in the air and screaming. Women are crying. "We are too late already," Mama says. "What is happening?" Olga asks, pulling nervously at her hair again, looking around. Beside her, an elderly woman makes a moaning sound and thumps to the ground in a heap. In seconds, she is lost amid the crowd. The banks are closed for now. Too many people tried to take out their money. Mama chews on her lower lip until blood appears and then leads them down to the grocer's. Here, people are leaving with whatever they can carry. The shelves are practically empty. Already prices are doubling and tripling. Vera has trouble making sense of this. War has just been announced, and yet the supplies are gone already and the people around her look dazed and desperate. We have been here before, Mama says simply. In the store, they have only enough money for buckwheat, flour, dried lentils, and lard. Carrying their meager supplies back through the crowded streets, they make it to the apartment at just past 6. Vera can hear her children crying and it breaks her heart. She opens the door and scoops them up. Leo throws his arms around her neck and hangs on, saying, "I missed you, Mama." Vera thinks then that she will never again follow her mother's advice about this one thing. She will never leave her children alone. "Where's your papa?" she asks Anya, who shrugs her small shoulders. "He should have been home by now." "I'm sure he's fine," her mother says. It will be difficult to get through the streets. Worry gnaws at Vera, though, sharpening its bite with every passing minute. Finally, at 8 o'clock, he comes into the apartment. The side of his face is dirty and his hair is damp with sweat. "Verushka," he says, pulling her into his arms, holding her so tightly she cannot breathe. The trolleys were full. "I ran all the way here. Are you okay?" "Now we are," she says. And she believes it. That night, while her grandmother snores in the hot darkness, Vera sits up in her bed. The big crisscross of tape and newsprint on the windows lets only the merest light through. Beyond it, the city is strangely, eerily silent. It is as if Leningrad itself has drawn in a sharp breath and is afraid to exhale. In this shadowy darkness, their apartment seems even smaller and more jumbled. With 3 narrow beds in the living area and the children's cots in the kitchen, there is barely room to walk in here anymore. Even at mealtimes, they cannot all be together. There isn't enough room at the table or chairs to go around it. Not far away, Mama and Olga are awake, too, sitting up in their bed. Beside Vera, Sasha is as silent as she's ever seen him. "I don't know what we're supposed to do," Olga says. At 19, she should be thinking of love and romance and her future, not war. Maybe the Germans will save us. Comrade Stalin. "Shh," Mama says sharply, glancing over at her sleeping mother. Some things can never be said aloud. Olga should know this by now. "Tomorrow we will go to work," Mama says. "And the next day we do the same, and the next day after that. Now we must go to sleep. Here, Olga, roll over. I will hold you." Vera hears the squeaking of the tired bed as they settle down to sleep. She stretches out beside her husband, tries to feel safe in his arms. There is too little light to see his face clearly. He is just gray and black patches, but his breathing is steady and sure, and the sound of it, in rhythm to the beating of her heart, calms her down. She touches his cheek, feels the soft stubble of new growth, as familiar to her now as the wedding band she wears. She leans forward to kiss him, and for a moment, when his lips are on hers, there is nothing else. But then he draws back and says, "You will have to be strong, Verushka." "We will be strong," she says, holding him in her arms. 2 nights later, they are awakened by gunfire. Vera launches out of bed, her heart pounding. She falls over her mother's bed as she tries to get to her children. Gunfire rattles the thin windows, and she can hear footsteps in the hallway and people screaming. "Hurry," Sasha says, sounding surprisingly calm. He herds them all together while Mama takes as much food as she can carry. It is not until they are outside in the street, huddled with the crowd of their neighbors beneath a pale blue sky, that they understand. These are Russian anti-aircraft guns, practicing for what is to come. There are no shelters on their street. It is Mama who organizes the people in her building. Tomorrow they will go to the storage area in the basement and make a shelter. Finally, amid the sound of gunfire and the preternatural silence between bursts, Sasha looks down at Vera. Leo is asleep in his arms. The boy can sleep through anything, and Anya is beside him, worriedly sucking her thumb and caressing the end of her blanket. It is a baby habit that was long gone before the start of the war and is now back. "You know I have to go," Sasha says to Vera. She shakes her head, thinking suddenly that this gunfire means nothing. The look on her husband's face is infinitely more frightening. I am a university student and poet, he says. And you are the daughter of a criminal of the state. You haven't published any of your poetry. I am suspect, Vera, and you know this. So are you. You cannot go. I won't let you. It is done, Vera, is what he says. I joined the People's Volunteer Army. Mama is beside her then, clutching her arm. Of course you are going, Sasha, she says evenly, and Vera hears the warning in her mother's tone. Always it is about appearances. Even now, as the gunfire explodes all around them, a black van prowls in the street. It is the right thing to do, Sasha says. We are the Soviet army. The best in the world. We will kick the Germans' asses in no time, and I will be home. Vera feels little Anya beside her, holding her hand, listening to every word, and so, too, their neighbors and even strangers. She knows what she is supposed to feel and to say, but doesn't know if she has the strength for it. Her father had once said to her much the same thing. Do not worry, Veronica Petrovna, I will always be here for you. Promise you'll come back to me, she says. I promise, he says easily. But Vera knows, there are some promises that are pointless to ask for and useless to receive. When she turns to her mother, this truth passes between them, and Vera understands her own childhood. She will have to be strong for her children. She looks up at her husband. It is a promise I will hold you to, Alexander Ivanovich. In the morning, she wakens early. In the quiet darkness, she finds her one photograph of them, taken on the day of their wedding. She looks down at their bright and smiling faces. Tears blur the image as she takes it out of the frame and folds it in half and then in half again. She tucks it in the pocket of his coat. She hears footsteps behind her, feels his hands on her shoulders. I love you, Veruska, he says softly, kissing the side of her face. She is glad he is behind her. She is not sure she has the strength to look him in the eyes when she says, I love you, too, Sasha. Come back to me. In no time at all, he is gone. 19. Vera and Olga are lucky in their jobs. Olga works in the Hermitage Museum and Vera in the Leningrad Public Library. Now both of them spend their days in dark, quiet rooms, creating up masterpieces of art and literature so that the history of the Soviet state will never be lost. When work is over for the day, Vera walks home by herself. Sometimes she goes out of her way to see the summer garden and remember the day she met Sasha, but it is getting harder and harder to recall. Already the face of Leningrad is changing. The Bronze Horseman is covered in sandbags and wooden planks. Camouflage nets hang over the Smolny. Gray paint has been splashed over the golden spires of the Admiralty. Everywhere she looks, people are busy building air raid shelters, standing in line for food, digging trenches. The skies overhead are still blue and cloudless, and no bombs have dropped on them yet, but it is coming and they know it. Every day the speakers blare out reports of the advancements of the German troops. No one believes that the Germans will reach Leningrad, not their magical city built on mud and bones, but bombs will fall here. They have no doubt about that. On her way home, Vera stops by the bank and withdraws the 200 rubles she is allowed for the month, and when she has her money, she stands in line for 3 loaves of bread and a tin of cheese. Today she is lucky. There is food at the end of her long wait. Sometimes she gets to the front of the line only to see it close. When she finally gets home at 8 o'clock, she finds Anya and Leo playing war in the living room, jumping from bed to bed, making shooting sounds at each other. Mama, Leo cries when he sees her. His face breaks into a gummy grin and he runs toward her, throwing himself in her arms. Anya is close on his heels, but she doesn't hug Vera so tightly. Anya is aggrieved by this business of war and she wants everyone to know it. She does not like spending her days in nursery school and not coming home until 6 o'clock and then with smelly misses. New Sky from next door. How are my babies? Vera asks, pulling Anya into her arms anyway. What did you two do in school today? I am too old for baby school, Anya informs her, scrunching her face in concentration. Vera pats her daughter's head and goes into the kitchen. She is at the stove putting water on to boil when Olga comes into the apartment. Have you heard? She says breathlessly. Vera turns around. What is it? Olga glances nervously at Anya and Leo, who are playing with sticks. The children of Leningrad, she says, lowering her voice. They're being evacuated. On the morning of the evacuation, Vera wakens feeling sick. She cannot do it, cannot put her babies on a train bound for somewhere far away, and then just go on with her life. She lies in bed, alone, as private a time as exists in this crowded apartment, staring up at the rust-stained, watermarked ceiling. She can hear her mother turning restlessly and Olga snoring quietly in the bed only 2 feet away. Vera, Mama says. Vera turns onto her side. Mama is looking at her. They are close, in their side-by-side beds, almost close enough to touch. A threadbare blanket falls from Mama's shoulder when Olga rolls over. You cannot think it, she says, and Vera wonders if one day she will know what her children are thinking before they do. How can I not? Vera says. All her life she has understood what it is to be a good Soviet, how to follow the rules and keep one's head down and make no move that draws attention. But this. How can she blindly do this thing? Comrade Stalin has eyes everywhere. He is surely watching the Germans, and he knows where our children can go so that they will be safe. And all workers' children must go. That is all there is. What if I don't see them again? Mama peels back the cover and gets out of bed, crossing the tiny space between them. She gets into bed, takes Sasha's side, and pulls Vera into her arms, stroking her black hair as she used to when Vera was young. We women make choices for others, not for ourselves, and when we are mothers, we women make choices for others, not for ourselves, and when we are mothers, we bear what we must for our children. You will protect them. It will hurt you. It will hurt them. Your job is to hide that your heart is breaking and do what they need you to do. Sasha told me I would have to be strong. Mama nods. I don't think men understand, though. Even your Sasha. They march off with their guns and their ideas, and they think they know courage. You're talking about Papa now. Maybe I am. They lay for a while longer without talking. For the first time in a long time, she is thinking about her father. As much as it hurts, it is better than dwelling on what is to come. She closes her eyes, and in the darkness, she is on the street in front of their old apartment, watching her papa leave. Her fingers are freezing beneath her woolen gloves, and her toes tingle with the cold. I want to come to the cafe with you, she pleads, tilting her face up to him. A light snow is falling around them. Flakes land on her bare cheeks. He smiles down at her, his big black mustache beetling above his lip. This is no place for a girl, you know this, Veruska. But you'll be reading your poetry. And Anna Akhmatova will be there. She is a woman. Yes, he says, trying to look stern. A woman. You're still a girl. One day, he says, pressing a gloved hand to her shoulder, you will write your beautiful words. By then they will be teaching literature again in our schools instead of this terrible Soviet realism that is Stalin's idea of progress. Be patient. Wave to me when I'm across the street, and then go inside. She stands there in the snow, watching him go. Tiny kisses of white fire land on her cheeks, almost immediately turning to spots of water that slide downward, slipping like cold fingers beneath her collar. Soon he is only a blur, a smear of gray wool moving in all that white. She thinks perhaps he has stopped to wave to her, but she cannot be sure. Instead, she sees how night falls on the snow, how it changes the color and textures, and she tries to place this in her memory so that she can describe it in her journal. Do you remember when I used to dream of being a writer? Vera says quietly now. It is a long time before her mother says, even more softly, I remember all of it. Maybe someday. Shh, her mother says, stroking her hair. It will only hurt more. This I know. Vera hears the disappointment in Mama's voice and the acceptance. Vera wonders if one day she will sound like that, too, if it will seem easier to give up. Before she can think of what to say, she hears Leo in the kitchen. No doubt he is talking to the stuffed rabbit that is his best friend. Vera thinks, it has begun. She feels her mother's kiss, hears words whispered at her ear, but she cannot understand them. The roar in her head is too loud. She eases out from the bed and sits up. Although this morning is warm, as was the night before, she is dressed in a skirt and a sweater. A battered pair of shoes waits at the end of the bed. They are all sleeping in their clothes now. An air raid can come at any time. The sound of movements overtake the small apartment. Olga whines that she is still sleepy and her arms ache from loading art into boxes. Her grandmother blows her nose. Anya informs everyone that she is hungry. It is all so ordinary. Vera swallows the lump that has formed in her throat, but it will not go away. In the kitchen, she sees Leo, the spitting image of his father, with angelic golden curls and expressive green eyes. Leo, her lion. He is laughing now, telling his poor one-eyed, tattered rabbit that maybe they will get to feed the swans in the summer garden today. It is war, Anya says, looking impossibly superior for a 5-year-old. Her lisp turns the sentence into something softer, but all of Anya's fire is in her eyes. She is pure steel, this girl, exactly how Vera once imagined herself to be. Actually, Vera says, "We are going on a walk." She feels physically ill when she says it, but her mother comes up behind her. With a touch, Vera can go on. She crosses the room and picks up their coats. Last night, Vera stayed up late, sewing money and letters into the lining of her baby's coats. Leo is on his feet in an instant, gleefully clapping his hands, saying, "Walk," over and over. Even Anya is smiling. It has only been 5 days since the announcement of war, but in those days their old life has disappeared. Breakfast passes like a funeral procession, in quiet glances and lowered gazes. No one except Mama can look at Vera. At the end of the meal, her grandmother rises. When she looks at Vera, her eyes fill with tears and she turns away. "Come, Zoya," her grandmother says in a harsh voice. It does not look good to be late. Vera can see that her mother's lip is bleeding from where she has bitten it. She goes to her grandchildren and kneels down, taking them in her arms and holding them. "Don't cry, Baba," Leo says. "You can walk with us tomorrow." Across the room, Olga bursts into tears and tries immediately to control herself. "I am going now, Mama." Mama lets go slowly and gets back to her feet. "Be good," is the last thing she says to her grandchildren. She hands Vera 100 rubles. "It is all we have left." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Vera nods and hugs her mother one last time. Then she straightens. "Let's go, children." It is a beautiful sunny day. The 6 of them walk together for as long as they can. Mama and Baba leave first, turning toward the bodega of food warehouses where they both work. Olga leaves next. She hugs her niece and nephew fiercely and tries to hide her tears, and she runs toward her trolley stop. Now it is just Vera and her children, walking down the busy street. All around her, trenches are being dug, shelters are being built. They stop in the summer garden, but the swans are gone from the pond and the statues are sandbagged. There are no children playing here today, no bicycle rings bleeding out. Smiling too brightly, Vera takes her children by the hands and leads them to a part of the city where they have never been. Inside the building that they enter there is pandemonium. Queues snake through the hall in every direction, flowing away from desks overrun with paperwork, manned by party members in drab clothing with dour, disappointed faces. Vera knows they should go directly into the first processing queue and wait their turn, but suddenly she is not as strong as she needs to be. Taking a deep breath, she takes her children to a corner. It is not quiet here. The sounds of people are everywhere, footsteps, crying, sneezing, begging. The whole place smells of body odor and onions and cured meat. Vera kneels down. Anya is frowning. "It smells in here, Mama." "Comrade Floppy doesn't like this place," Leo says, hugging his bunny. "Do you remember when Papa went off to join the People's Volunteer Army? He told us we would all have to be strong." "I'm strong," Leo says, showing off a pudgy pink fist. "Yes," Anya says. She is suspicious now. Vera sees that her daughter is looking at the coats in Vera's arms and the suitcase she has brought from home. Vera takes the heavy red woolen coat and puts it on Anya, buttoning it up to her throat. It is too hot for this, Mama, Anya whines, wiggling. You're going on a trip, Vera says evenly. Not for long. Just a week or two. And you might need your coat. And here. And here. Here in the suitcase I have packed a few more clothes and some food. Just in case. You are not wearing a coat, Anya says, frowning. I have to work and stay at home, but you will be home before you know it and I'll be waiting for you. When you get back. No, Anya says firmly. I don't want to go without you. I don't want to, Leo wails. We have no choice. You understand what this means? War is coming, and our great comrade Stalin wants you children to be safe. You're going to take a short train ride south until our Red Army triumphs. Then you will come home to Papa and me. Leo is crying now. You want us to go? Anya asks, her blue eyes filling with tears. No, Vera thinks, even as she nods. I need you to take care of your brother, she says. You are so strong and smart. You will stay with him always and never wander off. Okay. Can you be strong for me? Yes, Mama, Anya says. For the next 5 hours, they stand in one queue after another. The children are processed and sorted and sent to other lines. By the end of the afternoon, the evacuation center is literally overrun with children and their mothers, but the place is strangely quiet. The children sit as they are told, their faces shiny with sweat in the coats they shouldn't need, their legs swinging in front of them. None of the mothers look at each other. It hurts too much to see your own pain reflected in another woman's eyes. And finally the train arrives. Metal wheels scream. Smoke billows into the air. At first the crowd just sits there. No one wants to move, but when the whistle pierces the silence, they run like a herd, mothers bustling past each other, elbowing hard, trying to get their babies seats on the train that will save them. Vera pushes her way to the front of the queue. The train seems alive beside her, breathing smoke, clanging. Party members patrol the area like sharks, forcing mothers to part with their children. Leo is sobbing, clutching Vera. Anya is crying too, but in a silent way that is somehow worse. Take care of each other and stay together. Do not give your food to anyone else. There is money sewn into your pockets if you need it, and my name and address too. She pins little name tags on their lapels. Where are we going? Anya asks. She is trying to be grown up. It is heartbreaking in one so young. At 5, she should be playing with dolls, not standing in lines to leave her home. To the country, a summer park near the Luga River. You will be safe there, Anya. And in no time, I will come for you. Vera plays with the tag pinned to Anya's lapel, as if touching the little piece of identification will help. Get on board, a comrade yells out. Now, the train is leaving. Vera hugs her daughter, and then her son, and then she straightens slowly, feeling as if her bones are breaking as she does it. Other people are handling her babies now, grabbing them, handing them to other people. They are crying and waving. Anya is holding Leo's hand. She shows her mama how tightly she is holding on, how strong she is being. And then they are gone. At first Vera cannot make herself move. People push her out of the way, muttering desperate, feral curses. Do they not see that she is paralyzed, that she cannot move? Finally someone pushes hard enough that she falls to her knees. She can feel children being handed off over her head, passed from one to another of the adults. Vera climbs slowly to her feet, noticing dully that her stockings have ripped at the knees. She moves aside, searching the train's windows, starting to run from car to car until she realizes that her children are too little to be seen. So little. Has she told them everything? Keep your coat. Winter comes on fast, even though they say you'll be back in a week. Never be apart from each other. Brush your teeth. Eat your food. All of it. And get to the front of the line at every meal. Watch out for each other. I love you. At that, Vera stumbles, almost falls. She didn't tell them she loved them. She'd been afraid it would make them all cry harder, so she'd withheld the precious words, the only ones that really mattered. She makes a sound. The pain of it comes from someplace deep, deep inside, and it just erupts. Screaming, she shoves her way back into the crowd of people, elbows her way past women who stare at her with blank, desperate eyes. She fights her way to the train. "I am a non-essential worker," she says to the woman at the head of the line, who looks too tired to care. "Paperwork?" "I have dropped it in that mess," she says, indicating the crowd. The lie tastes bitter on her tongue and makes her sick to her stomach. It is the kind of thing that draws attention, and nothing not even worries as frightening as the attention of the secret police. She draws herself upright. The workers are not controlling the evacuation. It's not efficient. Perhaps I should report this to someone. The criticism works. The tired woman straightens, nods briskly. "Yes, comrade. You're right. I will be more careful." Good. Vera's heart is pounding in her chest as she walks past her into the train. At every step she is certain that someone will come for her, yell, "Fraud," and haul her away. But no one comes, and finally she slows down, seeing the sea of children's faces around her. They are packed like sardines in the gray seats, bundled in coats and hats on this sunny summer's day, proof that no one believes they'll be home in 2 weeks, although no one would dare say it. Their faces are round and sheened with tears or sweat. They are quiet. So quiet. No talking or laughing or playing. They just sit there, looking broken and numb. There are a few women around. Evacuation workers, nursery school teachers, and probably some like Vera, who could neither let their children go nor defy an order of the state. She does not want to think about what she has done or what it will mean to her family. They desperately need the money she earns at the library. The train seems to waken beneath her. The whistle blows and she can feel it start to move. Barely touching the seats, unable to make eye contact with the children around her, she keeps going, from one car to another. "Mama!" She hears Anya's voice spike above the rattling wheeze of the train. Vera claws her way forward to the small seat where her children sit huddled together, their heads too low to allow them to peer out the window. She slides into the seat, pulling them both onto her lap and smothering them with kisses. Leo's round face, wet with sweat and tears, is already dirty, although she cannot imagine how he made that happen. His eyes are damp with tears, but he doesn't cry this time, and Vera wonders if her goodbye did something to him, if now he is less innocent or not quite so young. "You said we had to go." Vera's throat feels so tight it is all she can do to nod. "I held his hand, Mama," Anya says solemnly. "Every minute." Like all good Soviets, Vera does not allow herself to question the government. If Comrade Stalin wants to protect the children by taking them south, she puts them on the train. Her great act of defiance, going with them, seems like a small thing, and the farther she gets from Leningrad, the smaller it seems. She will see that they are safe at their destination, and when she knows that all is well, she will return to her job at the library. If she is lucky, it won't take more than a day or two. She will explain to her boss, Comrade Plotkin, that it was her patriotic duty to accompany the children on this state-mandated evacuation. Words matter here in the Soviet Union. Words like patriotic, efficient, essential. No one wants to question the wrong thing. If Vera can act certain and fearless, perhaps she will be okay. If only Mama will not worry too much. Or Olga. "Mama, I'm hungry," Leo says grumpily. He is curled into her lap like a tiny fiddlehead fern, his stuffed gray bunny clutched in his arms. He is sucking his thumb and stroking the soft pink satin inside the rabbit's floppy ear. They have been on the train only a few hours and no one has said a thing about meals or stopping or when they will arrive at their destination. "Soon, my little lion," Vera says, patting his padded shoulder. She can see the way the children on the train are coming out of their numbness, growing restless. A few whine, someone starts to cry. Vera is about to reach down for the small bag of raisins she has brought with her when the train's whistle shrieks. It doesn't stop this time, doesn't blast once as if at a crossing and then go still. Instead, the sound goes on, like a woman's scream. The brakes lock, make a grinding noise, and the train shudders in response, starts to slow. Gunfire erupts all around them. There is the whine of an airplane engine and the explosions start. Vera looks outside, sees fire everywhere. Panic breaks out in the train. Everyone is screaming and running to the windows. A woman in a party shirt and wrinkled blue wool pants makes her way through the car, saying, "Everyone off of the train. Go to the barn behind us. Now." Vera grabs her children and runs. It occurs to her later, when she is at the front of the line, that she is an adult, that she should have helped the unaccompanied children, but she is not thinking straight. The airplanes keep flying overhead, the bombs drop and fires start. Outside, all is smoke and screaming. She can hardly see anything but destruction, burning buildings, black and smoldering holes in the ground, ruined houses. The Germans are here, pushing forward with their tanks and their guns and their bombs. Vera sees a man coming toward her. He is wearing an army uniform. "Where are we?" "About 40 kilometers south of the Luga River," he yells as he runs past her. She pulls her children in closer. They are crying now, their faces streaked with black. They run with the crowd to a giant barn and cram together inside. It is hot in here, and it smells of fear and fire and sweat. They can hear the airplanes overhead and feel the bombs that shake the ground. "They took us right to the Germans," some woman says bitterly. "Sure," comes at once from dozens of others, but it cannot be unsaid. The truth of it sticks in Vera's mind like a shred of metal and cannot be dislodged. All of these people, children, mostly waiting for a night that won't fall, for protection that may not come at all. How can you trust a leader who sends his country's children directly into the enemy? Thank God she is with them. What if they had been alone? She knows she will think this later, and for a long time, she will probably weep with relief. But later. Now she must act. "We need to leave this barn," she says, quietly at first, but when another bomb hits close enough to rattle the rafters and send dust raining down on them, she says it again, louder, "We need to leave this barn. If a bomb hits us." "Citizen," someone says, "the party wants us here." Yes, but. Our children." She does not say what is on her mind. She cannot. But many know anyway. She can see it in their eyes. "I am taking my children out of here. I will take anyone who wants to go." There is grumbling around her. She is hardly surprised. Her country is a place of great fear these days, and no one knows which is more likely to kill you, the Germans or the secret police. She tightens her hold on her children's hands and begins to move slowly through the crowd. Even the children ease sideways to let her pass. The eyes that meet hers are distrustful and afraid. "I will come with you," one woman says. She is old and wrinkled, her gray hair hidden beneath a dirty kerchief. For children stand clustered around her, dressed for winter, their pale faces streaked with ash. They are the only ones. Vera and the woman and their 6 children make their way out of the barn, past all the silent children. Outside, the countryside is gray with smoke. "We might as well start walking," the woman says. "How far are we from Leningrad?" Vera asks, wondering if she has done the right thing. She feels exposed now, vulnerable to the airplanes flying overhead. To her left, a bomb falls and a building explodes. "About 90 kilometers, the woman says. "It will do us no good to talk." Vera hefts Leo into her arms and holds onto Anya. She knows that she will not be able to carry her son for long, but she wants to start out that way. Just in case. She can feel his strong, steady heartbeat against her own. In the years to come, she will forget the hardships of that journey, how her children's feet blistered until they bled, how their food ran out, how they slept in hay barns like criminals, listening all night for air raids and falling bombs, how they woke in a panic, thinking they'd been shot, feeling blindly for wounds that were not there. Instead, she will remember the lorry drivers who picked them up and the people who stopped to give them bread and ask them what they'd seen down south. She will remember how she told them what she hadn't known before, that war is about fire and fear and bodies lying in ditches by the side of the road. By the time she gets home and stumbles into her mother's welcoming arms, she is battered and tired and bloody. Her shoes have worn through in places, and the pain in her feet will not ease, even in a pail of hot water. But none of this matters. Not now. What matters is Leningrad, her wonderful white city. The Germans are moving toward her home. Hitler has vowed to wipe this city off the map. Vera knows what she must do. Tomorrow, very early in the morning, she will get out of her narrow bed and dress in layers. She will pack all the sausage and dried fruit she can carry, and like thousands of other women her age, she will go south again to protect all that she loves. It is every citizen's job. We have to stop them at Luga, she says to her mother, whose face crumples in understanding. They need workers there. Mama does not ask why or how or why you. All of those answers are clear. It is only the first full week of war, and already Leningrad is becoming a city of women. Every man between 14 and 60 has gone to fight. Now the girls are going off to war, too. I will take care of the children, is all her mother says, but Vera can hear you come back to us as clearly as if it had been spoken aloud. I won't be gone long, Vera promises. The library will call me patriotic. All will be fine. Mama only nods. They both know it is a fiction, this promise of Vera's, but they say nothing. Both of them want to believe. 20. I think that is enough for tonight, Mom said. Meredith was the first to stand. Moving almost cautiously, she crossed the small, carpeted space and stood beside Mom. You don't look as tired tonight. Acceptance, Mom said, staring down at her own hands. The unexpected answer brought Nina to her feet. She moved in beside her sister. What do you mean by that? You are right, Nina. Your father made me promise to tell you this story. I did not want to. And fighting a thing tires you out. Is that why you went so? Is that why you went so crazy after Dad died? Meredith asked. Because you were ignoring his wishes? That is perhaps one of the reasons, her mother said, giving a little shrug, as if to say that reasons didn't matter much. Nina and Meredith stood there a moment longer, but whatever slim strand of intimacy had been created tonight was gone now. Again, Mom would barely make eye contact with them. Okay, Meredith finally said. We'll come get you in the morning for breakfast. I do not want. We do, Nina said in a voice that silenced her mother's protest. Tomorrow the three of us are going to be together. You can discuss it or argue or yell at me, but you know that I won't change my mind and in the end I'll get my way. She's right, Meredith said, smiling. She's a bitch when she doesn't get her way. How would we know? Mom said. Was that a joke? Nina said, grinning. It was like seeing the sun for the first time or riding your first two-wheeler. The whole world suddenly brightened. Go away, Mom said, but Nina could tell that she was trying not to smile with them, and just that little change gave Nina wings. Come on, big sis, she said, slinging an arm around Meredith. They left Mom's stateroom for their own room. Their long, narrow room was surprisingly spacious. There was a small sitting area love seat that could be made into a beta coffee table, a television, and 2 twin beds. A pair of sliding doors led to their private veranda. Nina turned on the television, which showed the ship's progress on a nautical map. There was no cell phone or internet service out here in the waters off British Columbia, and no television programming. If they wanted to watch a movie, they needed to borrow one from the ship's library. Dibs on the bathroom, Meredith said as soon as they closed the door behind them, and Nina couldn't help laughing. It was a sentence straight from their youth. Meredith is on my side, Dad, tell her to scoot over. Nina broke my rock, sock, robot on purpose. Don't make me stop this car, you two. Nina couldn't help smiling at that last one. When Meredith came out of the bathroom, looking squeaky clean and ready for bed in her pink flannel pajamas, Nina took her turn and got ready for bed. For the first time in years, she and her sister ended up in side-by-side twin beds. You're smiling, Meredith said. I was just thinking about our camping trips. Don't make me stop this car, Meredith said, and they both laughed. For a magical moment, the years fell away and they were kids again, fighting over an inch of space in the back seat of a bright red Cadillac convertible, with John Denver singing about being high in the mountains. Mom never joined in, Meredith said, her smile fading. How did she stay so quiet? I always thought it was because she didn't give a shit, but now I wonder. Dad was right. The fairy tale is changing everything. Nina nodded and leaned back. The picture, she said after a moment. It's Anya and Leo, right? Probably. Nina turned to look at her sister. The question that had been beside them all night, gathering weight and mass, was close now, impossible to ignore. If Mom really is Vera, she said slowly, what happened to her children? Nina had been all over the world, but rarely had she seen scenery to rival the magnificence of the Inside Passage. The water was a deep, mysterious blue, and there were islands everywhere of forested hillocks of land that looked exactly as they had 200 years ago. Behind it all were rugged, snow-draped mountains. She had come out early this morning and been rewarded with breathtaking shots of dawn breaking across the water. She caught an orca breaching off the bow of the ship, its giant black and white body a stark contrast to the bronzed early morning sky. She finally stopped shooting at about 7:30. By then her hands were frozen and her teeth were chattering so hard it was difficult to keep the camera steady. Would you like some hot chocolate, ma'am? Nina turned away from the railing and the exquisite view, and found a fresh-faced young deck steward holding a tray of cups and a thermos of hot chocolate. It sounded so good she didn't even mind that the girl had called her ma'am. That would be great. Thanks. The steward smiled. There are blankets on the deck chairs, too. Does it ever get warm up here? Nina asked, wrapping her cold fingers around the warm cup. Maybe in August. The girl smiled. It's beautiful in Alaska, but the climate isn't too friendly. Nina thanked the steward and went over to one of the wooden deck chairs. She scooped up a heavy, plaid woolen blanket, swung it around her shoulders, and went back to the railing. There, she stared out at the sparkling blue water. A trio of dolphins swam alongside the ship, jumping and diving in perfect synchronicity. That's a sign of good luck, Meredith said, coming up beside her. Nina opened one arm, let Meredith snuggle under the blanket beside her. It's cold as hell out here. But beautiful. Up ahead, a lone lighthouse stood at the rugged green end of an island. You were restless last night, Meredith said, reaching for Nina's hot chocolate. How do you know? I'm an insomniac lately. It's one of the many prizes you find in the Cracker Jack box of a crumbling marriage. I'm always exhausted and I never sleep. So why were you tossing and turning? We're 3 days away from Juneau. And? I found him. Meredith turned to her. The blanket slipped out of Nina's fingers and slid downward. What do you mean, you found him? The professor of Russian studies. Dr. Adamovich. He's in a nursing home on Franklin Street in Juneau. I had my editor track him down. So that's why we're on this cruise. I should have guessed. Did you speak to him? No. Meredith bit down on her lip and looked out at the water. What are we supposed to do? Can we just show up at his door? I didn't really think it through. I know. Big surprise. I just got so amped when I found him. I know he'll have answers for us. He wrote to her. Not us. I don't think we can tell her. She's fragile, Neens. Dad was right about that. I know. That's why I wasn't sleeping. We can't tell her we've been researching her life, and we can't just show up at the professor's nursing home, and we can't sneak away for a day after all the fuss I made about us being together. And if we did sneak away, he might not talk to us anyway. It's her he wanted to see. I can see how all that would keep you up. Especially with the rest of it. The rest of it? Your nature, Neens. You can't not see him. I know. So what do? We will go see the professor. Nina gasped at the sound of her mother's voice and turned around. In her surprise, she caught the side of her cup on the railing and hot chocolate splashed everywhere. Mom, Meredith stammered. You heard it all? Nina said, licking chocolate from her fingers. She knew she looked calm. It was one of the many things photojournalism had taught her, how to look calm even if your insides were shaking, but her voice was uneven. Things were going so well with Mom lately, she hated to think she'd ruin that. I heard enough, Mom said. It is the professor from Alaska, yes? The one who wrote to me years ago. Nina nodded. She pulled the blanket off of her and Meredith and carried it over to Mom, wrapping it around her thin shoulders. It was me, Mom. Not Meredith. Mom held the blanket closed at her breast, her fingers pale against the red plaid. She glanced at the deck chair beside her and sat down, covering herself carefully with the blanket. Nina and Meredith took chairs on either side of her, flipping the blankets out, too. A steward came by and offered them each a hot chocolate. I'm sorry, Mom, Nina said. I should have told you at the beginning. You thought I would not agree to the trip. Yes, Nina said. It's just that I want to get to know you. And not only because I promised Dad. You want answers. How can we, she said, including Meredith in this, not want answers? You're part of who we are, and we don't know you. Maybe it's why we don't know ourselves. Meredith can't figure out if she loves her husband or what her own dream is. And I've got a man waiting for me in Atlanta, and all I can think about is Vera. Mom leaned back onto the teak chair. It is time, I suppose, she said quietly. Your father spoke to Professor Adamovich, I believe, although I never did. He thought we should talk. I should talk. It's probably why he kept the letter all these years. What does the professor want to talk about? It was Meredith who asked this, and although her voice was quiet, the look in her eyes was intent. Leningrad, Mom said. For years the government hid what happened. We Soviets are good at hiding things, and I was afraid to talk about it. But there is no reason for fear now. I am 81 years old tomorrow. Why be afraid? Tomorrow is your birthday, they said at once. Mom almost smiled. It was easier to hide everything. Yes, tomorrow is my birthday. She sipped her hot chocolate. I will go see this professor with you, but you two should know now. You will be sorry you began all of this. Why do you say that? Meredith asked. How could we be sorry to learn who you are? It was a long moment before Mom answered. Slowly, she turned to Meredith and said, You will. Ketchikan was a town built on salmon, catching it, salting it, processing it. The rain gauge called a liquid sunshinometer attested to the dampness of the climate. Look at that, Meredith said, pointing to a grassy area across the street where a man with long black hair was carving a totem pole. A crowd was gathered around him, watching. Nina dared to reach for her mother's arm. Let's go check it out. She was surprised when Mom nodded and let Nina guide her across the street to the small park. Rain started to fall as they stood there. Most of the crowd dispersed, running for cover, but Mom just stood there, watching the man work. In his capable hands, the metal instrument cut and gouged and changed the wood from rough to smooth. They saw a paw begin to appear. It is a bear, Mom said, and the man looked up. You have a good eye, he said. Nina could see now how old he was. His dark skin was lined and leathery, and the hair at his temples was gray. This is for my son, the man said, pointing to the beaked bird at the base of the totem pole. This is our clan. The raven. And this thunderbird brought the storm that washed the road away. And this bear is my son. And this bear is my son. So it's a family history, Meredith said. A burial totem. To remember him. It's beautiful, Mom said, and just then, in the falling rain, Nina heard the voice of the fairy tale, and for the first time it made sense. She understood why her mother only told the story in the dark and why her voice was so different. It was about loss. The voice was how her mother sounded when she let her guard down. They stood there long enough to see the bear's claw take shape. Then they finally walked toward Creek Street. Here, the old red light district had been transformed into a boardwalk of shops and restaurants positioned above a river. They found a cozy little diner with a view and sat down at a knotty pine table by the window. The street outside was full of tourists with shopping bags, moving like wildebeests in the migration season from one store to the next, even in the rain. The bells above the store doors were chiming a random tune. "Welcome to Captain Hook's," said a cute young waitress dressed in bright yellow overalls and a red checked blouse. A yellow fisherman's hat sat firmly on her brown curls. A name tag identified her as Brandy. She handed them each a large laminated menu in the shape of a fishhook. In no time at all, the waitress returned to take their orders, which were 3 fish and chips baskets and iced teas. When she left, Meredith said, "I wonder what our family totem would look like." There was a moment's pause after that. In it, they all looked up, made eye contact. "Dad would be the bottom," Nina said. "He was the start of us." "A bear," Meredith said. "Nina would be an eagle." "An eagle." "A loner." "Ready to fly away." She frowned a little, wishing she could disagree. Her life had left markers all over the world, but very few at home. No one's totem would include her except this family's, and while that was what she'd always wanted to be, totally free and independent, it felt lonely just now. Meredith would be a lioness who cares for everyone and keeps the pride together. "What would you be, Mom?" Meredith asked. Mom shrugged. "I would not be there, I think." "You think you left no mark on us?" Nina asked. "Not one that begs to be remembered." "Dad loved you for more than 50 years, Meredith said. "That's not nothing." Mom took a sip of her iced tea and stared out the window at the rain. The waitress returned with their food. Nina got up quickly and whispered a request, and then sat down again. As they ate the delicious halibut and fries, they talked about the day in Ketchikanth, gold nugget jewelry in the windows of the shops, the ornate First Nations tribal art, the Cowichan sweaters the locals wore, and the bald eagle they'd seen perched on a totem pole in town. It was a conversation that could have been had by any family on vacation in town, but to Nina it felt almost magical. As her mother spoke about things that interested her, she seemed to soften. It was as if every ordinary word loosened something in her until by the end of the meal she was smiling. The waitress returned and cleared their plates. Instead of placing the bill on the wooden table, she set a piece of birthday cake in front of Mom. Its lit candle danced above the buttercream frosting. "Happy birthday, Mom," Meredith and Nina said together. Mom stared down at the candle. "We always wanted to have a birthday party for you," Meredith said. She reached out and put her hand on Mom's. "I have made so many mistakes," Mom said softly. "Everyone makes mistakes," Meredith said. "No. I didn't mean to be that way. I didn't mean to be that way. I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you. But I couldn't even look at you. I was so ashamed." "You're looking at us now," Nina said, although it wasn't strictly true. Mom was actually staring at the candle. "You want to tell us your story. You always wanted to. That's why you started the fairy tale." Mom shook her head. "You're Vera," Nina said quietly. "No," Mom said, "that girl is not who I am." "But she's who you were," Nina said, hating herself for saying it, but unable to stop. "You are a dog with a bone, Nina." She sighed. "Yes. Long ago I was Veronica Petronova Marchenko." "Why?" "Enough," Mom said sharply. "This is my first birthday party with my daughters. There will be time later for the rest of it." 21. At dinner, they talked about ordinary things. They drank wine and toasted again to Mom's 81st birthday. After a delicious meal, they wandered through the Vegas-like glitter of the giant ship and found their way to a theater where a man in an orange sequin jumpsuit was performing magic. He made his barely clad assistant disappear, gave her paper roses that turned into white doves and flew away, and cut her in several pieces and then put her back together. Mom clapped enthusiastically at each new trick, smiled like a little kid. Meredith could hardly take her eyes off her mother. She looked bright and almost happy. For the first time, Meredith understood how cold her mother's beauty had always been before. Her beauty was different tonight, softer, warmer. When the show was over, they walked back to their staterooms. In the crowded hallways, amid all the chatter of their fellow passengers and the ringing of the casino bells, they were strangely silent. Something had changed today, with that little burning candle on a piece of chocolate cake, But Meredith didn't know quite what had changed or how they would be reshaped by it. All she knew was that she had lost the ability to stay separate now. For more than 25 years, she'd kept up her side of the wall, too. She had refused to really see or need her mother, and in that distance, she'd found strength. At least a facsimile of strength. Now she had almost none of that left. Truthfully, she was glad it was too late to hear more of the story tonight. At their door, Nina stopped. "I had a great day, Mom. Happy birthday." She moved forward awkwardly, pulled Mom into an embrace that was over before Mom could lift her own arms. Meredith wanted to follow suit, but when she looked in her mother's blue eyes, she felt too vulnerable to make a move. I know you must be tired," Meredith said, smiling nervously. "We should go to bed and get up early. Tomorrow we'll be cruising Glacier Bay. It's supposed to be spectacular." Mom said, "Thank you for my birthday," so softly they almost couldn't hear, and then she opened the door and went into her room. Meredith unlocked their door and went inside. "Dibs on the bathtub," Nina said, grinning. Meredith barely noticed. She grabbed a blanket from her bed and went out onto the small veranda. From here, even in the darkness, she could make out the coastline. Here and there lights shone, marking people's lives. She leaned back against the sliding door and wondered at the vistas she wasn't seeing. It was all out there, the mystery, the beauty, beyond her ability to see now, but they're just the same. It was simply a matter of timing and perspective, what one saw. Like with Mom. Perhaps everything had been there to be seen all along and Meredith had had the wrong perspective or not enough light. "I suppose that is you, Meredith." She was startled by the sound of her mother's voice coming from the darkness of the veranda to her right. It was another jolt of reality. There were hundreds of tiny verandas stuck out from the side of the ship, and yet in the dark, each one seemed entirely separate. "Hey, Mom," she said. She could only make out the merest shape of her mother, see only the white sheen of her hair. They were alike in that way, she and her mom. When they were troubled, both wanted to be outside and alone. "You are thinking about your marriage," Mom said. Meredith sighed. "I don't suppose you have any advice for me." "To lose love is a terrible thing," Mom said softly. "But to turn away from it is unbearable. Will you spend the rest of your life replaying it in your head? Wondering if you walked away too soon or too easily? Or if you'll ever love anyone that deeply again?" Meredith heard the softening in her mother's voice. It was like listening to melted pain, that voice. "You know about loss," she said quietly. "We all do. When I first fell in love with Jeff, it was like seeing sunlight for the first time. I couldn't stand to be away from him. And then I could. We got married so young. Young has nothing to do with love. A woman can be a girl and still know her own heart. I stopped being happy. I don't even know why or when. I remember when you were always smiling. Back when you opened the gift shop. Maybe you never should have taken over the business." Meredith was too surprised to do more than nod. She hadn't thought her mother ever noticed her one way or the other. It meant so much to Dad. It did. "I made the mistake of living for other people. For Dad and the orchard and my kids. Mostly for them, and now they are so busy with their own lives they hardly ever call. I have to memorize their schedules and track them down like Hercule Poirot. I'm a bounty hunter with a phone. Jillian and Maddie flew away because you gave them wings and taught them to fly." "I wish I had wings," Meredith said quietly. "This is my fault," Mom said, standing up. The veranda creaked at the movement. "Why?" Meredith said, moving closer to the rail that separated the two verandas. She felt her mother come toward her until suddenly they were standing face to face, a foot or less apart. Finally, she could see Mom's eyes. "I am telling my story to explain. When it's over, will I know what I did that was so wrong?" In the uncertain mix of light and shadow, her mother's face seemed to crumple like old wax paper. "You will know, when it is all done, that you are not the one who did anything wrong. Now come inside." I will tell you about the Luga line tonight. Are you sure? It's late. I am sure. She opened her sliding door and disappeared inside her cabin. Meredith went back into the brightly lit stateroom and found Nina on her bed, drying her short black hair with a towel. You can't see anything out there, can you? Mom wants to tell more of the story. Tonight? Nina jumped up, letting the wet towel slump to the floor, and hurried to the other side of the room. Meredith picked up the damp towel and carried it to the bathroom, where she hung it back up. You ready? Nina said from the doorway. Meredith turned to look at her sister. You have wings. Huh. Maybe I'm like some ostrich or dodo bird. I stayed on the ground so long, I lost the ability to fly. Laughing, Nina put an arm around Meredith and led her out of the stateroom. You're not some damned ostrich, which, by the way, are mean-assed birds who always stand alone. So what am I? Meredith asked as Nina knocked on Mom's door. Maybe you're a swan. They mate for life, you know. I don't know if one can fly without the other. That's strange, coming from you. You're no romantic. Yeah, Nina said, looking at her. But you are. Meredith was surprised by that. She would never have called herself a romantic. That was for people like her father who loved everyone unconditionally and never failed at the grand gesture. Or like Jeff, who never forgot to kiss her goodnight, no matter how late it was or how hard his day had been. Or maybe it was for girls who found their soulmates when they were young and didn't quite understand how rare that was. The door opened. Mom stood there waiting, her white hair unbound and her body wrapped in an oversized blue cruise ship robe. The color was so incongruous on Mom that Meredith did a double take. And then it struck her. Vera sees color, she said. Beside her, Nina gasped. That's right. So you see in color. No, Mom said. How come? No questions, Mom said firmly. These were the rules. She walked over to her bed and climbed in, leaning back into a pile of pillows. Meredith followed Nina into the room and took a seat beside her sister on the love seat. In the silence, she heard waves slapping the side of the boat and the quiet intake of their combined breathing. Vera cannot believe that she must leave her children again, Mom said softly, using her voice to its fullest power. She no longer looked delicate and old. In fact, she was almost smiling and her eyes had drifted shut. Especially when she worked so hard to bring them home, but Leningrad is a city of women now, and they must defend against the Germans, and so, on a bright and sunny day, Vera kisses her babies goodbye for the second time in a week. They are 4 and 5, too young to be left without their mother, but war changes everything, and just as her mother had predicted, Vera is doing what would have been unimaginable even a few months ago. In their small apartment, with all eyes on her, Vera kneels down in front of them. Aunt Olga and Mama have to go help keep Leningrad safe. You need to be very strong and grown up while we are gone, yes? Baba will need your help. Leo's eyes immediately fill with tears. I don't want you to go. Vera cannot look in her son's sad eyes, so she turns slightly toward her daughter, whom already she had begun to think of as the strong one. What if you don't come back? Anya says quietly, trying her best not to cry. Vera reaches into her pocket for the treasure she had thought to take with her. She pulls it out slowly. In her palm sits the beautiful jeweled butterfly. Here, she says to Anya. I want you to hold this for Mama. It is my most special thing. When you look at it, you'll think of me and know that I will come back to you, and that wherever I am thinking of you and Leo and loving you both. Don't play with it or break it. This is who we are, Anya. It proves that I will come back to you. Okay. Very solemnly, Anya takes the butterfly, holds it carefully in her small palm. Vera kisses them both one last time and stands. Across the room, she meets her mother's gaze. It is all there, in their eyes, the goodbye, the promise to take care and come back, and the worry that this is goodbye. Vera knows she should hug her mother, but if she does that she'll cry, and she cannot cry in front of her children, so she instead grabs a heavy winter coat off the hook by the door and slings it over her shoulder. In no time at all, she and Olga are crammed together in the back of a transport truck, surrounded by dozens of other young women. Many of them are dressed in flowery summer skirts with sandals on their feet. In other times, they would look like girls going off to camp, maybe to the Urals or the Black Sea, but no one would make that mistake of them now. There is not a one of them smiling. When they reach the Luga line, there are people, girls and women, mostly as far as the eye can see. They are building the massive trenches and fortifications that will stop the enemy from reaching Leningrad. Bent above the ground, stabbing at the dirt with pickaxes and shovels, these women are exhausted. Their faces are streaked with sweat and dirt, and their dresses are ruined. But they are Russian Soviets, and no one dares to pause or complain. No one even imagines doing such a thing. Vera stands in the sunlight with the forest only a few miles away, while a comrade tells her what to do. Olga moves in close to her, takes her hand. They listen like soldiers and look like children, though they do not know this. It is their last moment of peace for many nights. After that, they take up pickaxes and trudge to the line, where the ground has been chewed up already. Dropping into the trench, they become two more in an endless line of girls and women and old men who hack at the earth until their hands blister and bleed, until they cough up blood and cry black tears. Day after day, they dig. At night, they huddle in a barn with the other girls, who look as dazed and tired and dirty as Vera feels. The whole place smells of dust and mud and sweat and smoke. On their 7th night, Vera finds a quiet corner in the barn where they stay at night and builds a small fire of twigs. It will not last long, these flames that feed on so little, so she works fast, boiling a cup of water for her sister, handing it to her. The watery cabbage soup they had for dinner has long ago given way to hunger, but there is nothing to be done about that. Beside them, a heavy-set older woman leans against the bales of hay, looking at her dirty fingernails as if she's never seen her own hands before. Her fleshy, dirty face is unfamiliar, but there is something comforting in her eyes. "Look at my hands," Olga says, putting down her cup of water. "I'm bleeding." She says it with a kind of confused wonder, as if the pain is not hers, nor really even the blood. Vera takes her sister's hand, sees the matted blood and broken blisters on her palm. "You have to keep your hands wrapped. I told you this." "They were watching me today," Olga says quietly. "Comrades Slotkov and Pritkin. I know they know about Papa." I could not stop to adjust the wraps. Vera frowns. She has heard this from her sister before in the past week, but now she recognizes that something is wrong. Olga does not make eye contact with her. Already they have seen girls die around them. Only yesterday, Olga spent half the day deafened by a bomb that landed too close. Outside, the alarm blares. The sound of aircraft is a faraway drone at first, not unlike the murmur of a distant bee at a summer picnic. But the sound builds, and fear in the barn becomes palpable. Girls move and shift and lie flat, but really there is nowhere to go. Bombs drop. Fires flash red and yellow and black through the slats in the barn siding. Somewhere, someone is screaming. The air turns gray and gritty. Vera's eyes sting. Olga flinches but doesn't move. Instead, she stares at her wounded palm and begins methodically ripping off the dead, blistered skin. Blood bubbles up from her wounds. "Don't do that," Vera says, pulling her sister's hand away. "Honey." Vera hears the words spoken aloud. At first it makes no sense. All she can really comprehend is the bombing. Near her, someone is crying. Then she hears it again. "Honey." The old woman is nearer now. Deep wrinkles bracket her smoker's mouth and purplish bags buttress her tired eyes. She pulls a small vial from her apron pocket. "Put honey on your sister's wounds." Vera is stunned by the generosity of the act. Honey is more valuable than gold on this Luga line. Food and medicine in one. "Why are you doing this?" Vera says after she smears a small drop on Olga's wounds. The woman looks at her. "We are all we have left," she says, scooting back into her place amid the hay bales. "What is your name?" Vera says. "It doesn't matter," the woman says. "Watch your sister closely. I have seen eyes like hers before." She is not doing well. Vera nods bravely, though the words are like a cold wind. She has been telling herself that this change in Olga is ordinary sleep deprivation and hunger, but now she sees what the old woman sees, the speck of craziness in her sister's wide eyes. Olga cannot stand these days and nights, the screaming, the endless work, the horror of watching a girl your own age blown apart. The suddenness of the danger, that's the worst of it. Olga is unraveling. She talks to herself and hardly ever sleeps. She pulls out her hair in clumps. "Come here, Olgushka," Vera says, pulling her sister into her arms. They crawl back into their bed of hay, which is neither soft nor sweet-smelling. "I see, Papa," Olga says, her voice dreamy-sounding. It is as if she has forgotten who they are and where they are and of whom they do not speak. "Shush. Tell me a story, Vera. About princesses and boys who bring you roses." Vera is weary to the bone, but she strokes her sister's dirty, matted hair and uses the only thing she has, her voice to soothe their spirits. The Snow Kingdom is a magical, walled city, where night never falls and white doves nest on telephone lines. The Snow Kingdom is a magical, walled city, where night never falls and white doves nest on telephone lines. Long after Olga has fallen asleep, Vera is still stringing her pretty words together, changing the world around them in the only way she can. When her own eyes grow too heavy to keep open any longer, she kisses her sister's bloody palm, tasting the metallic blood mixed with the sweetness of the honey. She should have put some of the honey on her own blistered palm, but she didn't think of it. "Sleep now. Will we see Mama tomorrow?" Olga asks sleepily. "Not tomorrow, no," Vera says, tightening her hold. "But soon. The day is sunny and bright. If not for the Germans bombing everything in sight and their tanks rolling forward, the birds would be singing here, the pine trees would be green instead of black. As it is, the beauty of the place is long gone. The trench is a huge, gaping slash in the earth, a mortal muddy wound. Girls crawl all around it. Soldiers run back and forth between here and the front line, not far away. If this line breaks, if the Germans get past it, Leningrad will fall. This they all believe, so they keep digging, no matter that their hands are bleeding and bombs are as ever-present as sunlight. Vera is trying not to think about anything except the spoon in her hand. The pickaxe broke last week. For a while she was lucky enough to find a spade, but she didn't hide it well, and one morning when she woke up it was gone, so now she digs with a serving spoon. All day long. Stab, push, twist, pull. Until her shoulder aches and her neck hurts and her blistered palms burn. No amount of salt water can help. The honey and the old woman are long gone. And now she is having her monthly bleeding as well. Her body is turning against her, it seems, and yet all she can worry about is Olga. Her sister digs without complaint, but she can't sleep or eat, and when the bombs start falling, Olga just stands there with a hand tented across her face, staring up at the plains. In the past few weeks, Vera has learned that anything can become ordinary: sleeping in the dirt, running for cover, digging holes, watching people die, stepping over bodies, smelling flesh burn. But she cannot accept the new Olga, who moves like the blind and laughs giddily when bombs explode around her. The air raid alarm rings out. Girls and women scurry out of the trench and into it. They are screaming to one another, pushing each other aside. Olga is standing beside the trench, her dress torn and dirty. Her long strawberry blonde hair is filthy, frizzy, and held back from her blackened face by a once blue kerchief. Overhead, German planes begin to fill the sky, their engines droning. Vera yells for her sister as she scrambles over the broken earth, leading the way, pushing debris aside. "Come on. It sounds like Mama's sewing machine." Vera turns at that, looks back. Olga is still standing there, too far away, her hand tented over her eyes. "Run!" Vera yells at the same time the bomb hits. Olga is there and gone, flung like a rag doll to the side. She falls in a broken heap on the other side of the trench while debris rains down. She falls in a broken heap on the other side of the trench while debris rains down. Vera is screaming, crying. She crawls out of the trench and over the broken earth to where her sister lies beneath a pile of dirt and rubble. A brick is on Olga's chest. Where did it come from? Blood gushes from the side of Olga's mouth and slides through the soot and mud on her cheek. Her breathing is a phlegmy, bubbling cough. Vera, she says, shuddering. I forgot to get down. I forgot to get down. You're supposed to listen to me, Vera says. She holds her sister to her chest, trying to keep her alive by loving her. I am your big sister. Always. Always. Bossing. Bossing. Vera kisses her sister's cheek, tries to wipe the blood away, but her hands are so dirty she is just making a mess. I love you, Olga. Don't leave me. Please. Please. Olga smiles and coughs. Blood gushes from her nose and mixes with dirt. Remember when we went? And she is gone. Vera sits there a long time, kneeling in the dirt. Until the soldiers come and take Olga away. Then she goes back to digging. It isn't that she doesn't care or doesn't hurt. But what else can she do? 22. In August, Vera is released from work on the line. She is one of thousands of dazed, solitary women walking in silent groups for home. The trains are still running, although most of them are full all the time, and only the luckiest find space enough to sit or stand. They are evacuating the children of Leningrad again, this time with their mothers, but Vera does not trust her government anymore and will not follow the evacuation order again. Only last week she heard of a train of children that was bombed near MGA. Maybe it is true, maybe it is not. She does not care. It could be true, and that is enough for her. She is tougher now, after 2 months spent digging in the black earth and running for shelter. Tough enough to make her way home through countryside she's never seen. When she is lucky, a transport or a lorry picks her up and takes her as far as they are going, but luck is a thing she has never counted on, and most of the miles to Leningrad, she walks. When she meets soldiers on the road, she asks about Sasha, but she does not get answers. It is no surprise to her. When she finally makes it to Leningrad, she finds a city as changed as she. Windows are blacked out and crisscrossed in tape. Trenches cut through parks, tearing through grass and flowers. Everywhere she looks are mounds of broken cement dragons' teeth. They are called meant to bar the tanks. Huge iron beams crisscross the city boundaries like the ugly, misplaced bars of a prison. And soldiers move in marching columns through the streets. Already many of them look as broken as she feels. They've lost on one front and are moving to another, closer to the city. In their tired eyes, she sees the same fear that is now lodged inside of her. Leningrad is not the impervious city they'd imagined her to be. The Germans are getting closer. The Germans are getting closer. Finally, Vera stands on her own street and looks up at her apartment. Except for the blacked-out windows, it looks as it always did. The trees out front are in full summer bloom and the sky is as blue as a robin's egg. As she stands there, afraid to go forward, a feeling moves through her, as powerful as hunger or desire. She shivers with it. It is wanting to turn and run, to hold on to this terrible truth a little longer, but she knows that running will not help, so she takes a deep breath and walks forward, one step at a time, until she is at her own front door. It opens at her touch and suddenly she is in her home again, as small and cluttered as it is. Never has the broken-down furniture and peeling paint looked so beautiful. And there is her mama, standing at the stove in a faded dress, with her gray hair all but hidden beneath a threadbare kerchief, stirring something. At Vera's entrance, she turns slowly. Her bright smile is heartbreaking. Worse is the way it fades away and is replaced by sorrow. Only one has come home. Mama, Leo screams, coming at her like a windstorm, toys dropping from his hands. Anya is beside him in an instant and they throw themselves into Vera's arms. They smell so good, so pure. They smell so good, so pure. Leo's cheeks are as soft and sweet as ripe plums and Vera could eat him up. She holds them too long, too tightly, unaware that she has begun to shake and to cry. Don't cry, Mama, Anya says, wiping her cheek. I still have the butterfly. I didn't break it. Vera slowly releases them and stands up. She is shaking like a leaf and trying not to cry as she stares across the kitchen at her mother. In that look, Vera feels her childhood leave her at last. Where's Aunt Olga? Leo asks, looking past her. Vera cannot answer. She just stands there. Olga is gone, Mama says with only a slight tremble in her voice. She is a hero of the state, our Olga, and that is how we must think of her. But, Mama takes Vera in her arms, holding her so hard that neither can breathe. There is only silence between them. In that silence, memories pass back and forth like dye in water, moving and fluid, and when they pull back and look at each other, Vera understands. They will not speak of Olga again, not for a long time, not until the sharp pain rounds into something that can be handled. You need a bath, Mama says after a time. And those bandages on your hands need changing, so come along. Those first days back in Leningrad seem like a dream to Vera. During the day, she works alongside other library employees, packing up the most valuable books for transport. She, who is so low on the roster, finds herself actually holding a first edition of Anna Karenina. The pages have an unexpected weight, and she closes her eyes for just a moment. In the darkness, she sees Anna, dressed in jewels and furs, running across the snow to Count Vronsky. Someone says her name so sharply she almost drops the treasured volume. Starting, she flushes and lowers her gaze to the floor, mumbling, sorry, and goes back to work. By the end of the week, they have packed up more than 350,000 masterpieces and sent them out of harm's way. They've filled the attic with sandbags and moved other important works to the basement. Room after room is cleared out and boarded up and shut down, until only the smallest of the rooms is left open for readers. By the end of her shift, Vera's shoulders ache from all the lifting and dragging of boxes, but she is far from finished for the day. Instead of going home, she trudges through the busy, camouflaged streets and gets into the first queue she finds. She doesn't know what they are selling at this market, and she doesn't care. Since the start of bread rationing and the limitations placed on the withdrawal of banking accounts, you take what you can get. Like most of her friends and neighbors, Vera has very little money. Her rations allow her 400 grams of bread a day and 600 grams of butter a month. On this, they can live. But she thinks often of a decision she made years ago. If she worked now in the bread factory, her family would be better fed. She would be an essential worker with higher rations. She stands in line for hours. At just past 10 o'clock in the evening, she comes to the front. The only thing left for sale are jars of pickles, and she buys 3 the amount she can afford and carry. In the apartment, she finds her mother and grandmother sitting at the kitchen table, passing a cigarette back and forth between them. Saying nothing, they all say little these days. She goes past them to the children's beds. Leaning down, she kisses both tender cheeks. Exhausted and hungry, she goes back into the kitchen. Mama has put out a plate of cold kasha for her. The last transport left today, Baba says when Vera sits down. Vera looks at her grandmother. I thought they were still evacuating the city. Mama shakes her head. We could not decide, and now it is decided for us. The Germans have taken MGA. Vera knows what this means, and if she did not, the look of despair in her mother's eyes would have been enough to inform her. So, Leningrad is an island now, Mama says, taking a drag off the cigarette and handing it back to Baba. Cut off from the mainland on all sides. Cut off from supplies. What do we do? Vera asks. Do, Baba says. Winter is coming, Mama says in the silence. We need food and a berzwika. I will take the children and go to the marketplace tomorrow. What will you trade? My wedding ring, Mama says. So it has begun, Baba says, stubbing out the cigarette. Vera sees the way they look at each other, the knowing sadness that passes between mother and daughter, and although it scares her, it comforts her, too. They have been through this before, her mama and her babushka. War is nothing new to Peter's city. They will survive as they have survived before, by being careful and smart. The city becomes one long line. Everything is disappearing, especially politeness. Rations are consistently being cut, and often there is no food to be had, even with a ration card. Vera, like everyone else, is tired and hungry and afraid. She wakes at 4 in the morning to stand in line for bread, and after work, she walks miles to the outskirts of town, bartering with peasants for a liter of vodka for a bag of withered potatoes, an outgrown pair of Valenki for a pound of lard, and digging up whatever forgotten vegetables she can find. It is not safe and she knows it, but there is nothing to be done. This search for food is all there is. No one goes to the library anymore, but Vera must keep working there to keep her workers' rations. Now she is on her way home from the country. She moves quickly, keeping to the shadows, with her precious bag of potatoes hidden inside her dress like an unborn baby. She is less than a mile from the apartment when the air raid alarm goes off, blaring through the nearly empty city streets. When it stops, she can hear the planes buzzing, growing closer. She hears a loud whistling and starts to run for one of the trenches in the park to her left. Before she is even across the street, something explodes. Dirt and debris rain down from the sky. One building after another is destroyed. And then, silence. Vera gets up slowly, her legs unsteady. The potatoes are okay. She crawls out of the trench. Dusting herself off, she runs for home. The city is burning and smoking around her. People are screaming and crying. She turns the corner and sees her apartment building. It is intact. But the building next door is demolished. Only half of it remains. The other side is a pile of smoking, pulverized rubble. As she draws near, she sees a living room in perfect shape, green flowered wallpaper still in place, a table still set for dinner, a painting on the wall. But no people. As she stands there, the chandelier above the table shudders and falls, crashing across the dishes on the table. She finds her family in the basement, huddled alongside their neighbors. When the all-clear sounds, they go back upstairs and put the children in bed. It is only the beginning. The next day Vera goes with her mother and the children to the market, where they search for a berzwika. Without such a stove, her mother says, they will have problems come winter. They find one deep in the back of the market, in a stall run by the kind of people Vera normally would never see. Swarthy, drunken men and women wearing jewels they surely hadn't owned a week ago. Vera holds her children close, trying not to make a face as the man's vodka breath washes over her. This is the last one, he says, leering at her, swaying. Mama takes off her wedding ring. The gold shines dully in the morning light. I have this gold ring, she says. What good is gold? He sneers. The war won't last forever, Mama says. And there's more. She opens her coat and pulls out a large jar full of white sugar. The man stares at it. Sugar is like gold dust now. Baba or Mama must have stolen it from the warehouse where they work. The man's ham-sized fist snakes out. His fingers coil around the jar and pull it back. Mama hardly seems to care that her ring is gone, that a man like that has possession of it. Together, the four of them drag the stove and pipe back to their apartment, pull it up the stairs in clanging bursts. When it is up and in place, its vent going out the window, Mama clasps her hands. That's that, she says, coughing. The stove is a small, ugly thing, cast iron with a pair of drawers that jut out brokenly. A long metal pipe goes from the stove, up the side of the wall, and out through a newly cut hole. She finds it hard to believe that it is worth a woman's wedding ring. That was a lot of sugar, Vera says quietly as Mama walks past her. Yes, Mama says, pausing. Baba brought it to us. She could get in trouble, Vera whispers, moving closer. The Badeev warehouses are watched. Almost all of the city's food stores are there. And both of you are employees. If one of you gets in trouble. Yes, Mama says, looking at her hard. She is still there now, working late. She will be the last one to leave. But you do not yet know, Mama says, coughing again. It is a hacking, bubbly sound that unaccountably makes Vera think of muddy rivers and hot weather. Are you okay, Mama? I am fine. It is just the dust in the air from the bombings. Before Vera can answer or even think of what to say, the air raid alarm sounds. "Children," she screams. "Come quickly." Vera grabs the coats from the wall and bundles her children up. "I don't want to go to the basement," Leo whines. "It stinks down there." "Mrs. Newsky is the one who stinks," Anya says, and her frown turns to a smile. Leo giggles. "She smells like cabbage." "Hush," Vera says, wondering how long this childhood will last for her babies. She buttons Leo's coat and takes his hand. Out in the hallway, the neighbors are already lining up for the stairs. On all of their faces is the same look, a combination of fear and resignation. No one really believes that being in the basement will save them from a bomb falling on their building, but at a time like this, there is no other salvation, so they go. Vera kisses each of her children, hugs them fiercely in turn, and then hands them over to Mama. While her family and neighbors go down to save themselves, Vera goes up. Breathing hard, she runs up the dirty, dark staircase and emerges onto the flat, litter-strewn roof. A long pair of iron tongs and several buckets full of sand are in place along the short wall. From here, she can see across Leningrad to the south. In the distance are the planes. Not one or two as before, but dozens. At first they are tiny black dots, dodging between giant barrage balloons that hang above the city, but soon she can see their shiny propellers and the details on their tails. Bombs fall like raindrops. In their wake, puffs of smoke and flashes of fire. A plane is overhead. Vera looks up, sees its glistening silver belly open up. Incendiary bombs drop out. She watches in horror as one lands not more than 15 feet from where she is standing. She runs for it, hearing its hiss. Her foot catches on a piece of wood, and she falls to the ground so hard she tastes blood. Scrambling back up, she reaches for the gloves in her pocket and puts them on, shaking, trying to hurry. Then she grabs up the iron tongs and tries to use them to pick up the bomb. It is an intricate task. She takes too long and fire catches on the wooden beam beneath the bomb. Smoke rises up. She positions the tongs on the bomb. The heat on her face is terrifying. She's sweating so she can hardly see. Still, she clamps the handles and lifts the long bomb and throws it off the side of the building. It lands with a thud on the grass below, where it can do no real damage. Dropping the tongs, she runs back to the small fire started by the bomb and stomps the flames out with the soles of her shoes, then pours sand on it. When the fire is out, she drops to her knees. Her heart is going a mile a minute and her cheeks feel singed by the heat. If she hadn't been here, that bomb would have burned its way down through the building, falling from floor to floor and leaving fire in its wake. The basement is where it would have ended up. In that tiny room jam-packed with people. With her family. She stays there, kneeling on the hard surface of the roof as night falls. The whole city seems to be on fire. Smoke rolls upward and out. Even after the airplanes are gone, the smoke remains, growing thicker and redder. Bright yellow and orange flames flicker up between the buildings, lick at the smoke's swollen underbelly. When the all-clear finally sounds, Vera is too shaken to move. It is only the thought of her children, who are probably crying now and afraid, that makes her move. One shaking step at a time, she walks across the roof and down the stairs to her apartment, where her family is already waiting for her. "Did you see the fires?" Anya asks, biting her lip. "They are far away from here," Vera says, smiling as brightly as she can. "We are safe. Will you tell us a story, Mama?" Leo says, popping his thumb in his mouth. His eyes lower sleepily and reopen. Vera scoops both her children into her arms, settles one on each hip. She doesn't bother to brush their teeth, just puts them to bed and climbs in with them. At the table in the living room, Mama sits down and lights up her one cigarette for the day. The smell of it is lost in the overwhelming scent of the city burning. There is something almost sweet in the air, a smell like caramel left too long on a hot stove. Vera tightens her hold on her children. "There's a peasant girl," she says, trying to sound calm. It is hard. Her thoughts are tangled up in what could have happened, what she could have lost. And she would swear that she can still hear that bomb whistling toward her, rustling impossibly in flight, and banging down beside her. Her name is Vera, Anya says sleepily, snuggling close. Right? Her name is Vera, she says, thankful for the prompting. And she is a poor peasant girl. A nobody. But she doesn't know that yet. It is good you tell them your story, Mama says to Vera when she comes back into the kitchen. I couldn't think of anything else. She sits down across from her mother at the rickety table, putting one foot on the empty chair beside her. Though the windows are closed and blacked out, she can still taste ash on her tongue, still smell that strange burned sweetness in the smoke. The world outside can only be seen in patches, in places where the newspaper droops limply away from the glass. The view is no longer red, but rather a dull orangey gold mixed with gray. Papa used to tell me wonderful stories, remember? I prefer not to remember. But your Baba should have been home by now, Mama says, not looking at her. Vera feels a sharp clutch in her stomach at that. With all that has gone on tonight, she'd forgotten about her grandmother. I am sure she's fine, Vera says. Yes, Mama says dully. But in the morning, Baba is still not back. She is one of the thousands who are never seen again. And news moves through the city as ruinously as last night's flames. The Badeev warehouses are burned. All of the city's food stores are gone. Leningrad is isolated now, cut off from all help. September drips into October and disappears. The Belai Noche is gone, replaced by a cold, dark winter. Vera still works in the library, but it is for show and ration cards. Few people visit the library or the museums or theaters anymore, and those who do come are looking for heat. In these darkening weeks, when winter's icy breath is always blowing on the back of your neck, there is nothing except the search for food. Every day Vera is up at 4 o'clock in the morning, bundling up in her Valenki and woolen coat, wrapping a scarf around her neck so high only her eyes show. She gets in whatever queue for food she can find. It isn't easy just getting in line, let alone actually finding food. The strong push the weak out of the way. You have to be careful, always on guard. That nice young girl on the corner could steal from you in an instant. So might the old man standing on the stoop. After work, she comes home to her cold apartment and sits down to a meal at 6 o'clock. Only it is not much of a meal anymore. A potato if they are lucky, with some kasha that is more water than buckwheat. The children complain constantly, while Mama coughs quietly in the corner. In October, the first snow falls. Usually this is a time of laughter, when children run out to the parks with their parents and build snow angels and forts. Not in wartime, though. Now it is like tiny specks of white death falling over their ruined city. Its pretty white layer covers all their defenses: the dragon's teeth, the iron bars, the trenches. Suddenly the city is beautiful again, a wonderland of arching bridges and icy waterways and white parks. If you don't look at the crumbling buildings or burned-out heaps of brick where once a store had stood, you could almost forget. Until 7 o'clock. That is when the Germans drop the bombs. Every night, like clockwork. And once the snow starts to fall, it never stops. Pipes freeze. Trolleys come to a stop and remain stuck in the accumulating snow. There are no tanks or trucks in the road anymore, no marching troops. There are just poor, bundled-up women like Vera, moving through the white landscape like refugees in search of anything resembling food. There is not a pet to be seen in Leningrad these days. Rations are cut almost every week. Vera trudges forward. She is so hungry that it is difficult to keep moving, difficult sometimes even to want to keep moving. She tries not to think about the 7 hours she spent in line today and focuses instead on the sunflower oil and oil cakes she was able to get. Behind her, the red sled she drags glides through the deep drifts, catching every now and then on things hidden in the snow: a twig, a rock, a frozen body. The corpses began showing up last week. People still dressed for the weather, frozen in place on park benches or on the stoops of buildings. You learn not to see them. Vera cannot believe that this is true, but it is. The hungrier and colder you get, the more your vision funnels to where you can't see anyone beyond your own family. She's 4 blocks from her apartment and her chest aches so much that she longs to stop. She even dreams of it'll sit on that bench and lean back and close her eyes. Maybe someone will come by with some hot, sweet tea and offer her a cup. She draws in a ragged breath, ignoring the gnawing emptiness in her belly. Those are the kinds of dreams that get you killed. You sit down to rest and just die. That's how it happens in Leningrad now. You have a little cough. Or an infected cut. Or you feel sluggish and want to stay in bed for just an hour or so. And then suddenly you're dead. Every day at the library, it seems, someone fails to show up. In that absence they all know, they'll never see that person again. She puts one foot in front of the other and slowly makes her way in the snow, dragging her sled behind her. She has come almost a mile from the Neva River, where she collected a gallon of water from a hole in the ice. At the apartment, she pauses just long enough to catch her breath and then begins the long climb to the 2nd floor. The gallon of water she'd had on the sled feels icy cold against her chest, and the cold makes her lungs hurt even more. The apartment is warm. She notices instantly that another chair is broken. It lies on its side, 2 legs missing and the back hacked up. They cannot all sit at the table now, but what does it matter? There's precious little to eat. Leo is wearing his coat and his boots. He is sprawled on the kitchen floor, playing war with a pair of metal trucks. At her entrance, he cocks his head and looks at her. For a second it is as if she's been gone a month instead of a day. She sees the way his cheeks have caved in on themselves, the way his eyes seem too big for his bony face. He doesn't look like a baby boy at all anymore. "Did you get food?" he says. "Did you?" Anya says, rising from her place on the bed, carrying her blanket with her. "Oil cakes," Vera says. Anya frowns. "Oh, no, Mama." Vera's heart actually hurts when she hears this. What she wouldn't give to bring home potatoes or butter or even buckwheat. But oil cake is what they have now. No matter that it used to be fed to cattle, or that it tastes like sawdust, or that it's so hard that only an axe will cut it. They use shavings to make pancakes that are barely edible. But none of that matters. What matters is that you have something to eat. Vera knows that comfort will not help her children. This is a lesson she has learned since the snow began to fall on Leningrad. Her children need strength and courage now, as they all do. It does no good to cry or whine for that which cannot be had. She goes over to the fallen chair and breaks off another leg. Cracking it in 2 pieces, she feeds it into the berzwika and puts the water she brought home in a pot to boil. She will put yeast in it to fill their bellies. It won't help, of course, but they'll feel better for a while. She bends down, feeling the hot popping in her joints at the movement, and puts a hand on Leo's curls. His hair, like all of theirs, is stiff from dirt. Baths are luxuries these days. "I have some more of the story for tonight," she says, waiting for his enthusiasm, but he just nods a little and shrugs. Okay. It is wearing all of them away, the cold and the hunger. With a sigh, she gets back to her feet, rising like an old woman. She glances across the room at her mother, who is still in bed. To Anya she says, "How is she today?" Anya stands there, her pale, thin face so drawn that her eyes seem to protrude. "Quiet" is all she says. "I made her drink water." Vera goes to her small, serious daughter and picks her up, hugging her tightly. Even through the bulk of her coat, she can feel Anya's boniness, and it breaks her heart. "You are my best girl," she whispers. "You're taking such good care of everyone." "I'm trying," Anya says, and the earnestness in her voice almost makes Vera feel ill. Vera hugs her again and then lets go. As she crosses the room, Vera can feel her mother's eyes on her, following her movements like a hawk. Everything about Mama is pale and shrunken and colorless except for those dark eyes that hold on to Vera like a fist. She sits down at her bedside. "I got some oil cakes today. And a little sunflower oil. I am not hungry. Give mine to our babies." It is what Mama says every night. At first Vera argued, but then she started to see Anya's cheekbones and heard the way her son cried in his sleep for food. "I'll make you some tea." "That would be nice," Mama says, letting her eyes drift shut. Vera knows how hard her mother has worked to stay awake in the hours that Vera is gone. It takes every scrap of Mama's will and courage simply to lie here and watch her grandchildren during the day, though she hasn't gotten out of bed for more than a few minutes at a time in weeks. There will be more food next week, Vera says. I heard they're sending a transport across Lake Ladoga as soon as the water freezes. Then we'll all be fine. Her mother says nothing to that, but her breathing doesn't even out, either. Do you remember how your papa used to pace when he was working? How he muttered words to himself and laughed when he found what he wanted? Vera reaches out to touch her mother's dry forehead, strokes it gently. He used to read his poetry to me sometimes when he was working. He'd say, Verushka, when you are old enough to write your own stories, you'll be ready. Now listen to this. Sometimes I feel him in here. And Olga. I can hear them talking, moving. I think they're dancing. There's a fire in the stove when they're here, and it's warm. Vera nods but says nothing. More and more often lately Mama sees ghosts. Sometimes she talks to them. It is only when Leo starts to cry that she stops. I'll add a drop of honey into your tea. And you need to eat today, okay? Just today. Mama pats Vera's hand and sighs quietly. Every day that winter Vera wakes thinking one of two things. It will get better today or it will be over soon. She doesn't know how it is possible to believe simultaneously that her situation will improve and that she will die, but there it is. Each cold morning, she wakens with a start and reaches for her children who are in bed with her. When she feels the slow, steady beating of their hearts, she breathes easily again. It takes courage to get out of bed. Even wearing every piece of clothing she owns and layered beneath all their blankets, she isn't warm, and once she climbs from bed, she will be freezing. While they sleep, water freezes in pots in the kitchen and their eyelashes stick to skin, sometimes so hard that blood is drawn when they open their eyes. Still, she eases the blankets back and climbs out over her children, who moan in their sleep. Mama, on her other side, doesn't make a sound, but she shifts almost imperceptibly to the left. They all sleep together for warmth now, in the bed that had once been her grandmother's. In stockinged feet, Vera goes to the stove. It is not far. They have moved their bed as close to the Brzwika as possible. The remaining furniture is cluttered together, unimportant except for the wood from which it is made. She grabs an axe from the closet and hacks through the last of the bed that was once her own. Then she starts a fire in the little Brzwika and puts water on to boil. While she's waiting, she kneels in the corner of the kitchen and pries up a floorboard. There, hidden in the dark, she counts up their stores. It is something she does every day, sometimes 4 times a day. A nervous habit now. A bag of onions, a half a bottle of sunflower oil, some oil cakes, a nearly empty jar of honey, 2 jars of pickles, 3 potatoes, and the last of the sugar. She carefully takes out 1 large yellow onion and the honey, then replaces the floorboard. She will boil half an onion for breakfast and add a drop of honey to their tea. She has just measured out a small amount of tea when there is a knock at the door. At first she hardly recognizes the sound. It is so foreign. There is no talking in Leningrad anymore, no neighbors stopping by. Not here, at least, where their whole family is together. But there is danger. People who will kill for a gram of butter or a spoonful of sugar. She reaches for the axe again, holds it to her chest as she goes to the door. Her heart is beating so fast and hard she feels dizzy. For the first time in months, she forgets that she is hungry. With a trembling hand, she reaches for the doorknob and turns it. He stands there like a stranger. Vera stares up at him and shakes her head. She has become like her mama, hungry enough and sick enough to see ghosts. The axe falls from her grasp, thunks on the floor at her feet. Verushka, he says, frowning. At the sound of his voice, she feels herself start to fall. Her legs are giving out on her. If this is dying, she wants to give in, and when his arms come around her and hold her up, she is sure she is dead. She can feel the warmth of his breath on her throat. He is holding her upright. No one has held her in so long. Verushka, he says again, and she hears the question in his voice, the worry. He doesn't know why she hasn't spoken. She laughs. It is a cracked, papery sound, rusty from disuse. Sasha, she says. Am I dreaming you? I'm here, he says. She clings to him, but when he goes to kiss her, she draws back in shame. Her breath is terrible. Hunger has made her smell foul. But he won't let her pull away. He kisses her as he used to, and for a sweet, perfect moment, she is Vera again, a 22-year-old girl in love with her prince. When finally she can bear to let him go, she stares up at him in awe. His hair is gone, shaved down to nothing, and his cheekbones are more pronounced, and there is something new in his Aisa sadness. She thinks that will now be a mark of their generation. You didn't write, she says. I wrote. Every week. There is no one to deliver the letters. Are you done? Are you back now? Oh, Vera. No. He closes the door behind him. Christ, it's cold in here. And we're lucky. We have a Burzwika. He opens his ragged coat. Hidden beneath it are half a ham, 6 sausage links, and a jar of honey. Vera goes almost lightheaded at the sight of meat. She cannot remember the last time she tasted it. He sets the food down on the table. Taking her hand, he walks over to the bed, stepping around the broken furniture on the floor. At the bedside, he stares down at his sleeping children. Vera sees the tears that come to his eyes and she understands. They do not look like his babies anymore. They look like children who are starving. Anya rolls over in bed, bringing her baby brother with her. She smacks her lips together and chews in her sleep dreaming, and then she slowly opens her eyes. Papa, she says. She looks like a little fox, with her sharp nose and pointed chin and sunken cheeks. Papa, she says again, elbowing Leo. Leo rolls over and opens his eyes. He doesn't seem to understand, or doesn't recognize Sasha. Quit hitting me, he whines. Are these my little mushrooms? Sasha says. Leo sits up. Papa. Sasha leans down and scoops his children into his arms as if they weigh nothing. For the first time in months, the sound of their laughter fills the apartment. They fight to get his attention, squirming like a pair of puppies in his arms. As he takes them over toward the stove, Vera can hear snippets of their conversation. I learned to make a fire, Papa. I can cut wood. Ham. You brought us ham. Vera sits down beside her mother, who smiles. He's back, Mama says. He brought food, Vera says. Mama struggles to sit up. Vera helps her, repositions her pillows behind her. Once she's upright, Mama's foul breath taints the air between them. Go spend the day with your family, Vera. No lines. No getting water from the Neva. No war. Just go. She coughs into a gray handkerchief. They both pretend not to see the bloody spots. Vera strokes her mother's brow. I'll make you some sweet tea. And you will eat some ham. Mama nods and closes her eyes again. Vera sits there a moment longer, listening to the strange mix of Mama's troubled breathing and her children's laughter and her husband's voice. It all leaves her feeling vaguely out of place. Still, she covers her mother's frail body and stands up. He is so proud of you, Mama says on a sigh. Sasha, your papa. Vera feels an unexpected tightness in her throat. Saying nothing, she walks forward, and Leo's laughter warms her more than the burning legs of any old desk ever could. She gets out her cast-iron frying pan and fries up some of the ham in a tiny spot of sunflower oil and adds sliced onions at the last minute. A feast. The whole room smells of rich, sizzling ham and sweet, caramelized onions. She even adds extra honey to their tea, and when they all sit on the old mattress to eat, there are no chairs anymore. No one says anything. Even Mama is lost in the unfamiliar sensation of eating. Can I have more, Mama? Leo says, wiping his finger in the empty cup, looking for any trace of honey. No more, Vera says quietly, knowing that as kingly as this breakfast is, it is not enough for any of them. I say we go to the park, Sasha says. It's all boarded up, Anya tells him. Like a prison. No one plays there anymore. We do, Sasha says, smiling as if this is an ordinary day. Outside, the snow is falling. A veil of white obscures the city, softens it. The dragon's teeth and trenches are just mounds of snow and hollowed-out white valleys, respectively. Every now and then a white hillock sits on a park bench or lies by the side of the road, but it is easy to miss. Vera hopes her children do not know what is beneath the cover of snow. In the park, everything is sparkling and white. The sandbagged bronze horseman is only visible in pieces. The trees are frosted white and strung with icicles. It amazes Vera that not a tree has been cut down here. There are no wooden fences or benches or railings left in the city, but no tree has been cut down for firewood. The children immediately rush forward and drop onto their backs, making snow angels and giggling. Vera sits by Sasha on a black iron bench. A tree shivers beside them, dropping ice and snow. She takes his hand, and although she cannot feel his flesh beneath her glove, the solid feel of him is more than enough. They are making an ice road across Lataga, he says at last, and she knows it is what he has come to tell her. I hear trucks keep falling through the ice. For now. But it will work. They will get food into the city. And people out of it. Will they? It's the only evacuation route. Is it? She glances sideways, deciding not to tell him about their other evacuation, how she almost lost their children. I will get all of you passes as soon as it's safe. She does not want to talk about any of this. It doesn't matter. Only food matters now and heat. She wishes he would just hold her and kiss her. Maybe they will make love tonight, she thinks, closing her eyes. But how could she? She is too weak to sit up sometimes. Vera, he says, making her look at him. She blinks. It is hard sometimes to stay concentrated, even now. What? She stares into his bright green eyes, sharp with both fear and worry, and suddenly she is remembering the first time they met. The poetry. He said something to her, a line about roses. And later, in the library, he said he'd waited for her to grow up. You stay alive, he says. She frowns, trying to listen carefully. Then he starts to cry and she understands. I will, she says, crying now too. And keep them well. I'll find you a way out. I promise. You just have to hang on a little while longer. Promise me. He shakes her. Promise me. The three of you will make it to the end. She licks her cracked, dry lips. I will, she says, believing it, believing in it. He pulls her close and kisses her. He tastes like sweet summer peaches, and when he draws back they are both done with crying. It's your birthday tomorrow, she says. 26, he says. She leans against him. His arm comes around her. For a few hours, they are just a young family playing in the park. People hear the children laughing and come to see. They stand at the edges of the park like confused mental patients suddenly set free. It has been a long time since any of them heard a child laugh. It is the best day of Vera's life, as impossible as that sounds. The memory of it is golden, and as she walks home, holding his hand, she can feel herself protecting it. It is a light she will need in the months to come. But when she gets home, she knows instantly that something is wrong. The apartment is dark and freezing. She can see her breath. On the table, a pitcher of water is frozen solid. Frost shines on the metal stove. The fire has gone out. She hears her mother coughing in bed, and she runs to her, yelling at Sasha to build a fire. Her mother's breathing is noisy and strained. It sounds like old fruit being pushed through a sieve. Her skin is as pale as dirty snow. The flesh around her mouth is darkening, turning blue. Verushka, she whispers. Or did she really speak? Vera doesn't know. Mama, she says. I waited for Sasha, Mama says. Vera wants to beg with her, to plead, to say that he is not back, he is only visiting, and that she needs her mother, but she. I can't say anything. All I can do is sit there, staring down at my mother, loving her so much I don't even remember how hungry I am. I love you, Mama says softly. Never forget that. How could I? Don't try. That's what I mean. Mama struggles to lean forward, and it's terrible to watch the effort it takes, so I lean forward and take her in my arms. She's like a stick doll now. Her head lolls back. I love you, Mama, I say. It is not enough, those 3 little words that suddenly mean goodbye, and I am not ready for goodbye. So I keep talking. I hold her close and say, remember when you taught me to make borscht, Mama? And we argued about how small to cut the onions and why to cook them first? You made a pot and put the vegetables in raw so I could taste the difference? And you smiled at me then, and touched my cheek and said, do not forget how much I know, Verushka. I am not done learning from you. At that, I feel my throat tighten and I can't say anything more. She is gone. I hear my son say, Mama, what's wrong with Baba? And it takes all my strength not to cry. But what good will crying do? Tears are useless now in Leningrad. 23. The silence that followed was so thick and gray Meredith expected to taste ash. I can't say anything. She looked at her mother, still in bed, with her knees drawn up and the covers pulled to her chin, as if a bit of wool could somehow protect her. Are you okay, Mom? Nina said, getting up. How could I be? Meredith got up, too. Although they said nothing, didn't even make eye contact, Meredith felt for once as if they were in perfect agreement. She took her sister's hand and they walked over to the bed. Your mother and sister knew how hard you tried and how much you loved them, Meredith said. Do not do that, Mom said. Meredith frowned. Don't do what? Make excuses for me. It's not an excuse, Mom. Just an observation. They must have known how much you loved them, Meredith said as gently as she could. Nina nodded. But you didn't, Mom said, looking at each of them in turn. Meredith could have lied then, could have told her 81-year-old mother that yes, she'd felt loved, and even a week ago she might have done it to keep the peace. Now she said, no. I never thought you loved me. She waited for her mother's response, imagining her saying something that would change everything, change them, though she didn't know what words those would be. In the end, it was Nina who spoke. All these years we wondered what was wrong with us. Meredith and I couldn't figure out how a woman who loved her husband could hate her own children. Mom flinched at the word hate and waved a hand in dismissal. Go now. It wasn't us, was it, Mom? Nina said. You didn't hate your children. You hated yourself. At that, Mom crumbled. There was no other word for it. I tried not to love you girls. She said quietly. Now go. Leave me before you say something you'll wish you hadn't. What would that be? Nina asked, but they all knew. Just go. Please. Don't say anything to me until you've heard it all. Meredith heard the way Mom's voice caught on please and shook, and she knew how close Mom was to falling apart. Okay, she said, we'll go. She leaned down and kissed her mother's soft, pleated cheek, smelling the rose-scented shampoo she used on her hair. It was something she hadn't known, that her mother used scented shampoo. For the first time ever, she pulled her mother into an embrace and whispered, Good night, Mom. All the way to the door, Meredith expected to be called back to hear her mother say, Wait. But there was no last-minute revelation. Meredith and Nina went back to their own room. In a contemplative silence, they slipped past each other in the bathroom and brushed their teeth and put on their pajamas and climbed into their separate beds. It was all connected. Meredith knew that now. Her life and her mother's. They were joined, and not only by blood. By inclination, perhaps even by temperament. She was more and more sure that whatever loss had finally broken her mother turned Vera into any would have ruined Meredith, too. And she was afraid of hearing it. What do you think happened to Leo and Anya? Nina asked. Meredith wished it wasn't a question. She would have preferred a statement she could ignore. Before this trip and all that she'd learned about the 3 of them, she would have gotten angry or changed the subject. Anything to obscure the pain she felt. Now she knew better. You carried your pain with you in life. There was no outrunning it. I'm afraid to guess. What will happen to her when she gets to the end? Nina asked quietly. That had begun to worry Meredith too. I don't know. According to their guidebook, Sitka was one of the most charming and certainly among the most historic of all Alaskan towns. 200 years ago, when San Francisco was barely on the map of California and Seattle was a hillside of ancient evergreens, this sleepy waterfront community had had theaters and music halls and well-dressed men in beaver hats drinking Russian vodka in the warm summer nights. Built and lost to fire and rebuilt again, the new Sitka was equal parts Russian and Tlingit and American. Shallow water prohibited the arrival of big cruise ships, so Sitka waited, like a particularly beautiful woman, for visitors to arrive in small launches. As they entered Sitka Harbor, Nina took one picture after another. This was one of the most pristine places she'd ever seen. The natural beauty was staggering on this day of blue sky and golden sunlight, the water flat and sapphire blue. All around were forested islands, rising up from the quiet sea like a necklace of jagged jade pieces. Behind it all were the mountains, still draped in snow. On shore, Nina capped her lens and let the camera dangle around her neck. Mom stood with a hand tented over her eyes, gazing at the town laid out before them. From here they could see a spire rising high into the sky, its top a three-tiered Russian cross. Nina reached instinctively for her camera. Looking through the lens, she saw her mother's sharp profile soften when she looked at the church spire. "What's it like, Mom?" she said, moving closer. "Seeing that?" "It's been so long," Mom said, not looking away. "It makes me think of all of it, I guess." On her other side, Meredith moved closer as well. The three of them followed the small crowd who'd come from the ship. They walked up Harbor Drive and there were bits and pieces of Sitka's Russian past everywhere, street names and store names and restaurant menus. There was even a totem pole downtown that had an emblem of Tsarist Russia carved into it. The double-headed eagle. Mom said almost nothing as they passed one reminder of her homeland after another, but when they pushed through the doors of St. Michael's Church, she stumbled and would have fallen if both girls hadn't reached out to steady her. There were glittering, golden Russian icons everywhere. Some were ancient paintings on wooden boards, others were jewel-studded masterpieces on silver or gold. White arches separated the rooms, their surfaces decorated in elaborate gold scrollwork. On display were ornately beaded wedding gowns and religious vestments. Mom looked at everything, touching what she could. Finally, she ended up at what Nina figured was the Altara, small area draped in heavy white silk adorned with Russian crosses made of gold thread. There were candles all around, and a pair of old Bibles lay open. "Do you want us to pray with you?" Meredith asked. No, Mom shook her head a little and wiped her eyes, although Nina had seen no tears. Then she walked out of the church and up a short distance. Nina could tell that her mother had studied a map of Sitka. She knew exactly where she was going. She passed a sign that advertised Russian-American history tours and turned into a cemetery. It was on a small rise, a grassy area studded with fragile-looking trees and clumps of brown bushes. A coppery dome, topped with a Russian cross, marked the hallowed ground. The grave markers were old-fashioned. Many were handmade. Even the marker for Princess Matsudov was a simple black sign. A white picket fence delineated the princess's final resting place. The few cement markers were overgrown with moss. It looked as if no one knew had been buried here in years, and yet Mom moved over the bumpy ground, looking at every grave. Nina took a picture of her mother, who stood in front of a mossy headstone that had been knocked askew by some long-ago storm. The late spring breeze plucked at her tightly bound white hair. She looked ethereal almost, too pale and slim to be real, but the sadness in her blue eyes was as honest as any emotion Nina had ever seen. She put the camera down, let it hang, and moved in beside her mother. "Who are you looking for?" "No one," Mom said, then added, "Ghosts." They stood there a moment longer, both staring at the grave of Dmitry Petrovich Stolichnaya, who died in 1827. Then Mom straightened her shoulders and said, "I am hungry. Let us find some place to eat." She put her big round Jackie O-style sunglasses on and coiled a scarf around her throat. The three of them walked back downtown, where they found a small restaurant on the water that promised Sitka's best Russian food. Nina opened the door and a bell rang cheerily overhead. Inside the long, narrow room were a dozen or so tables. Most were full of people. They didn't look like tourists either. There were big, broad-shouldered men with beards that seemed to be made of iron shavings, women in brightly colored kerchiefs and dated floral dresses, and a few men in yellow plastic fishermen's overalls. A woman greeted them with a bright smile. She was older than her voice sounded maybe 60 and pleasingly plump. Silvery curls framed an apple-cheeked face. She was the perfect portrait of a grandmother. "Hello there. Welcome to the restaurant. I'm Stacy, and I'll be happy to serve you today." Reaching for 3 laminated menus, she led them to a little table by the window. Outside, the water was a sparkling expanse of blue. A fishing boat motored into shore, its passage marked by silvery ripples. "What do you recommend?" Meredith asked. "I guess I'd have to say the meatballs. And we make our noodles from scratch. Although the borscht is to die for, too." "How about vodka?" Mom said. "Is that a Russian accent?" Stacy asked. "I have not lived there for a long time," Mom said. "Well, you're a special guest. Don't you even look at the menu. I'll bring you something." She bustled away, whistling as she walked. Pausing briefly at a few other tables, she disappeared behind a bead-fringed curtain. A few moments later, she was back with 3 shot glasses, a frosted bottle of vodka, and a tray of black caviar with toast points. "Don't you dare say it's too expensive," Stacy said. "We get too many tourists and too few Russians. This is my treat." "Vash Storovy." Mom looked up in surprise. Nina wondered how long it had been since she had heard her native language. "Vash Storovy," Mom said, reaching for her glass. The 3 of them clinked glasses, drank down their shots, and reached immediately for the caviar. "My daughters are becoming good Russians," Mom said. There was a softening in her voice as she said it. Nina wished she could see her mother's eyes, but the sunglasses created the perfect camouflage. "With 1 drink." Stacy scoffed. "How can that be?" For the next 20 minutes or so, they talked about ordinary things, but when the waitress returned with the food, no one could talk about anything else. From tiny, succulent meatballs swimming in saffron broth, to mushroom soup with a bubbly Gruyere crust, to a moist salmon-stuffed veal roast with caviar sauce. By the time the apple and walnut strudel showed up, everyone said they were too full. Stacy smiled at that and walked away. Nina was the first to cut off a piece. "Oh my God," she said, tasting the buttery walnut-filled pastry. Mom took a bite of the strudel. "It is like my mama used to make." "Really?" Meredith said. She always said the secret was to slap the dough against the pastry board. "When I was a girl, we often fought about this. I said it was unnecessary. I was wrong, of course." Mom shook her head. "Later, I could never make that dough without thinking of my mother. Once, when I served it to your father, he said the strudel was too salty. This was from my tears, so I put the recipe away and tried to forget it." "And did you?" Mom glanced out the window. "I forgot nothing." "You didn't want to forget," Meredith said. "Why do you say this?" Mom asked. "The fairy tale. It was the only way you could tell us who you were." "Until the play," Mom said. "I am sorry for that, Meredith." Meredith sat back in her seat. "I've waited for that apology all my life, and now that I have it, it doesn't matter. I care about you, Mom. I just want us all to keep talking." "Why?" Mom said quietly. "How can you care? Either one of you." "We tried not to love you, too," Nina said. "I would say I made it easy," Mom said. "No," Meredith said. "Never easy." Mom reached out and poured 3 more vodkas. Lifting her glass, she looked at her daughters. "What shall we drink to?" "How about family?" Stacy said, showing up just in time to pour a 4th shot. "To those who are here, those who are gone, and those who are lost." She clinked her glass against Mom's. "Is that an old Russian toast?" Nina asked after she'd downed her vodka. "I've never heard it before," Mom said. "It's what we say in my house," Stacy said. It's good, don't you think? Duh, Mom said, actually smiling. It is very good. On the walk back through town, Mom seemed to be standing taller. She was quick to smile or to point out a trinket in a store window. Meredith couldn't help staring. It was like seeing a butterfly emerge from its chrysalis. And somehow, seeing her new mother, or her mother in this new light, made Meredith feel differently about herself. Like her mom, she smiled easier, laughed more often. Not once had she worried about the office or her girls or missing the ship. She'd been happy just to flow on this journey with her mom and sister. For once, they felt as intertwined as strands of a rope. Where one went, the other belonged. Look, Mom said as they came to the end of the street. At first all Meredith saw were the quaint blue wooden shops and the distant snowy peak of Mount Edgecombe. What? There. Meredith followed the invisible line from her mother's pointing finger. In a park across the street, standing beneath a street lamp twined in bright pink flowers, there was a family, laughing together, posing for silly pictures. There was a woman with long brown hair, dressed in crisply pressed jeans and a turtleneck, a blond man whose handsome face seemed hardly able to contain the breadth of his smile, and two towhead little girls, giggling as they pushed each other out of the picture. That is how you and Jeff used to be, Mom said quietly. Meredith felt a kind of sadness. It wasn't what she'd felt before, not disappointment that her kids didn't call, or fear that Jeff didn't love her, or even worry that she had lost too much of herself. This new feeling was the realization that she wasn't young anymore. The days of frolicking with her little girls were gone. Her children were on their own now, and Meredith needed to accept that. They would always be a family, but if she'd learned anything in the past few weeks, it was that a family wasn't a static thing. There were always changes going on. Like with continents, sometimes the changes were invisible and underground, and sometimes they were explosive and deadly. The trick was to keep your balance. You couldn't control the direction of your family any more than you could stop the continental shelf from breaking apart. All you could do was hold on for the ride. As she stood there, staring at strangers, she saw her marriage in moments. She and Jeff at the prom, dancing under a mirrored ball to Stairway to Heaven and French kissing. Her in labor, screaming at him to stay the fuck away from her with those ice chips. Him handing her the first pages of his first novel and asking her opinion. And him standing beside her when Dad was dying, saying, "Who takes care of you, Mir?" and trying to hold her. "I've been an idiot," she said to no one except herself, forgetting for a moment that she was standing in the middle of a busy sidewalk, flanked by eavesdroppers. "It's about time," Nina said, smiling. "I'm tired of being the only screw-up in this family." "I love Jeff," Meredith said, feeling both miserable and elated. "Of course you do," Mom said. Meredith turned to them. "What if it's too late?" Mom smiled, and Meredith was struck by both the beauty and the newness of the face she'd studied for decades. "I am 81 years old, telling my life story to my daughters. Every year, I thought it was too late to start, that I'd waited too long. But Nina here won't take no for an answer. Finally, being a selfish bitch pays off." Nina reached into her camera bag and pulled out a clunky cell phone, flipping it open. "Call him." "Oh, we're having fun. It can wait." "No," Mom said sharply. "Never wait." "What if?" Mom laid a hand on her forearm. "Look at me, Meredith. I am what fear makes of a woman. Do you want to end up like me?" Meredith slowly reached out and removed her mother's sunglasses. Staring into the aqua-blue eyes that had always mesmerized her, Meredith smiled. "You know what, Mom? I'd be proud to have your strength. What you've been through, and we don't know the worst of it, I think it would have killed an ordinary woman. Only someone extraordinary could have survived. So, yeah, I do want to end up like you." Mom swallowed hard. "But I don't want to be afraid." "You're right about that. So give me that damn cell phone, Neener Beener. I've got an overdue call to make." "We'll meet you on the boat," Nina said. "Where?" Mom actually laughed. "The bar, of course. The one with the view." Meredith watched her sister and mother walk down the sidewalk, away from her. Although the wind was blowing slightly, tapping a seashell chime in the eaves beside her, and somewhere a boat honked its horn, she couldn't hear anything except the lingering echo of her mother's laughter. It was a sound she'd keep forever and pull out whenever she stopped believing in miracles. She crossed the street, stopping traffic with a smile and an outheld palm. Passing the family still taking pictures of each other, she went to a small wooden bench that read, "In memory of Myrna, who loved this view." She sat down on Myrna's bench and stared out at the gaggle of fishing and pleasure boats in the marina below. Masts cocked and swayed with every invisible movement of the water. Seabirds called out to tourists and dove for golden fries. She glanced at her watch, calculated Jeff's schedule, and dialed his number. It rang so many times she almost gave up. Then, finally, he answered, sounding out of breath. "Hello?" "Jeff," she said, feeling tears rise up. It was all she could do to hold them back. "It's me, Meredith." She couldn't quite pinpoint the emotion in his voice, and that bothered her. Once, she'd known every nuance. "I'm in Sitka," she said, stalling. "Is it as beautiful as they say?" No, she decided. She wasn't going to be afraid, and she wasn't going to waste time on the kind of facile conversations that had gotten her into this mess. "I mean, yes, it is beautiful here, but I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about our daughters, either, or our jobs, or my mom. I want to say I'm sorry, Jeff. You asked me if I loved you, and I hit the brakes. I'm still not sure why. But I was wrong and stupid. I do love you. I love you and I miss you, and I hope to hell I'm not too late because I want to grow old with the man I was young with. With you." She drew in a sharp breath. It felt as if she'd been talking forever, spewing really, and now it was up to him. Had she hurt him too much? Waited too long? When the silence went on, she could hear a squeaky spring as he sat down on a bad sofa, and then his sigh. She said, "Say something." December 1974. "What?" "I was in line at the CB. Carrie Davra elbowed me, and when I looked over, I saw you standing by the tetherball. You'd been avoiding me, remember? After the Christmas play? You wouldn't even look at me for 2 years. I tried lots of times to walk up to you, but I always lost my nerve at the last second. Until that day in December. It was snowing, and you were standing there, all by yourself, shivering. And before I could talk myself out of it, I walked over to you. Carrie was yelling that I'd lose my place in the food line, but I didn't care. When you looked up at me, I remember how hard it was to breathe. I thought you'd run away, but you didn't, and I said, 'Do you like banana splits?' He laughed. What an idiot. It was probably 25 degrees outside, and I asked about ice cream. But you said yes." "I remember," she said quietly. "We have 1,000 memories like that." "Yes. I've tried to fall out of love with you, Mir. I couldn't do it, but I thought sure as hell you had. I didn't fall out of love with you either. I just fell. Can we start over?" "Hell, no. I don't want to start over. I like the middle." Meredith laughed at that. She didn't want to go back and be young again, either, not with all the uncertainties and angst. She just wanted to feel young again. And she wanted to change. "I'll be naked more. I promise. And I'll make you laugh more. God, I've missed you, Mir. Can you come home right now? I'll warm up the bed." Almost. She leaned back into the sun-baked wooden bench. For the next half hour, they talked like they used to, about anything and everything. Jeff told her he'd almost finished his novel, and Meredith told him part of her mother's story. He listened in obvious awe, offering memories that suddenly made sense, times when Mom's behavior had seemed inexplicable. All that food, he said, and the stuff she said. They talked about the girls and how they were doing in school and what the summer would be like with the house full again. "Have you figured out what you want?" Jeff finally said. "Besides me, that is? I'm working on it. I think I want to expand the gift shop. Maybe let Daisy run Nochi. Or even sell it." She was surprised by her own words. She didn't remember ever really thinking that before, but suddenly it made sense. And I want to go to Russia. Leningrad. You mean St. Petersburg, but it will always be Leningrad to me. I want to see the Summer Garden and the Neva River and the Fontanka Bridge. We never really went on a honeymoon. He laughed. Are you sure this is Meredith Cooper? Meredith Ivanovna Cooper. That's what my name would be in Russia. And yeah, it's me. Can we go? She could hear the laughter in Jeff's voice and the love when he said, Baby, our kids are gone. We can go anywhere. 24. Juneau was the epitome of the Alaskan Spirit Estate capital built with no roads leading in or out. The only way to get there was by boat or air. Surrounded by towering, snow-clad mountains and tucked in between ice fields larger than some states, it was a rough-and-tumble city that clung tenaciously to its pioneer and native roots. If they hadn't been on a quest or it hadn't been raining so hard, Nina felt sure they would have taken an excursion to see the Mendenhall Glacier. But as it was, the three of them were standing at the entrance to the Glacier View nursing home instead. Are you afraid, Mom? Meredith asked. I wasn't under the impression that he'd agreed to see me, Mom said. Not precisely, Nina said. But sooner or later, everyone talks to me. Mom actually smiled. God knows that is true. So are you afraid? Nina asked. No. I should have done this years ago. Perhaps if I had. No. I am not afraid of telling the story to this man who is collecting such memories. Perhaps if you had what? Meredith asked. Mom turned to look at them. Her face was shadowed by the black woolen hood she wore. I want you both to know what this trip has meant to me. Why do you sound like you're saying goodbye? Nina asked. Today you will hear the terrible things I did, Mom said. We all do terrible things, Mom, Meredith said. You don't have to worry. Do we? Do we all do terrible things? Mom made a sound of disgust. This is the talk show babble of your generation. Here's what I want to say now, before we go in. I love both of you. Her voice cracked, turned harsh, but her gaze softened. My Ninotchka. My Marushka. Before either could even respond to the sweetness of their Russian nicknames, Mom turned on her heel and walked into the nursing home. Nina rushed to keep up with her 81-year-old mother. At the desk, she smiled at the receptionist, a round-faced, black-haired woman in a beaded red sweater. We are the Whitson family, Nina said. I rode ahead to Dr. Adamovich and told him we'd be stopping by to see him today. The receptionist frowned, flipping through a calendar. Oh, yes. His son, Max, is going to be here at noon to meet you. Would you like to have some coffee while you wait? Sure, Nina said. They followed the receptionist's directions to a waiting room filled with black and white images of Juneau's colorful past. Nina took a place by the window in a surprisingly comfortable chair. Behind her, a large picture window looked out over a green forest threaded by falling rain. The minutes ticked past. People came and went, some walking, others in wheelchairs, their voices floating in and out with their presence. I wonder what the Belai Nochi is like here, Mom said quietly, gazing out the window. It's better the farther north you go, Nina said. According to my research anyway. But if you're lucky, sometimes you can see the northern lights from here. The northern lights, Mom said, leaning back in her orange chair. My papa used to take me outside in the middle of the night sometimes, when everyone else was asleep. He'd whisper, Varushka, my little writer, and take my hand and wrap me in a blanket, and out we would go, into the streets of Leningrad, to stand and stare up at the sky. It was so beautiful. God's light show, my papa said, although he said it softly. Everything he said was dangerous then. We just didn't know it. She sighed. I think this is the first time I've ever just talked about him. Just remembered something ordinary. Does it hurt? Meredith asked. Mom thought about that for a moment and then said, in a good way, we were always so scared to mention him. This is what Stalin did to us. When I first came to the United States, I could not believe how free everyone was, how quick to say what was on their minds. And in the 60s and 70s. She shook her head, smiling. My father would have loved to see a sit-in or the college kids demonstrating. He was like them, like Sasha and your father. Dreamers. Vera was a dreamer, Nina said gently. Mom nodded. For a time, a man dressed in a flannel shirt and faded jeans walked into the room. With a thick black beard that covered half of his angular face, it was hard to make out his age. Mrs. Whitson, he said. Mom slowly stood. The man moved forward, his hand outstretched. I am Maxim. My father, Vasily Adamovich, is the man you have come so far to see. Nina and Meredith rose as one. It is many years since your father wrote to me, Mom said. Maxim nodded. And I'm sorry to say that he has suffered a stroke in the years between. He can barely speak and can't move his left side at all. So we are wasting your time, Mom said. No, not at all. I have taken up a few of my father's projects, and the siege of Leningrad is one of them. It's such important work, gathering these survivor stories. It's only in the last 20 years or so that the truth is coming to light. The Soviets were good at keeping secrets. Indeed, Mom said. So if you'd like to come into my father's room, I'll record your account for his study. He may not appear to react, but I can assure you that he is happy to finally include your story. It will be the 53rd first-person account he has collected. Later this year, I am going to St. Petersburg to petition for more records. Your story will make a difference, Mrs. Whitson. I assure you. Mom simply nodded, and Nina couldn't help wondering what she was thinking, now that they were coming to the time when the story would end. Follow me, please, Maxim said. Turning, he led them down the brightly lit corridor, past hunched old women with walkers and tiny old men in wheelchairs, to a room at the very end of the hall. There was a narrow hospital-style bed in the center of the room and a couple of chairs that had obviously been brought in for this meeting. In the bed lay a shrunken man with a bony face and toothpick arms. Tufts of white hair sprang from his bald, spotted head and his wrinkled pink ears. His nose was like a raptor's beak and his lips all but invisible. At their entrance, his right hand began to tremble and the right side of his mouth tried to smile. Maxim leaned down close to his father, whispered something into his ear. The man in the bed said something, but Nina couldn't understand a word. He says he is so glad to see you, Anya Whitson. He has waited a long time. My father is Vasily Adamovich, and he welcomes you all. Mom nodded. Please sit down, Maxim said, indicating the chairs. On a table by the window were a copper samovar and several plates of pierogies and strudel and sliced cheese with crackers. Vasily said something, his voice crackled like a dried leaf. Maxim listened, then shook his head. I'm sorry, Papa. I cannot understand. He is saying something about the rain, I think. I am not sure. I am going to record your story, Mrs. Whitson. Anya, may I call you Anya? Is the recording okay? Mom was staring at the gleaming copper samovar and the row of silver-wrapped glass teacups. Duh, she said softly, flicking a hand in dismissal. Nina hadn't realized that she was the only one still standing. She went to the chair next to Meredith's and sat down. For a moment, the room was utterly still. The only noise in it was the tapping of the rain on the roof. Then Mom drew in a long, slow breath and released it. I have told this story in a single way for so long, I hardly know how to start now. I hardly know how to start. Maxim hit the record button. It made a loud clicking sound and the tape started to roll. I am not Anya Petrovna Whitson. This is the name I took, the woman I became. She took another deep breath. I am Veronica Petrovna Marchenko Whitson, and Leningrad is my city. It is a part of me. Long ago, I knew those streets like I know the soles of my feet or the palms of my hands. But it is not my youth you are interested in. Not that I had much of one when I look back on it. I started to grow up at 15 when they took my father away, and by the end of the war, I was old. That is the middle, though. The beginning, really, is June of 1941. I am coming home from the country where I'd been gathering vegetables to ken for the coming winter. Nina closed her eyes and sat back, letting the words form pictures in her imagination. She heard things she'd heard before as a fairy tale, only this time they were real. There were no black knights or princes or goblins. There was only Vera, first as a young woman, falling in love and having her babies. And then as a woman afraid, digging on the Luga line and walking through bombed-out landscapes. Nina had to wipe her tears away when Olga died, and again when Vera's mother died. She is gone, Mom says with a terrible simplicity. I hear my son say, "What's wrong with Baba?" and it takes all my strength not to cry. I pull the blanket up to Mama's chest, trying not to notice how bony her face has become in the last month. Should I have forced her to eat? This is a question that will haunt me for the rest of my life. If I had, I would have been pulling the blanket up on one of my children, and how could I have done that? Mama, Leo says again. Baba has gone to be with Olga, I say, and as hard as I try to be strong, my voice cracks and then my children are crying. It is Sasha who comforts them. I have no comfort left inside of me. I am cold to the bone, afraid that if one of them touches me, I will crack apart like an egg. I sit next to my dead mother for a long time, in our shadowy, cold room, with my head bowed in a prayer that comes too late. Then I remember a thing she said to me long ago, when I was the child who needed comfort. We will not speak of him again. At the time, I thought it was because of his danger to us, his crimes, but as I sit next to my mother, I feel her move beside me where Dosh reaches over and touches my hand, and I feel warm for the first time in months. And I understand what she was saying to me then. Go on. Forget if you can. Live. It is not so much about who my father was, this advice, it is what life is about. What death does to you. When I look down, of course she is not moving, her skin is cold, and I know she did not really speak to me. But she did. And so I do what I must. I stand up, feeling out my new role. I am a motherless daughter now, a sisterless woman. There is no one left of the family I was born into. There is only the family I have made. My mother is in all of us, though especially in me. Anya has my mother's solemn strength. Leo has Olga's easy laughter. And two have the best of both of them in me, and the dreams of my father, too, so it is my job to be all of us now. Sasha is beside me suddenly. He folds me into a hug, and I press my face into the cold curl of his neck. We will be away from here someday, he promises. We will go to Alaska, just like we talked about. It won't always be like this. Alaska, I say, remembering this dream of his, of ours. Land of the midnight sun. Yes! But a dream like that, any dream, is far away now, and it only makes my pain worse. I look at him, and though he says something, I see his thoughts in his green eyes, or maybe it is my own thoughts reflected. Either way, we break apart, and Sasha says to our slumped, red-eyed children, Mama and I must go take care of Baba. Leo, sitting on the kitchen floor, starts to cry, but it is a pale imitation of my son's sadness, of his tears. I know. I have seen him burst into tears when he is healthy. Now he just leaks water from his eyes and sits there, too hungry and exhausted to do more. We'll stay here, Papa, Anya says solemnly. I'll take care of Leo. My good children, Sasha says. He keeps them busy while I wash Mama and dress her in her best dress. I try not to notice how shrunken and thin she is. Not really my mother at all, but it is true what they say. Children become adults who become children again. I cannot help thinking of the cycle as I gently wash my mother's body and button her buttons and pin her hair. When I am done, she looks like she is sleeping, and I bend down and kiss her cold, cold cheek and whisper my goodbye. Then it is time. Sasha and I dress for the cold. I put on everything I own: 4 pairs of socks, my mother's oversized Valenki, pants, dresses, sweaters. I can barely fit into my coat, and once I have wrapped a scarf around my head, my face looks like a child's. Out we go, into the cold, black day. Street lamps are on in places, their light blurred by falling snow. We tie Mama to the little red sled that once was a family toy and now is perhaps our most important possession. Sasha is strong enough to drag it through the heavy snow, thank God. I am weak. I try to hide it from my husband, but how can I? Every step through the knee-deep snow is a torture for me. My breath comes in great, burning gasps. I want to sit down, but I know better. In front of us, a man weaves drunkenly forward, clutches a street lamp, and bends over, breathing hard. We walk past him. This is what we do now, what we have become. When I look back, breathing hard myself, he has fallen in the snow. I know that when we go home we will see his blue, frozen body. Don't look, Sasha says. I see anyway, I say, and keep trudging forward. How can I not see? Rumors are that 3,000 people a day are dying, mostly old men and young children. We women are stronger somehow. Thankfully, Sasha is in the army, so we only have to stand in line a few hours for a death certificate. We will lose Mama's food ration, but lying about her death is more dangerous than starving. By the time we leave the warmth of standing in line, I am beyond exhausted. The hunger is gnawing at my belly and I feel so lightheaded that sometimes I cry for no reason. The tears freeze on my cheeks instantly. There are street lamps on at the cemetery, although I wish it were dark. In the falling snow, the bodies are hidden, coated in white, but there is no mistaking them, corpses stacked like firewood at the cemetery gates. The ground is too frozen for burial. I should have known this. I would have known it if my mind were working, but hunger has made me stupid and slow. Sasha looks at me. The sadness in his eyes is unbearable. I want to give in then, just slump into the snow and stop caring. I can't leave her here, I say, unable to even count the bodies. Neither can I bring her home again. It is what too many neighbors have done, just set aside a place for the dead in their apartments, but I cannot do it. Sasha nods and moves forward, dragging the sled around the snowy mounds and into the dark, quiet cemetery. We hold hands. It is the only way we can know where the other is. We find an open space beneath a tree laced with snow and frost. I hope this tree will be the protector for her I was not. Our voices echo through the falling snow as we tell each other this is the place. I will always know this tree, recognize it, and here I will find her again someday, or at least I will stand here and remember her. From now on, I will always remember her on the 14th of December, wherever I am. It is not much, but it is something. I kneel in the snow. Even with gloves on, my fingers are trembling with cold as I untie the ropes and release her frozen body. I am sorry, Mama, I whisper, my teeth chattering. I touch her face in the darkness like a blind woman, trying to remember how she looks. I'll come back in the spring. Come on, Sasha says, pulling me to my feet. I know better than to kneel, even for this, in the snow. Already my knees are colder. Soon I will not be able to feel my legs. We leave her there. Alone. It is all we can do, Sasha says later as we trudge for home, our breathing ragged. All I want to do is lie down. I am so hungry and so tired and so sad. I do not even care if I die. Yes, I say. I don't care. I just want to stop. But Sasha is there, urging me forward, and when we get home, and our children climb into bed with us, I thank God my husband is there. Don't you give up, he whispers to me in bed that night. I will find a way to get you out of here. I promise. I agree not to give up, though I don't know what it even means then. And in the morning, he kisses my cheek, whispers that he loves me, and he leaves. In late December, the city slowly freezes to death. It is dark almost all the time. Birds drop from the sky like stones. The crows die first. I remember that. It is impossibly cold. 20 degrees below zero becomes normal. The streetcars stop in their tracks like children's toys that have fallen out of favor. The water mains burst. The sleds are everywhere now. Women drag them through the streets to carry things homeward from burned-out buildings, buckets of water from the Neva River, anything they can burn or eat. You'd be amazed what you can eat. There are rumors that the sausage sold in the markets is made from human flesh. I don't go to the markets anymore. What is the point? I see beautiful fur coats and jewels selling for nothing and oil cakes made of warehouse sweepings and sawdust going for exorbitant prices. We do as little as we can, my children and I. Our apartment is black all the time now. There is only the briefest spasm of daylight, and very few candles are left to light the darkness. Our little Burzwika is everything now. Heat and light. Life. We have burned most of the furniture in our apartment, but some pieces are still left. The three of us are wrapped tightly together all night, and in the morning we waken slowly. We lie beneath all the blankets we have, with our bed pushed close to the stove, and still we waken with frozen hair and frost on our cheeks. Leo has developed a cough that worries me. I try to get him to drink hot water, but he resists me. I cannot blame him. Even after it is boiled, the water tastes like the corpses that lie on the river's frozen surface. I get up in the cold and take however long I must to break off a chair leg or shatter a drawer and feed the wood into the stove. There is a ringing in my ears and a kind of vertigo that often sends me sprawling at the merest step. I know my own body by its bones now. Still, I smile when I kiss my babies awake. Anya groans at my touch, and this is better than Leo, who just lies there. I shake him hard, yell his name. When he opens his eyes, I can't help falling to my knees. Silly boy, I say, wiping my eyes. I can't hear anything over the roaring in my ears and the hammering of my heart. I would give anything to hear him say he is hungry. I make us each a cup of hot water laced with yeast. It is no nutrition, but it will fill us up. Carefully, I take a piece of thick black bread, the last of this week's rations, and I cut it in thirds. I want to give it all to them, but I know better. Without me, they are lost, so I must eat. We each cut our third of a piece of bread into tiny pieces, which we eat as slowly as possible. I put half of mine in my pocket for later. I get up and put on all of my clothes. My children lie in the bed, snuggled close. Even from across the room, I can see how skeletal they look. When last I bathed Leo, he was a collection of sharp bones and sunken skin. I go to them, sit by them on the bed. I touch Leo's cheeks, pull his knit cap down far enough to cover his ears. "Don't go, Mama," he says. I have to. It is the conversation we have every morning, and honestly, there is very little fight left in them. "I will find us some candy, would you like that?" "Candy," he says dreamily, slumping back into his flattened pillow. Anya looks up at me. Unlike her brother, she is not sick. She is just wasting, like me. "You shouldn't tell him there will be candy," she says. "Oh, Anya," I say, pulling her into my arms and holding her as tightly as I can. I kiss her cracked lips. Our breath is terrible, but neither of us even notices anymore. "I don't want to die, Mama," she says. "You won't, moya dusha. We'll make sure of it." My soul. She is that. They both are. And because of that, I get up and get dressed and go to work. Out in the freezing darkness of early morning, I drag my sled through the streets. In the library, I go down to the one reading room that is open. Oil lamps create pockets of light. Many of the librarians are too sick to move, so those of us who are able move books and answer research questions for the government and the army. We go in search of books, too, saving what we can from bombed buildings. When there is nothing left to do, I queue up for whatever rations I can get. Today I am lucky. There is a jar of sauerkraut and a ration of bread. The walk home is terrible. My legs are so weak and I can't breathe and I am dizzy. There are corpses everywhere. I no longer even go around them. I don't have the energy. Halfway home, I reach into my pocket and pull out my tiny piece of bread from the morning meal. I put it in my mouth, let it melt on my tongue. I can feel myself swaying. That white roar of noise is back in my ears. In the past few weeks I have grown accustomed to the sound. I see a bench up ahead. Sit. Close your eyes for just a moment. I am so tired. The gnawing in my belly is gone, replaced by exhaustion. It is a struggle just to breathe. And then, amazingly, I see Sasha standing in the street in front of me. He looks exactly as he did on the day I met him, years ago, a lifetime. He isn't even wearing a coat, and his hair is long and golden. "Sasha," I say, hearing the crack in my voice. I want to run to him, but my legs won't work. Instead, I crumple to my knees in the thick snow. I can feel him beside me, putting his arm around me. His breath is so warm and it smells of cherries. Cherries. Like the ones Papa used to bring us. And honey. I close my eyes, hungry for the taste of him and his sweet breath. I can smell my mama's borscht. Get up, Vera. At first it is Sasha's voice, deep and familiar, and then it is my own. Screaming. Get up, Vera. I am alone. There is no one here beside me, no lover's breath that smells of honeyed cherries. There is just me, kneeling in the deep snow, slowly freezing to death. I think of Leo's giggle and Anya's stern look and Sasha's kiss. And I climb slowly, agonizingly to my feet. It takes hours to get home, although it is not far. When I finally arrive and stumble into the relative warmth of the apartment, I fall again to my knees. Anya is there. She wraps her arms around me and holds me. I have no idea how long we sit there, holding each other. Probably until the cold in the apartment drives us back into bed. That night, after a dinner of hot sauerkraut and a boiled potato heaven, sit around the little Berzwika. Tell us a story, Mama, Anya says. Don't you want a story, Leo? I scoop Leo into my arms and stare down at his pale face, made beautiful by firelight. I want to tell him a story, a fairy tale that will give him good dreams, but my throat is tight and my lips are so cracked it hurts to speak, so I just hold my babies instead, and the frosty silence lulls us to sleep. You think that things cannot get worse, but they can. They do. It is the coldest winter on record in Leningrad. Rations are cut and cut again. Page by page I burn my father's beloved books for warmth. I sit in the freezing dark, holding my bony children as I tell them the stories. Anna Karenina. War and Peace. Onegin. I tell them how Sasha and I met so often that soon I know the words by heart. It feels further and further away, though. Some days I cannot remember my own face, let alone my husband's. I can't recall the past, but I can see the future. It is in the stretched, tiny faces of my children, in the blue boils that have begun to blister Leo's pale skin. Scurvy. Lucky for me, I work in the library. Books tell me that pine needles have vitamin C, so I break off branches and drag them home on my sled. The tea I make from them is bitter, but Leo complains no more. I wish he would. Dark. Cold. I can hear my babies breathing in the bed beside me. Leo's every breath is phlegmy. I feel his brow. He is not hot, thank God. I know what has wakened me. The fire has gone out. I want to do nothing about it. The thought hits before I can guard against it. I could do nothing, just lie there, holding my children, and go to sleep forever. There are worse ways to die. Then I feel Anya's tiny legs brush up against mine. In her sleep, she murmurs, Papa, and I remember my promise. I take forever to get up. Everything hurts. There is a ringing in my ears and my balance is off. Halfway to the stove, I feel myself falling. When I wake from my faint, I am disoriented. For a second, I hear my father at his desk writing. His pen tip scratches words across the bumpy linen paper. No. I go to the bookcase. Only the last of the treasure is left, my father's own poetry. I cannot burn them. Tomorrow, perhaps, but not today. Instead, I take the axe. It is so heavy and crack off a piece of the side of the bookcase. It is thick, old wood, hard as iron, and it burns hot. I stand by the bed, in front of the fire, and I can feel how I am swaying. I know suddenly that if I lie down, I will die. Did my mother tell me this? My sister? I don't know. I just remember knowing the truth of it. I won't die in my bed, I say to no one. So I go to the only other piece of furniture left in the room. My father's writing desk. Wrapping myself in a blanket, I sit down. Can I smell him, or am I hallucinating again? I don't know. I pick up his pen and find that the ink in the well is frozen solid. The little metal inkwell is as cold as ice, but I carry it to the stove, where we both warm quickly. Making a cup of hot water to drink, I go back to the desk. I light the lamp beside me. It is silly, I know. I should conserve this oil, but I can't just sit here in the icy black. I have to do something to keep alive. So I will write. It is not too late. I'm not dead yet. I am Vera Petrovna and I am a nobody. I write and write, on paper that I know I will soon have to burn, with a hand that trembles so violently my letters look like antelopes leaping across the sheet. Still, I write and the night fades. Some hours later, a pale gray light bleeds through the newsprint, and I know I have made it. I am just about to put the pen down when there is a knock at the door. I force my legs to work, my feet to move. I open the door to a stranger. A man in a big black woolen coat and a military cap. Vera Petrovna Marchenko? I hear his voice and it is familiar, but I cannot focus on his face. My vision is giving me problems. It is me. Dima Newsky from down the hall. He hands me a bottle of red wine, a bag of candy, and a sack of potatoes. My mama is too ill to eat. She won't make it through the day. She asked me to give this to you. For the babies, she said. Dima, I say, and still I don't know who he is. I can't remember his mother, either, my neighbor. But I take the food. I do not even pretend not to want it. I might even kill him for it. Who knows? Thank you, I say, or think I do, or mean to. How is Alexander? How are any of us? Do you want to come in? It is a little warmer. No. I must get back to my mother. I am not here long. It's back to the front tomorrow. When he is gone, I stare down at the food in awe. I am smiling when I waken Leo that morning and say, we have candy. In January, I strap poor Leo to the sled. He is so weak, he doesn't even struggle. His tiny body is bluish-black and covered in boils. Anya is too cold to get out of bed. I tell her to stay in bed and wait for us. It takes 3 hours to walk to the hospital, and when I get there, people have died in line, waiting to see a doctor. There are bodies everywhere. The smell. I lean down to Leo, who is somehow both bony and swollen. His tiny face looks like a starving cat. I am here, my lion, I say because I can think of nothing else. A nurse sees us. Even though we are 2 among hundreds, she comes over, looks down at Leo. When she looks up at me, I see the pity in her eyes. Here, she says, giving me a piece of paper. This will get him some millet soup and butter. There's aspirin at the dispensary. Thank you, I say. We look at each other again, both knowing it is not enough. He is Leo. My son was Yuri. I nod in understanding. Sometimes a name is all you have left. When I get home from the hospital, I cook everything I can find. I strip the wallpaper from the walls and boil it. The paste is made of flour and water, and it thickens into a kind of soup. Carpenter's glue will do the same thing. These are the recipes I teach my daughter. God help us. I boil a leather belt of Sasha's and make a jelly from it. The taste is sickening, but I get Leo to eat a little of it. In the middle of January, a friend of Sasha's arrives at our apartment. I can see that he is shocked by what he sees. He gives me a box from Sasha. As soon as he is gone, we crowd around to look at it. Even Leo is smiling. Inside are evacuation papers. We are to leave on the 20th. Beneath the papers is a coil of fresh sausage and a bag of nuts. In utter darkness, I pack up the whole of my life, not that there is much left. Honestly, I do not know what I have taken and what I left behind. Most of our possessions have either frozen or been burned, but I remember to take my writings and my father's, and my last book of poetry by Anna Akhmatova. I take all the food we have: a sausage, half a bag of onions, 4 pieces of bread, some oil cakes, a quarter of a jar of sunflower oil, and the last of the sauerkraut. I have to carry Leo. With his swollen feet and boil-covered arms, he can barely move, and I don't have it in me to waken him when he sleeps. The 3 of us leave in the darkness of mid-morning. Little Anya carries our only suitcase, filled with food. All our clothes we are wearing. It is bitter cold outside and snowing hard. I hold her hand on the long walk to the train station, and once there, we are both exhausted. In the train, we cram together. We are 3 of many, but no one talks. The air smells musty, of body odor and bad breath and death. It is a smell we all recognize. I pull my babies close around me. I give Leo and Anya some wine to drink, but Leo is not happy with that. I cannot take out my food, not in this crowded train car. I could be killed for the oil cakes, let alone the sausage. I dig deep in my coat pocket, which I have filled with dirt from the ground outside the burned Badaev food warehouses. Leo eats the dirty, sugary particles greedily and cries for more. I do the only thing I can think of. I cut my finger and put it in his mouth. Like a newborn baby, he sucks on my finger, drinking my warm blood. It hurts, but not as much as hearing the congestion in his lungs or feeling the heat in his forehead. In a quiet voice, I tell them stories of their father and me, of a fairy tale love that seems so far away. Somewhere along that clackety trip, when I am so afraid and Leo is coughing terribly and Anya keeps asking when we will see Papa, I begin to call my husband a prince and Comrade Stalin the Black Knight, and the Neva River takes on magical powers. The train trip seems to last for a long time. My insides ache from being rattled around for so many hours. My fairy tale is the only thing that keeps us all sane. Without it, I think I might begin crying or screaming and never stop. Finally, we reach the edge of Lake Ladoga. There is ice as far as I can see. There is almost no difference between my view through a clean window and one through the fog of my own breath. We are at the start of the ice road. 25. The army has been working for months to make a road across frozen Lake Ladoga. The road is here now, and everyone is calling it the Road of Life. Soon, they say, transports of food will rumble across the ice toward Leningrad. Up until now, those same trucks kept falling through into the freezing black water below. And, of course, the Germans bomb it constantly. I check my children's clothes. Everything is in place, just as it was when we left Leningrad. Leo and Anya are wrapped in newsprint and then in all the clothes they own. We wrap scarves around our heads and necks. I try to cover everything, even Leo's small red nose. Outside, it hurts when I take a breath. My lungs ache. Beside me, Leo starts to cough. A full moon rises in the black sky, turning the snow blue. We stand around, all of us matted together like cattle. Many people are coughing. Somewhere a child is crying. It occurs to me to wish that it were Leo. His quiet scares me. What do we do, Mama? Anya says. We find a truck. Here, take my hand. My eyes water and sting as I start forward. Leo is in my arms, and as thin as he is, he weighs me down so that I can hardly move. Every step takes concentration, willpower. I have to lean into the howling wind. The only real thing in this icy blue and black world is my daughter's hand in mine. Somewhere far away, I hear an engine idling and then roaring. It is a convoy, I'd hope. Come, I shout into the wind, or mean to. I am so cold my knees hurt. It hurts even to bend my fingers enough to hold Anya's hand. I walk, and walk, and walk, and there is nothing. Just ice and black sky and the distant popping of anti-aircraft guns. I think I must hurry, and my babies, and then Sasha is beside me. I can feel the warmth of his breath. He is whispering about love and the place we will build for ourselves in Alaska, and he tells me it's okay for me to rest. Just for a moment, I say, falling to my knees before the words are even out of my mouth. The world is totally quiet then. Somewhere, someone laughs and it sounds just like Olga. I will go find her as soon as I have a nap. This is the thought I have. And I close my eyes. Mama, Mama, Mama. She is screaming in my face. I open my eyes slowly and see Anya. My daughter has pulled off her scarf and wrapped it around my neck. You have to get up, Mama, she says, tugging at me. I look down. Leo is limp in my arms, his head lolled back. But I can feel his breathing. I uncoil the scarf from around my neck and rewrap Anya's face. Never take your scarf off again. Do not give it to anyone. Not even me. But I love you, Mama. And there is my strength. Gritting my teeth against the pain that will come, I stagger to my feet and start moving again. One step at a time, until a lorry materializes in front of me. A man dressed in baggy white camouflage is standing beside the door, smoking a cigarette. The smell of it makes me think of my mother. A ride across the ice? I say, hearing how cracked and weak my voice is. The man's face is not drawn or gaunt. This means he is somebody, or in the party at least, and I feel my hope plummet. He leans forward, looks at Leo. Dead? I shake my head. No, just sleeping. Please, I say, desperate now. All around me trucks are leaving and I know we will die tonight, here, if we do not find a ride soon. I pull out the cloisonné butterfly made by my grandfather. Here. No, Mama, Anya says, reaching for it. The man just frowns. What good is a trinket? I pull off my glove and give him my wedding ring instead. It is gold. Please. He looks me over as he takes one last drag of the cigarette and then drops it to the snow. All right, Baba, he says, pocketing my ring. Get in. I will take you and your grandchildren. I am so grateful. I don't even realize what he has said to me until later, when we are all packed into the cab of his truck. Baba. He thinks I am an old woman. I pull the scarf off and glance in the mirror above the windshield. My hair is as white as my skin. It is daylight when we get across the ice. Not much light, of course, but enough. I can really see where we are now. Endless snow. Trucks lined up, filled with food for my poor Leningrad. Soldiers dressed in white. Not far from here, 300 yards, nearby's the train station that is our next destination. The bombing starts almost immediately. Our driver stops and gets out. Honestly, I do not want to get out of the truck, even though I know how dangerous it is to sit here. There is gasoline in the tank and no camouflage on the truck. It is a clear target from the air. But we're warm and it has been so long. Then I look down at my Leo and I forget all about the danger. He is not breathing. I shake him hard, ripping open his coat and pulling up the newspaper. His chest is really just a brace of bones and blue skin and boils. Wake up, Leo. Breathe. Come on, my lion. I put my mouth on his, breathing for him. Finally, he shudders in my arms and I feel a sour little breath slip into my mouth. He starts to cry. I hold him to me, crying too, and say, "Don't you leave me, Leo." I couldn't bear it. His hands are so hot, Mama, Anya says, and I see how scared she is by the suddenness of my yelling. I touch Leo's forehead. He is burning up. My hands are shaking as I reposition the newspaper and button up his sweater and coat. We are going out into the cold again. Anya leads the way out of the truck. I am so focused on Leo that I hardly notice the bombing and gunfire going on around me. Somewhere nearby a truck explodes. It is like being in the eye of a hurricane. All around us trucks are rolling past, horses are clopping forward pulling wagons, soldiers are running, and we poor, starved Leningraders are looking for rides. At last I find the infirmary. It consists of flapping, dirty white tents spread out across a snowy field. Inside, it is no hospital. It is a place for the dying and the dead. That is all. The smell is horrible. People are lying in their own freezing filth, moaning. I dare not put Leo down for fear he'll get worse. It seems like hours we wander around, looking for someone to help us. Finally, I find an old man, hunched over a cane, staring at nothing. Only because he is wearing white do I approach him. Please, I say, reaching for him. My son is burning up. The man turns to me. He looks as tired as I feel. His hands are trembling slightly as he reaches for Leo. I can see the boils on his fingers. He touches Leo's forehead and then looks at me. It is a look I will never forget. Thank God there are no words with the look. Get him to the hospital at Cherepovets. He shrugs. Maybe. I do not ask him to say more. In fact, I don't want him to. He hands me 4 white pills. 2 a day, he says. With clean water. When did he eat last? I shake my head. How can I say the words, tell the truth? It is impossible to get him to eat. Cherepovets is all he says, and then he turns and goes away. At every step, people are reaching for him, begging for help. Let's go. I take Anya's hand, and we make our slow, painful way through the infirmary and across the snowy field to the train station. Our papers are in order, and we climb into a car where we are again packed in too tightly. There is no seat for me or my children, so we sit on the cold floor. I hold my Leo on my lap and Anya at my side. When it gets dark, I take out my small bag of nuts. I give Anya as many as I dare and eat a few myself. I manage to get Leo to take one of the pills with a swallow of water I've brought. It is a long and terrible night. I keep leaning down to see if Leo is still breathing. I remember stopping once. The train doors opened and someone yelled out, "Any dead? Dead? Give them to us." Hands reach for Leo, try to pull him out of my arms. I hang on to him, screaming, "He's breathing, he's breathing." When the door closes and it is dark again, Anya moves closer to me. I can hear her crying. It is no better in Cherepovets. We have one day to spend here. At first I think this is a blessing, that we will have time to save Leo before we board the next train, but he is getting weaker. I try not to see this truth, but it is lying in my arms. He coughs all the time. Now there is blood in it. He is burning hot and shivering. He will neither eat nor drink. The hospital here is an abomination. Everyone has dysentery and scurvy. You cannot stand for more than a moment or two without seeing a new Leningrader hobble in, looking for help. Every hour, trucks loaded with corpses leave the hospital, only to return empty. People are dying where they stand. It is good that I am weak and hungry. I don't have the strength to run from place to place for help. Instead, I stand in the cold, bleak hallway, holding my son. When people pass, I whisper, "Help him. Please." Anya is asleep on the cold floor, sucking her thumb, when a nurse stops. "Help him," I say, handing Leo to her. She takes him gently. I try not to notice how his head lolls back. He's dystrophic. 3rd stage. There is no 4th. At my blank look, she says, "Dying. But if we could get fluids into him." Maybe. I could take him to the doctor. It would be a difficult few days, maybe though. She is so young, this nurse. As young as I was before the war began. I don't know how to believe her or how not to. I have evacuation papers. We are supposed to be on the train to Vologda tomorrow. They won't let your son on that train, the young nurse says. Not one so sick. If we stay, it will be impossible to get more tickets, I say. We'll die here. The nurse says nothing to this. Lies are a waste of time. We could start helping Leo now, couldn't we? I say. Maybe he'll be better by tomorrow. The nurse cannot hide her pity for me. Of course. Maybe he'll be better. And he is. Better. After a night when Anya and I lay curled on the floor by Leo's dirty cot, I wake feeling bruised and cold. But when I get to my knees and look down at Leo, he is awake. For the first time in a long time, his blue eyes are clear. "Hi, Mama," he says in a scratchy, frog-like voice that cuts right through my heart. "Where are we? Where's Papa?" I waken Anya, pull her up beside me. "We are right here, baby. We are on our way to your Papa. He will be waiting for us in Vologda." I am smiling and crying as I look down at my son, my baby. Maybe it is the tears that blur my vision, or more likely it is hope. I am old enough to know better, but common sense is gone with the sound of his voice. I don't see how blue his skin is, how the boils have burst on his chest and are seeping yellow. I don't hear the thickness of his cough. I just see Leo. My lion. My baby with the bluest eyes and the purest laugh. So when the nurse comes by to tell me that I should get on the train, I am confused. "He's getting better," I say, looking down at him. The silence stretches out between us, broken only by Leo's coughing and the distant rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire. She looks pointedly at Anya. For the first time I see how pale Anya is, how gray her chapped lips are, the angry boils on her throat. Her hair is falling out in clumps. How did I miss all that? But I look around. "You said they won't let my son on the train. There are too many evacuees. They won't transport the dying. You have papers for you and your daughter, yes? How is it that I don't understand what she is saying to me until then? And how can I explain how it feels to finally understand? A knife in the heart would hurt less. You're saying I should leave him here to die? Alone. I'm saying he will die." The nurse looks at Anya. "You can save her." She touches my arm. "I'm sorry." I stand there, frozen, watching her walk away. I don't know how long I stand there, But when I hear the train's whistle, I look down at the daughter I love more than my own life, and the son of mine who is dying. Mama? Anya says, frowning up at me. I take Anya's hand and walk her out of the hospital. At the train, I kneel in front of her. She is so small, wrapped as she is in her bright red coat and wearing the valenki that are too big for her feet. Mama? I can't leave Leo here, I say, hearing the break in my voice. He can't die alone is what I want to say, but how can I say such a thing to my 5-year-old? Does she know I am making a choice no mother should ever have to make? Will she someday hate me for this? Her face scrunches in a frown so familiar it breaks my heart. For a second, I see her as she used to be. But you're my strong one. You will be okay alone. She shakes her head, starts to cry. No, Mama. I want to stay with you. I reach into my pocket and take out a piece of paper. It still smells of sausage and my stomach churns at the scent of it. I write her name on the paper and pin it to her lapel. P-Papa will be waiting for you in Vologda. You find him. Tell him we'll be there by Wednesday. You two can meet Leo and me. It feels like a lie. Tastes like one. But she trusts me. I don't let her hug me. I can see her reaching, and I push her back into the crowd that is lining up around us. A woman is standing close. Anya hits her and the woman stumbles sideways, cursing softly. Mama. I push my daughter at the stranger, who looks at me with glassy eyes. Take my daughter, I say. She has papers. Her father will be in Vologda. Alexander Ivanovich Marchenko. No, Mama. Anya is wailing, reaching for me. I mean to push her away so hard she stumbles, but I can't do it. At the last moment, I yank her into my arms and hold her tightly. The train whistle blows. Someone yells, "Is she going?" I unwrap Anya's arm from around my neck. You be strong, Anya. I love you, moja dusha. How can I call her my soul and then push her away? But I do. I do. At the last minute, I hand her the butterfly. Here. You hold this for me. I will come back for it. For you. No, Mama. I promise, I say, lifting her up, putting her in a stranger's arms. She is still crying, screaming my name and struggling to get free when the train doors slam shut. I stand there for a long time, watching the train grow smaller and smaller until it disappears altogether. The Germans are bombing again. I can hear the explosions all around and people shouting and debris thumping on metal roofs. I hardly care. As I turn toward the hospital, it feels as if something falls out of me, but I don't look down, don't want to see whatever I've lost. Instead, I walk through the raining dirt and snow toward my son. Loss is a dull ache in my chest, a catch in my breathing, but I tell myself I have done the right thing. I will keep Leo alive by the sheer force of my will, and Sasha will find Anya in Vologda and the four of us will meet up on Wednesday. It is such a beautiful dream. I keep it alive one breath at a time, like a timid candle flame in the cup of my hands. Back at the hospital, it is dark again. The smell of the place is unbearable. And it is cold. I can feel the wind prowling outside, testing every crack and crevice, looking for a way in. In his narrow, sagging cot, Leo is sucking in his sleep, chewing food that isn't there. He coughs almost constantly now, spasms that spew lacy blood designs across the woolen blankets. When I can stand it no more, I crawl into the cot and pull him into my arms. He burrows against me like the baby he once was, murmuring my name in his sleep. His breathing is a terrible thing to listen to. I stroke his hot, damp forehead. My hand is freezing, but it is worth it to touch him, to let him know I am here, beside him, all around him. I sing his favorite songs and tell him his favorite stories. Now and then he rouses, smiles sloppily at me, and asks for candy. No candy, I say, kissing his sunken blue cheek. I cut my finger again, let him suck on it until the pain makes me draw back. I am singing to him, barely able to remember the words, when I realize that he is not breathing anymore. I kiss his cheek, so cold, and his lips, and I think I hear him say, "I love you, Mama," but of course it is only my imagination. How will I ever forget how this was how he died a little every day? How I let him. Maybe we should never have left Leningrad. I think I will not be able to bear this pain, but I do. For all of that day and part of the next, I lie with him, holding him as he grows cold. In ordinary times, perhaps this wouldn't have been allowed, but these are far from ordinary times. Finally, I ease away from his little body and get up. As much as I want to lie with him forever, to just slowly starve to death with him, I cannot do it. I made a promise to Sasha. Live, he'd said, and I'd agreed. So with empty arms and a heart turned to stone, I leave my son there, all by himself, lying dead in a cot by the door, and once again I start to walk. I know that all I will ever have of my son now is a date on the calendar and the stuffed rabbit that is in my suitcase. I will not tell you what I did to get a seat on the train going east. It doesn't matter anyway. I am not really me. I am this wasted, white-haired body that cannot rest, although I long just to lie down and close my eyes and give up. The ache of loss is with me always, tempting me to close my eyes. Anya. Sasha. These are the words I cling to, even though sometimes I forget of whom I am even dreaming. From my place on the train, I see the ruined countryside. Bodies in heaps. Scars on the land from falling bombs. Always there is the sound of aircraft and gunfire. The train moves forward slowly, stopping in several small towns. At each stop, starving people fight to get on board, to be one of the glassy-eyed grimy crowd heading east. There is talk, whispered around me, of heavy fighting in front of us, but I don't listen. Don't care, really. I am too empty to care about much of anything. And then, miraculously, we arrive at Vologda. When the train doors open, I realize that I did not expect to make it here. I remember smiling. I even tuck my hair into my kerchief more tightly so Sasha will not see how old I have become. I clutch the small valise that holds all of my belongings, and fight through the crowd to get to the front. Out in the cold, we disperse quickly, people going this way and that, probably looking for food or friends. I stand there, feeling the others peel away from me. In the distance, I hear the drone of planes, and I know what it means. We all know what it means. The air raid alarm sounds, and my fellow passengers start to run for cover. I can see people flinging themselves into ditches. But Sasha is there, not 100 yards in front of me. I can see that he is holding Anya's hand. Her bright red coat looks like a plump, healthy cardinal against the snow. I am crying before I take my first step. My feet are swollen and covered with boils, but I don't even notice. I just think my family and run. I want Sasha's arms around me so badly that I don't think. Stupid. I hear the bomb falling too late. Did I think it was my heart, that whistling sound, or my breathing? Everything explodes at once. The train, the tree beside me, a truck off to the side of the road. I see Sasha and Anya for a split second, and then they are in the air, flying sideways with fire behind them. When I wake up, I am in a hospital tent. I lie there until my memory resurfaces, and then I get up. All around me is a sea of burned, broken bodies. People are crying and moaning. It is a moment before I realize that I can see no colors. My hearing is muffled, as if there is cotton in my ears. The side of my face is scraped and cut and bleeding, but I hardly feel it. The red-orange fire is the last color I will ever see. You should not be up, a man says to me. He has the worn look of someone who has seen too much war. His tunic is torn in places. My husband, I say, yelling to hear my own voice above the din. There is a ringing in my ears, too. My daughter. A little girl in a red coat and a man. They were standing. The train was bombed. I have to find them. I'm sorry, he says, and my heart is pounding so hard I can't hear anything past, no survivors. Just you. Here. I push past him, stumbling from bed to bed, but all I find are strangers. Outside, it is snowing hard and freezing cold. I do not recognize this place. It is an endless snowy field. The damage done by the blast is covered now in white, though I can see a heap that must be bodies. Then I see it, A small, dark blot on the snow, lying folded up against the nearest tent. I would like to say I ran toward it, but I only walk. I don't even see that my feet are bare until the burning cold sets in. It is her coat. My Anya's coat. Or what is left of it. I cannot see the bright red anymore, but there is her name, written in my own hand, on a scrap of paper pinned to the lapel. The paper is wet and the ink blurred, but it is there. Half of the coat is missing. I do not want to imagine how that happened. One side is simply torn away. I can see black bloodstains on the pale lining too. I hold it to my nose, breathing deeply. I can smell her in the fabric. Inside the pocket, I find the photograph of her and Leo that I'd sewn into the lining. See, I'd said to her on the day we'd hidden it, hat was back when they were first evacuating the children. It feels like decades ago now. Your brother will always be with you. I take the tiny scrap of paper with her name on it and hold it in my hand. How long do I sit there in the snow, stroking my baby's coat, remembering her smile? Forever. No one will give me a gun. Every man I ask tells me to calm down, that I will feel better tomorrow. I should have asked a woman, another mother who had killed one child by moving him and another by letting her go. Or maybe I am the only one who. Anyway, the pain is unendurable. And I do not want to get better. I deserve to be as unhappy as I am. So I return to my bed, get my boots and coat, and I start walking. I move like a ghost through the snowy countryside. There are so many other walking dead on the road that no one tries to stop me. When I hear gunfire or bombing, I turn toward it. If my feet hurt less, I would have run. I find what I am looking for on the 8th day. It is the front line. I walk past the Russians, my countrymen, who call out for me and try to stop me. I pull away, wrenching if I need to, hitting, kicking, and I keep going. I walk up to the Germans and stand in front of their guns. Shoot me, I say, and I close my eyes. I know what they see, what I look like, a crazy, half-dead old woman holding a banged-up valise and a dirty gray stuffed rabbit. 26. But I am not a lucky woman, Mom said with a sigh. Silence followed that last, quietly spoken sentence. Nina wiped the tears from her eyes and stared at her mother in awe. How could that pain have been in her all along? How could a person survive all that? Mom stood up quickly. She took a step to the left and stopped. Then she turned to the right and stopped. It was as if she'd suddenly awakened from a dream only to find herself in a strange room from which there was no escape. At last, with her shoulders rounded slightly downward, she went to the window and stared outside. Nina looked at Meredith, who looked as ruined as Nina felt. My God, Maxim finally said, turning off the tape recorder. The click sounded harsh in the quiet room, reminded Nina that the story they'd just heard was important not only to their family. Mom remained where she was, her splayed hand pressed to her chest, as if maybe she thought her heart would stop beating or tumble right out of her body. What was she seeing right then? Her once sparkling Leningrad turned into a frozen, bombed-out wasteland where people died in the street and birds fell from the sky? Or maybe it was Sasha's face? Or Anya's giggle? Or Leo's last heartbreaking smile? Nina stared at the woman who had raised her and saw the truth at last. Her mother was a lioness, a warrior, a woman who'd chosen a life of hell for herself because she wanted to give up and didn't know how. And with that small understanding came another, bigger one. Nina suddenly saw her own life in focus. All these years, she'd been traveling the world over, looking for her own truth in other women's lives. But it was here all along at home, with the one woman she'd never even tried to understand. No wonder Nina had never felt finished, never wanted to publish her photographs of the women. Her quest had always been leading up to this moment, this understanding. She'd been hiding behind the camera, looking through glass, trying to find herself. But how could she? How could any woman know her own story until she knew her mother's? They take me prisoner instead, Mom said, still staring out the window. Nina almost frowned. To her, it felt as if half an hour had passed since Mom's last sentence and this one, but really it had been only minutes. Minutes in which Nina had glimpsed the truth of her own life. Prisoner, Mom muttered, shaking her head. I try to die. Try. Always I am too weak to kill myself. She turned away from the window at last, looked at them. Your father was one of the American soldiers who liberated the work camp. We were in Germany by then. It was the end of the war. Years later. The first time he spoke to me, I was not even paying attention. I was thinking that if I'd been stronger, my children would have been with me on this day when the camp gates opened, and so when Evan asked me my name, I whispered, Anya. I could have taken it back later, but I liked hearing her name every time someone spoke to me. It hurt me, and I welcomed the pain. It was the least of what I deserved. I went with your father, married him because I wanted to be gone, and he was the only way I had to leave. I never really expected to start over. I was so sick. I hoped to die. But I did not. And, well, how can you not love Evan? There. That is it. Now you know. She reached down for her purse and picked it up, swaying slightly, as if balance were something she had lost in the telling of her story, and started for the door. Nina was on her feet in an instant. She and Meredith moved in tandem without a word or a look. They bookended Mom, each taking hold of one arm. At their touch, Mom seemed to stumble harder, almost fall. You shouldn't. No more telling us what to feel, Mom, Nina said soft ly. No more pushing us away, Meredith said, touching Mom's face, caressing her cheek. You've lost so much. Mom made a sound, a little gulp. Not us, though, Nina said, feeling tears sting her eyes. You'll never lose us. Mom's legs gave out on her. She started to fold like a broken tent, but Nina and Meredith were there, holding her upright. They got Mom back to her chair. Then they knelt on the floor in front of her, looking up, just as they'd done so often in their lives. But now the story was over, or mostly told, and from here on, it would be a different story anyway. From now on, it would be their story. For all of her life, when Nina had looked at her mother's beautiful face, she'd seen sharp bones and hard eyes and a mouth that never smiled. Now Nina saw past that. The hard lines were fought for, imposed, a mask over the softness that lay beneath. You should hate me, Mom said, shaking her head. Meredith lifted Ed up just enough to put her hands on Mom's. We love you. Mom shuddered, as if an icy wind had just blown past. Tears filled her eyes, and at the sight of them, the first tears Nina had ever seen in her mother's eyes, Nina felt her own tears welling. I miss them so much, Mom said, and then she was crying. How long had she held back that simple sentence by force of will, and how must it feel to finally say it? I miss them. A few little words. Everything. Nina and Meredith rose again, folding Mom into their arms, letting her cry. Nina learned the feel of her mother then, and realized how much she'd missed by never being held by this remarkable woman. When Mom finally drew back, her face was ravaged by tears, her hair was askew, and strands were falling across her red-rimmed watery eyes, but she had never looked more beautiful. She was smiling. She put a hand on each of their faces. Moya Dusha, she said quietly to each of them. At Vasily's bedside, Maxim rose and cleared his throat, reminding them that they weren't alone. That is one of the most amazing accounts of the siege of Leningrad I've ever heard, he said, taking the tape from the machine. Stalin kept the lid on it for so long that stories like yours are only lately beginning to surface. This will make a real difference to people, Mrs. Whitson. It was for my daughters, Mom said, straightening again. Nina watched her mother strengthen, and she wondered suddenly if all of the Leningrad survivors knew how to harden themselves like that. She supposed so. Numbers are difficult, of course, coming out of the government, but conservatively, over 1 million people died in the siege. More than 700,000 starved to death. You tell their story, too. Thank you. Maxim started to say something else, but Vasily made a croaking, chirping sound in the bed. Maxim leaned closer to his father, frowning. What? He leaned even closer. I don't understand. Thank you, Nina said quietly to her mother. Mom leaned forward, kissed her cheek. "My Ninotchka," she whispered. "Thank you. You were the one who wouldn't let go." Nina should have felt pride at that, especially when she saw Meredith nodding in agreement, but it hurt instead. "I was only thinking about me. As usual. I wanted your story, so I made you talk. I never once worried about how much it could hurt you." Mom's smile lit up her still damp eyes. "This is why you matter to the world, Ninotchka. I should have told you this long ago, but I let your father be both our voices. It is yet another of my wrong choices. You shine a light on hard times. This is what your pictures do. You do not let people look away from that which hurts. I am so proud of what you do. You saved us." "You did," Meredith agreed. "I would have stopped her story. You got us here." Nina didn't know until then how a word like proud could rock your world, but it rocked hers, and she understood love in a way she hadn't before, the all-consuming way of it. She knew it would change her life, this understanding of love. She couldn't imagine living without them again. And she knew, too, that there was more love out there for her, waiting in Atlanta, if only she knew how to reach for it. Maybe tomorrow she would send a telegram, say, "What if I said I didn't want to go to Atlanta? What if I said I wanted a different life than that, a different life than everyone else's, but I wanted it with you? Would you follow me? Would you stay? What if I said I loved you?" But that would be tomorrow. "How will I go again?" she said, looking at Meredith and her mom. "How can I leave you both?" "We don't need to be together," Meredith said. "Your work is who you are," Mom said. "Love makes room for that. You will just come home more, I hope." While Nina was trying to figure out what to say to that, Maxim said, "I'm sorry to be rude, but my father is not feeling well." Mom pulled away from Meredith and Nina and went to the bed. Nina followed. Mom stared down at Vasily, his face left lopsided by the stroke. There were tears on his temples and water stained the pillow where they'd fallen. She reached down and touched his face, saying something in Russian. Nina saw him try to smile, and before she knew it, she was thinking of her father. She closed her eyes in prayer for perhaps the first time in her life. Or maybe it wasn't a prayer. Actually, she just thought, "Thanks, Daddy," and let it go at that. The rest of it he knew. He'd been listening. "Here," Maxim said, his frown deepening as he offered Mom a stack of black cassette tapes. "I'm pretty sure he wants you to deliver these to his former student. Philip Kiselev hasn't worked on this project in years, but he has a lot of the original material. And he's not far from here. Just across the water in Sitka." "Sitka?" Mom said. "We've already been there. The boat won't be going back." "Actually," Meredith said, looking at her watch. "The boat left Juneau 40 minutes ago. It will be at sea all day tomorrow." Vasily made a sound. Nina could tell that he was agitated and frustrated by his inability to make himself understood. "Can he not mail the tapes?" Mom said, and Nina wondered if her mother was afraid to touch them. Philip was his right hand for years in this research. His mother and my father knew each other in Minsk. Nina looked down at Vasily and thought again of her father and how a little thing could mean so much. "Of course we'll deliver the tapes," she said. "We'll go right now. And we'll have plenty of time to catch up with the boat in Skagway." Meredith took the stack of tapes and the piece of paper with the address on it. "Thank you, Dr. Adamovich." "And Maxim?" "No," Maxim said solemnly. "Thank you. I am honored to have met you, Veronica Petrovna Marchenko-Whitson." Mom nodded. She glanced briefly at the stack of black tapes in Meredith's hands and then leaned down to whisper something in Vasily's ear. When she drew back, the old man's eyes were wet. He was trying to smile. Nina took Mom's arm and led her to the door. By the time they reached the front door, Meredith was at Mom's other side. They emerged 3 abreast, linked together, into the pale blue light of a late spring day. The rain had stopped, leaving in its wake a world of sparkling, glittering possibility. They arrived in Sitka at 7:30. "I could be in Los Angeles by now," Nina said as she followed Meredith out of the plane. "For a world traveler, you complain a lot," Meredith said, leading the way up the dock. "Remember when she was little?" Mom said to Meredith. If her socks were wrinkled inside her shoes, she'd just sit down and scream. And if I put too much ketchup on her eggs or not enough, out would come the lip. That is so not true, Nina said. I was the good daughter. You're thinking of Meredith. Remember that fit she threw when you wouldn't let her go to Carrie Davra's slumber party? It was nothing compared to the way you made us all pay when Mom didn't wave goodbye to you before that softball tournament, Meredith said. Nina stopped in the middle of the dock and looked at Mom. It was the train, she said. You couldn't put me on a train and watch it go, could you? I tried to be strong enough, Mom said quietly. I just couldn't watch. That? I knew it hurt you too. I'm sorry. Meredith knew that there would be dozens of moments like this between them. Now that they'd begun the reparation process, memories would have to be constantly reinterpreted. Like the day she'd dug up Mom's precious winter garden. It was as if she'd pulled up headstones and thrown them aside. No wonder Mom had gone a little crazy. And no wonder winters had always been difficult. And the play. Meredith saw it all through the prism of her new understanding. Of course Mom had stopped them from going forward. She and Jeff had been blithely acting out Mom's love story. The pain of that must have been awful. No more apologies, Meredith said. Let's just say it no and sorry for all the times we hurt each other because we didn't understand. Then we'll let it go. Okay. She looked at her mom, who nodded, and then at Nina, who nodded, too. They walked into Sitka and found rooms at a small bed and breakfast at the edge of town. From their decks, they could look out over the placid bay, to the green humps of the nearby islands, and all the way to the snowy peak of Mount Edgecombe. While Nina took a shower, Meredith sat out on the deck, with her feet up on the railing. A lone eagle circled effortlessly above the water, its dark wingspan a sliver coiling around and around above the midnight blue water. Meredith closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair. As had been true all day, her mind was a jumble of thoughts and memories and realizations. She was reassessing her childhood, taking the pieces apart, re-examining them in light of her new understanding of her mother. Strangely, the strength she now saw in her mother was becoming a part of Meredith, too. Jeff's comment, "You're like her, you know," took on a new significance, gave Meredith a new confidence. If there was one thing she'd learned in all of this, it was that life and love can be gone any second. When you had it, you needed to hang on with all your strength and savor every second. The door behind her slid open and clicked shut. She thought at first it was Nina, here to tell her the bathroom was free, but then she smelled the sweet rose scent of Mom's shampoo. "Hey," Meredith said, smiling. "I thought you'd gone to bed." "I cannot sleep. Maybe it's the color of the night." "I cannot sleep with the tapes in my room," Mom said, sitting down in the chair beside Meredith. "You can put them in our room." Mom coiled her hands together nervously. "I need to give them away tonight." "Tonight?" "It's 9:15, Mom." "Duh. I asked downstairs. This address is only 3 blocks away." Meredith turned in her chair. "You mean this?" "What's wrong?" "Honestly? I do not know. I am being silly and old. I know this. But I want to be done with this task. I'll call him." "There is no listing." "I called information from my room. We're going to have to just show up. Tonight is best. Tomorrow maybe he will be at work and we'll have to wait." "With the tapes." Mom looked at her. "With the tapes," she said quietly, and Meredith saw the vulnerability Mom was trying to hide. And fear, she saw that, too. After all that Mom had been through, somehow holding on to the physical evidence of her life was the thing that had finally scared her. "Okay," Meredith said. "I'll get Nina. We'll all go." She got up from her chair and started to go back into the room. As she passed Mom, she paused just long enough to put a hand on her mother's shoulder. Through the cable-knit wool of the hand-knit sweater, she felt the angular sharpness of bone. She couldn't walk past her mother lately without touching her. After so many barren, distant years, that was a miracle in itself. She opened the sliding glass door and went into the small room. Inside, there was a pair of twin beds, both dressed in red and green plaid, with moose-shaped black pillows. On the walls were black and white prints of Sitka's Tlingit past. Nina's bed was unmade already and piled with clothes and camera gear. Meredith knocked on the bathroom door, got no answer, and went in. Nina was drying her hair and singing Madonna's Crazy for You at the top of her lungs. With her short black hair and perfect skin, she looked about 20 years old. Meredith tapped her on the shoulder. Nina jumped in surprise and almost dropped the hairdryer. Grinning, she clicked it off and turned. Way to scare the crap out of me. I need a haircut. Badly. I'm starting to look like Edward Scissorhands. Mom wants to drop off the tapes tonight. Oh, okay. Meredith couldn't help smiling at that. There, in a nutshell, was the difference between them. Nina didn't care what time it was, or that it was rude to stop by without calling first, or that Mom had had a hard day and should be resting. All Nina heard was a call to adventure, and she always answered that call. It was a trait Meredith was determined to cultivate. In less than 10 minutes they were on their way, the three of them walking up the sidewalk in the direction the innkeeper had shown them. It still wasn't full-on night. The sky was a deep plum color, with stars everywhere. From here, they looked close enough to touch. A slight breeze whispered through the evergreens, the only real noise out here besides their footsteps on the cement. Somewhere in the distance a boat's foghorn sung out. The houses on the street were old-fashioned looking, with porches out front and peaked roofs. The yards were well tended. The smell of roses was heavy in the air, sweetening the tang of the nearby sea. This is the house, Meredith said. She'd taken charge of the map. The lights are on. That's cool, Nina said. Mom stood there, staring at the neat white house. Its porch railing was the same ornate fretwork as they had at home, and there was more ornate decor along the eaves. The embellishments gave the place a fairy tale appearance. It looks like my grandfather's dacha, Mom said. Very Russian, and yet American, too. Nina moved in close to Mom, took her arm. You sure you want to do this now? Mom's answer was to move forward resolutely. At the door, Mom drew in a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and knocked hard. Twice. The door was opened by a short, heavy-set man with thick black eyebrows and a gray mustache. If he was surprised to find 3 unknown women on his doorstep at 9:30, he showed no sign. Hello there, he said. Philip Kiselev? Mom said, reaching for the bag of tapes in Nina's hand. There's a name I haven't heard in a while, he said. Mom's hand drew back. You are not Philip Kiselev? No. I'm Gerald Kuntz. Philip was my cousin. He's gone now. Oh! Mom frowned. I am sorry to have bothered you. We have mistaken information. Meredith looked at the piece of paper in her sister's hand. There was no error in reading. This was the address they'd been given. Dr. Adamovich Must. Vazhia? Gerald's mustached lip flipped into a big, toothy smile. He turned, yelled, They're friends of Vazhia's, honey. Not friends, really, Mom said. We are sorry to have bothered you. We will recheck our information. Just then a woman came bustling toward them. She was dressed in silky black pants with a flowing tunic blouse. Her curly gray hair was drawn back in a loose ponytail. Stacy? Nina said in surprise. A second later, Meredith recognized their waitress from the Russian restaurant. Well, Stacy said, smiling brightly. If it isn't my new Russian friends. Come in. To Gerald she added, they stopped by the diner the other day. I broke out the caviar. Gerald grinned. She must have liked you on the spot. Nina moved first, pulling Mom along. Here, Stacy said. Have a seat. I'll make us some tea and you can tell me how you found me. She led them into a comfortably decorated living room, complete with an ottoman bed and a holy corner where a trio of candles was burning. She made sure each of them was seated, and then said, Did Gir say you are friends of Vasily's? Not friends, Mom answered, sitting stiffly. There was a crash somewhere and Gerald said, Oops. Grandkids, and ran from the room. We're babysitting our son's children this week. I'd forgotten how busy they are at that age. Stacy smiled. I'll be right back with tea. She hurried out of the room. Do you think Dr. Adamovich was confused? Or did Maxim get the address wrong? Meredith said as soon as they were alone. Kind of coincidental that these people are Russian and that they knew the doctor, Nina remarked. Mom stood up so suddenly she hit the coffee table with her shin, but she didn't seem to notice. She walked around the table and across the room, coming to a stop at the holy corner. From here, Meredith could see the usual decorations, an altar-like table, a couple of icons, a family photograph or two, and a few burning votives. Stacy came back into the living room and set her tray down on the coffee table. She poured the tea and handed Meredith a cup. Here you go. Do you know Dr. Adamovich? Nina asked. I do, Stacy said. He and my father were great friends. I helped him with a research study for years. Not academic help, of course. Typing, copying, that sort of thing. The siege research? Meredith asked. That's right, Stacy said. These are tapes, Nina said, indicating the wrinkled paper sack at her feet. Mom just told her story to Dr. Adamovich and he sent us here. Stacy paused. What do you mean, her story? She was in Leningrad then. During the war, Meredith said. And he sent you here? Stacy turned to look at Mom, who stood so still and straight she seemed to be made of marble. Why would he do that? Stacy went to Mom, stood beside her. Again the teacup rattled in its saucer. Tea? She asked, looking at Mom's stern profile. Meredith didn't know why, but she stood up. Beside her, Nina did the same thing. They came up behind Mom. Meredith saw what had gotten her mother's attention. There were two framed photographs on the corner table. One was a black and white picture of a young couple. In it, the woman was tall and slim, with jet black hair and an oversized smile. The man was blonde and gorgeous. There were pale white lines that quartered the picture, as if it had been folded for many years. Those are my parents, Stacy said slowly. On their wedding day. My mother was a beautiful woman. Her hair was so soft and black, and her eyes. I still remember her eyes. Isn't that funny? They were so blue with gold. Mom turned slowly. Stacy looked into Mom's eyes, and the teacup she was holding fell to the hardwood floor, spilling liquid and breaking into pieces. Stacy's plump hand was shaking as she reached for something on the table, but not once did she look away. And then she was holding something out to Mom, a small jeweled butterfly. Mom dropped to her knees on the floor, saying, "Oh, my God." Meredith wanted to reach out and help her, but she and Nina both stood back. It was Stacy who knelt in front of her. I am Anastasia Alexeyevna Marchenko-Kuntz from Leningrad. Mama? Is it really you? Mom drew in a sharp breath and started to cry. My Anya. Meredith's heart felt as if it were breaking apart and swelling and overflowing all at once. Tears were streaming down her face. She thought of all that these two had been through, and all the lost years, and the miracle of this reunion was almost more than she could believe. She moved over to be with Nina. They put their arms around each other and watched their mother come alive. There was no other word for it. It was as if these tears of joy perhaps for the first time decades watered her parched soul. How? Mom asked. Papa and I woke up on a medical train going east. He was so hurt. Anyway, by the time we got back to Vologda. We waited, Stacy said, wiping her eyes. We never stopped looking. Mom swallowed hard. Meredith could see how she steeled herself to say, we. Stacy put a hand out. Mom took it, clutched it, really, hanging on. Stacy led her through the living room and out a set of French doors. Beyond lay a perfectly tended backyard. The scent of flowers was a sweetness in the air, lilacs and honeysuckle and jasmine. Stacy flipped a switch and a string of lights came on throughout the yard. That was when Meredith saw the small, squared garden within a garden tucked in the back of the yard. Even from here, with the inconsistent light, she could see an ornate bit of fencing. She heard her mother say something in Russian, and then they were moving again, all of them, walking down a stone path to a garden that was almost exactly like the one Mom had created at home. A white ironwork fence with ornate curlicks and pointed tips framed a patch of ground. Inside was a polished copper bench that faced 3 granite headstones. There were flowers blooming all around them. Overhead, the sky erupted in amazing, magical color. Darting strands of violet and pink and orange glowed amid all those stars. The northern lights. Mom sat collapsed, realigning the copper bench, and Stacy sat beside her, holding her hand. Meredith and Nina stood behind her, each put a hand on Mom's shoulder. Veronica Petrovna Marchenko, 1919. Remember our lime tree in the summer garden? I will meet you there, my love. Leo Alexovich Marchenko, 1938-1942. Our lion. Gone too soon. But it was the last marker that made Meredith squeeze her mother's shoulder. Alexander Andreevich Marchenko, 19172000. Beloved husband and father. Last year? Mom said, turning to Stacy, whose eyes filled with tears. He waited his whole life for you, she said. But his heart just gave out last winter. Mom closed her eyes and bowed her head. Meredith couldn't imagine the pain of that, how it must feel to know that the love of your life had been alive and looking for you all these years, only to miss him by months. And yet he was here somehow, in this garden that so matched the one her mother had created. He always said he'd be waiting for you in the summer garden. Mom slowly opened her eyes. Our tree, she said, staring at his marker for a long time. Then, slowly, she did what she always did, what she could do that so few others could. She straightened her back and lifted her chin and managed a smile, wobbly and uncertain as it was. Come, she said in that magical voice, the one that had changed all their lives in the past weeks. We will have tea. There is much to talk about. Anya, I would like to introduce you to your sisters. Meredith used to be the organized one and Nina is just a little bit crazy, but we're changing, all of us, and you will change us even more. Mom smiled, and if there was a shadow of sadness in her Aisa memory of the words, I'll meet you there, it was to be expected, and it was softened by the joy in her voice. And maybe that was how it was supposed to be, how life unfolded when you lived it long enough. Joy and sadness were part of the package. The trick, perhaps, was to let yourself feel all of it, but to hold on to the joy just a little more tightly because you never knew when a strong heart could just give out. Meredith took her new sister's hand and said, I am so happy to meet you, Anya. We've heard so much about you. No foreign sky protected me. No stranger's wing shielded my face. I stand as witness to the common lot. Survivor of that time, that place. Anna Akhmatova, from Poems of Akhmatova. Translated by Stanley Kunitz with Max Hayward. Epilogue. 2010. Her name is Vera, and she is a poor girl. A nobody. No one in America can really understand this girl or the place in which she lives. Her beloved Leningrad Peter's famous window to the Westies like a dying flower, still beautiful to behold but rotting from within. Not that Vera knows this yet. She is just a girl, full of big dreams. Often in the summer, she wakes in the middle of the night, called by some sound she can never recall. At her window, she leans out, seeing all the way to the bridge. In June, when the air smells of limes and new flowers, and the night is as brief as the brush of a butterfly's wing, she can hardly sleep for excitement. It is Belai Nochi, the time of white summer nights when darkness never falls and the streets are never quiet. I cannot help smiling as I close this book. After all these years, I have finished my journal. Not a fairy tale, not a pretense, my story as true as I can tell it. My father would be proud of me. I am a writer at last. It is my gift to my daughters, although they have given so much more to me, and without them, of course, these words would still be trapped inside, poisoning me from within. Meredith is at home with Jeff. They are preparing for Jillian's wedding and the plans are all-consuming. Maddie is still at work, managing the 4 gift shops her mother runs. I have never seen Meredith so happy. These days her schedule is full of things she loves to do, and she and Jeff are often traveling. They say it is to research his novels, which are so successful, but I think they simply love to be together. Nina is upstairs with her Daniel, whom she has never married but loves more than she realizes. They have followed each other around the world on one amazing adventure after another. Supposedly they are packing now to leave again, but I suspect that they are making love. Good for them. And Anya, I don't care that she Americanized her name. She will always be Anya to mice at church with her family. They come down often throughout the year and fill this house with laughter. My eldest daughter and I spend hours together in the kitchen, talking to each other in Russian, remembering the ghosts in the room. In words and looks and smiles, we honor them at last. I open the journal one last time and write, for my children, in as bold a hand as I can manage at my age. Then I close it and put it aside. I cannot help closing my eyes. Falling asleep comes easily to me these days, and the room is so warm on this late December day. I think I hear the sound of a child laughing. Or maybe that is a leftover sound, the remainder of our Christmas dinner. We are together again this year, all of us, this new version of my family. I am a lucky woman. I did not always know that, but I do now. With all the mistakes I have made, all the bad and terrible choices, still I am loved in my old age, and, more important perhaps, I love. I open my eyes, startled by something. Some noise. For a moment I am confused, uncertain of my surroundings. Then I see the familiar fireplace, the Christmas tree still up in the corner, and the picture of me that hangs above the mantel. It hangs where once I had a painting of a troika. At first I didn't like Nina's photograph. I look so terribly, terribly sad. But it has grown on me. It was the beginning of this new life, the time when I finally learned that with love comes forgiveness. It is a famous photograph now. People all over the world have seen it and call me a hero. Ridiculous. It is simply the image of a woman who threw too much of her life away and was lucky enough to get some of it back. In the corner of the room, my holy corner still stands. The candles burn from morning to night. Both of my wedding pictures stand upright, reminding me every day that I have been fortunate. Beside the photograph of Anya and Leo, a dirty gray stuffed rabbit sits slumped on his side. Comrade Floppy. His fake fur is matted and he is missing one eye, and sometimes I carry him around with me for comfort. I stand up. My knees hurt and my feet are swollen, but I do not care. I have never cared about such things. I am a Leningrader. I walk through the quiet kitchen and into the dining room. From here I can see my winter garden where everything is covered with snow. The sky is the color of burnished copper. Ice and frost dangle like diamond earrings from the eaves above the porch. And I think of my sweet Evan, who saved me when I needed saving and gave me so much. He is the one who so often told me that forgiveness could be mine if I would reach out. I would give anything to have listened to him earlier, but I know he hears me now. I am barefooted and wearing only a flannel nightgown. If I go outside, Meredith and Nina will worry that I am going crazy again, that I am slipping. Only Anya will understand. Still, I open the door. The knob turns easily in my hand and cold air hits me so hard that for a beautiful, tragic second, I am back in my beloved city on the Neva. I walk across the new fallen snow, feeling it burn and freeze the bottoms of my feet. I am almost to the garden when he appears. A man, dressed all in black, with golden hair set aglow by the sunlight. It cannot be him. I know this. I go to the bench, hold on to its cold black frame. He moves toward me, gliding almost, moving with an elegance that is new or that I don't remember. When he draws near, I look up and stare into the green eyes of the man I've loved for more than 70 years. Green. The color takes my breath away and makes me feel young again. He is real. And here, I can feel his warm presence, and when he touches me, I shiver and sit down. There are so many things to say, but I can say nothing except his name. Sasha. We've waited, he says, and at the sound of his voice, a shadow peels away from the blackness of his coat and takes its own shape. A smaller version of the man. Leo, I say, unable to say more. My arms ache to reach out for my baby boy, to hold him. He looks so healthy and robust, his cheeks pink with life. Then I see that same cheek slack and gray-blue, sheened in frost. I hear him say, "I'm hungry, Mama. Don't leave me." At that, pain uncoils in my chest, making me gasp out loud, but Sasha is there, taking my hand, saying, "Come, my love, to the summer garden." The pain is gone. I look up into my Sasha's green eyes and remember the grass in which we knelt so long ago. It was there that I fell in love. Leo clings to me as he always did, and I scoop him up, laughing, forgetting how I'd once been unable to hold him in my arms. "Come," Sasha says again, kissing me, and I follow. I know that if I look back, I will see my body, old and withered, slumped on that bench in the snow, that if I wait, I will hear my daughters discover what has happened and begin to cry. So I do not look back. I hold on to my Sasha and kiss my lion's throat. I have waited so long for this, to see them again. To feel like this, and I know my girls will be okay now. They are sisters, a family. This is the gift from their father. This is what my story gave them, and in the past 10 years, we have loved enough for a lifetime. I think, goodbye, my girls. I love you. I have always loved you. And I go,